G'day mates, how's it going? I'm back. This one. Yeah. I was doing things. I was trying to figure out what mons I needed. Uh, I need to evolve a bunch of these. I can probably do that pretty quickly. Probably better off. They don't need, so I don't have any Staravias. They don't need any, attacks or anything. They just need to be caught. I need to catch a bunch of them. For some reason. There's one. Okay. Did you just fart? That was loud. Okay. How's everyone going? Good? Bad? Creamy? Crunchy? Oh, let's test something out while we're at it. I think I fixed it. Boom, look at that. Fixed it. I'm a genius. I mean, I could like resize it a little bit. It's like that, right? There we go. Look at that, I fixed it. Looks great. Okay. Let's watch some of these fat fucks. Let's start with Oberville.
What do you...
She doesn't cook that often.
No, I don't.
How much?
Because I tell you, I had to take breaks because I was like, I was dripping sweat. I
Oh,
sweat.
bro,
Just put half a stick of butter on those two rolls, man. My name is Caleb. I'm 25 years old, and I'm
She sounds pretty, like,
absolutely
Western.
obsessed with people of extraordinary size.
Is that the right way
That's
to say
right,
it?
guys. Whatever you want to call them, people of size,
Whee.
fat people,
Fat
big
fucks.
folk. They're just like you and I,
That's what they're called.
except for one big difference. I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm done. I'm done. Okay. On YouTube, there's a bunch of people who make money eating food. You know, people
I need
like
Oshawotts.
Nikocado Avocado. The other ones. There's a lot of Korean women who
That's
do
Ryback.
eat live squid. There's that one woman who eats the salmon. That's really mysterious, and I definitely want to make a video about that. Smash like if you want to see a video about eating food is a phenomenon that has swept the entire world, and some people do it better than others. Nikocado Avocado has gained like 400 or 500 pounds, something like that. I don't know. He's really good at it, all right? But there's one
You get
person
so
who's
much weight, bro.
collaborated with Nikocado Avocado on more than one occasion in the last year. Her name is
Really? No
Hungry Fat
Oshawotts?
Chick. And she's like part of
No
the
head?
dichotomy of humanity, all right? She's one side in the representative example of the duality of man.
What the
humanity
fuck?
as a whole, not specifically
Bro, I
one
look back,
gender.
what the hell
You've
was
got
that?
Hungry Fat Chick, and you've got Nikocado Avocado. Chaotic.
I finally picked the scab out of my... What? Wait, can you even get scabs in your nose? What is this picture, bro? Wait, this guy has 4 arms. What is this?
The representative example of the duality of man, humanity as a whole, not specifically one gender. You've got Hungry Fat Chick, and you've got Nikocado Avocado. Chaotic good, chaotic evil. All right, it's so.
You know what I
clear.
just realized
It's clear.
too? When we played this, we played on this one. I'm an idiot. We normally play... Oh, God damn it. I blame Simon. It's probably his fault. There we go. And normally we play this on this. That's right.
Here's Day. She seems like one of the sweetest,
Maybe I should make a
nicest people that just
Legends
avoids drama and does everything.
overlay.
And by the way, I'm not going to be making fun of this person. in the same way that I do Nikocado Avocado, because he kind of asks for it, you know? So many people, literally hundreds of people have asked me to do one of my videos where we dive into people's content. Today's this hungry fat chick, and she happens to have just recorded a video eating seafood fettuccine alfredo with Nikocado Avocado. So we'll see if he's a, you know, a lunatic in this. I'd like to say go to her channel and subscribe if she makes content that I personally don't like content where people are literally killing
we only need 5
themselves,
more
but
sword
that's just my own personal opinion. This is an adult. She's allowed to do literally whatever she wants, and I wish her the best, to be honest. First thing I notice is these banging intro graphics. This is incredible. I love
They're destroying their lives. I hope they
so much. I'm legitimately
they're doing it for money too, so I hope
and
they
she
just
seems like she can take a good joke
have
too.
a hot dog.
Yay! Today.
Add that grill.
Hey, y'all.
Look who's in the house.
All right, one thing, you know, maybe fix the audio a little bit. It's a little tinny, a little annoying. She got a southern drawl too, which is the opposite of Nikocado Avocado.
Southern.
He's got that little you know, that little
What'd I say? I don't even know.
Vegas shit-eating kind of grin there. He's always got. He does look so much nicer on this channel.
Yeah, because he's not going fucking insane. That's why.
See, what the fuck? How come he can't be like this on his own channel, dude? These two people are not at all like Nikocado. Like, it's a different thing. It's a totally different thing. The dude is so self-aware. He's fooling us all, but he's also killing himself, which is unfortunate. And hopefully no one else decides to do it. So this is a meal that she made herself for her and Nick. And it's seafood alfredo.
It looks great.
Delicious, which is cool because most mukbang food is disgusting.
What is that?
I really don't know, to be honest. I'm not really
What
a
was
big
that?
fast food guy. I don't really eat much unhealthy food. Food is disgusting.
What is this? Sea bug? The fuck is a sea bug? What is this thing? You can eat this? Bro, this looks like Kabuto. This thing looks like Kabuto. People are just eating Kabutos? What the fuck? Bro, look how many legs it has. Why would you want to eat this thing? Ew. Bro, this thing, like when I look at this thing, I don't for even for an instant think this thing looks good to eat. What? I'm not gonna lie, his face is kind of cute. You got kind of a cute face. Did not know that was a thing.
I really don't know, to be honest. I'm not really a big fast food guy. I don't really eat much unhealthy food here. You know, I'm not a huge guy who eats unhealthy food or anything like that. I'm just a thin guy who eats unhealthy food.
You just showed nothing but drinks, though.
Wish I was. Also, for all the new people, hi! Welcome to a video from me! I'm probably making the weirdest videos on YouTube right now, so hopefully you enjoy, especially for daily uploading. And for all the old folks.
This guy's like levels really high. I just realized that.
I'm one of you, and you're one of me. Thank you for being a subscriber.
Okay, so yeah.
They look like a family, almost.
Well, I only need 9 more agile styles.
We're really bad today.
What?
What the fuck? They made themselves a nice home-cooked meal, and you're telling me they ruined it with shakes from salt.
How are you supposed to get anything up in that little thing?
I didn't have trouble.
He seems like such a
What
nice
is
guy.
that?
Are they boyfriend and girlfriend? I know Nikocado is a gay man, but like this, not boyfriend and girlfriend in that sense, but in like a partner sense. And I'm not insinuating anything like about passion or sex or whatever, or romance even. Boyfriend and girlfriend as in like partners. Are they like, do they have like a part? Because they seem so
That
comfortable
pasta.
with each other. And it just seems so good together.
How do I
They
explain
both
this?
elevate what, well, I'm not really
Just
sure
thought
about
in my brain.
together, you know? They both elevate
show me
what,
the
well, I'm
pasta
not really
again.
sure about her necessarily, but she elevates together, you know?
Wait.
So
So, how do I say this? This pasta is probably really delicious, right? And if you had a normal plate of this pasta and showed a picture of it, I would normally be like, "Oh, bro, that looks so nice. That looks so good." But because there's like a mountain of it, it kind of makes me feel a little ill, right? Like there's too much. But it's like that's way too much pasta. Is that just me? What the fuck? Oh, I steal super effective. Completely forgot about that. Oh, I didn't look at any of your moves you guys are supposed to do. I'm gonna go with the assumption that you need water pulse. Yeah, that looks gross. There's way too much pasta there.
Comfortable with each other. And it just seems so good together, you know? They both elevate what, well, I'm not really sure about her necessarily, but she elevates him to another level that's just enjoyable. I'm going to be honest. In spite of the homemade fettuccine Sonic peanut butter shake juxtaposition.
We want to leave this place.
But these people have great chemistry, and it would be such a cool like thing to see them both lose weight together or
apparently
fight.
you didn't. Oh wait,
like some kind of sumo death match. Yeah, I got my money on Tammy. She's 450. What would fettuccine Alfredo be without rolls?
Well, not anymore. Tammy lost like 700 pounds or something.
She's gonna put butter on it.
She looked good too.
Oh my.
So Candy is a very good cook.
Yeah, look at this.
Unlike me, so I'm really.
What the?
What do
She
you?
doesn't cook that often.
No, I don't.
How much?
Because I tell you, I had to take breaks because I was like,
Bro, she didn't even like spread it. She just
It's hard work.
put a
This
chunk
is
of
making
butter
me
on
sad
there.
to watch. I don't know, man. Seems like an illness or something. Seems like they can't help what they're doing right now. She just put half a stick of butter on those 2 rolls, man. Please don't let your heart stop. Not for YouTube views and likes and money. Please don't let that happen. Please, please, please.
No,
Be
at this
healthy.
point, I'm
At
like,
least
yeah, do
eventually.
it.
Don't be healthy
Just
now,
die
but
of it.
eventually, please don't die. I don't
You
think I've
deserve
ever
it at
broken a
this
sweat
point.
while cooking.
Like-
Have you guys ever broken a sweat while cooking?
You had
or
your
just doing
chance.
something normal
You could've
in
stopped
your
this. You
day-to-day
didn't.
life?
You're doing this for money? I don't
That's
care.
not good.
It's so thick.
A lot of cheese in it.
Because like, what else would she be doing this for?
Parmesan.
Oh my god. Her TikTok's a little bit more of a thirst
There's
trap
no
than
way
her,
anybody likes eating that
or,
much
sorry,
food.
more of a hunger
right?
trap. Right. What the f? She? That's
Like,
nice,
what?
I guess. Please be safe.
Bonjour, mon bijou. Je t'aime.
Wee wee. What'd she say? I don't know what she said.
Yeah,
I
did
feel
she
like
just
I'm
try
not
to
supposed to be
like
looking
whisper
at
sweet
this.
nothings into my ear?
They
What
look
the
like
fuck
they're
just
having
happened
so much
there?
fun, but they're literally doing drugs right now. Like this is them doing, like getting high right now. We're watching people get high with a drug that's totally legal and kills more people than all the other drugs combined.
And probably about a cup.
Could you imagine if like people
of mozzarella.
had a YouTube channel and just did
That's
actual
what y'all's
drugs?
hearts look like. I'd like to imagine that there's just like, instead of white blood cells, they just have
Do you reckon
fettuccine
they would get like a
in there.
whole bunch of
You know,
views?
hemoglobin fettuccine. They got low iron.
Probably, right?
Too much fettuccine. This is really sad. I'm gonna be honest. This is really sad. Also, I've mentioned, but I just can't get it off my mind. Candy seems like such a nice, kind person. It's a shame that she's a mukbang channel. I hope that this does not, catch up with her and she doesn't actually have Alfredo in her veins, because that'd be terrible. It's not conducive to a long, happy life. I love it because I don't get
She
any
chose it,
toxic
though,
vibes.
so I don't
and
care.
like I said, it seems like Nick is
was her
legitimately
choice.
a better human being when he's around her.
Before y'all call me too fat, I've only gained like 10 pounds.
I know.
That's it. Also, I've got a podcast on
Okay.
Spotify that is about to get massive and is super cool, and it's horror based. It's a horror comedy podcast about true stories. It's epic. There's a link in the description
Horror
to go check
comedy?
that out. I promise you will not be disappointed. I also upload the videos on
Doesn't-
my YouTube channel, but it's a video podcast on Spotify, so go check that out, my friends.
Doesn't
And in the
horror
description,
lose all
follow me
aspect
on
of horror
Instagram,
if-
because I like posting there.
if
I post a
comedy
lot of
is
stories
involved?
on there, a lot of behind the scenes stuff, and enjoy the rest of the video.
Because you're not scared anymore.
Last time I was here, I was 347.
Right?
I was like really close.
Yeah, we were getting there.
So y'all should be applauding for me. That's pretty dang good for 8 months.
That's not good. I don't want you to die. I don't want either of you to die. I'm sad. I'm sad, guys. Smash like. That'll help cheer me up a little bit if you smash the like button. Looking at her most viewed videos, it's kind of a weird mixture between Nick and like Amy and Tim. Look, there's them eating when he's a little thin Twinkie boy. Look at him, his little thin Twinkie
I'm
boy.
about to change my channel name to Hungry Fat
She's-
Boy.
She's pretty thin too.
Look at that. Oh my
In
god,
comparison.
they both gained so much. They look
Well,
terrible now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I went down like.
Wait, she's in her
20, like,
50s.
around
How is
20,
she
and
still
then I
alive?
went back
Oh
up,
shit.
And then I think I surpassed the 453.
She started-
that was last time you were here. It is. It really is.
Do you think she's happy for
No, don't.
for
It's just water
avocado
weight.
for losing the
No,
weight?
It's not. It's plaque.
Or do you think
It's
she's
plaque
more
in your
like
arteries and poop in your butt? Oh, it's
she's
not
like,
water
no, you
weight.
left
I
me in
wish
this
it was, but it's
gulag
not. This is
alone.
terrible.
I just had a cherry. That was really good.
I had the cherry.
Do you use Facebook? Would you say every day?
Probably. I check it every day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm a meme farmer. I like farming for like weird memes. If people want to see the kind of crap that goes on in my head, just browse my Facebook and look at my selection of memes. I mean, I'm a complete freaking weirdo.
What? Hold on. She's
Okay.
a meme farmer? I've never even heard of that. Hungry fat chick. Facebook. Let's see if she's actually a meme farmer. Work that slave to my tummy. What the How many Facebooks does she have? Don't tell me she's one of those people that just forgets their login and creates a new one every 6 months. Oh, I hate those people.
Probably.
Also, your Facebook's not public, or I would look at it. I call bullshit on your meme farmer though. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think your memes are that funny. That's nothing personal, but I doubt
Bro,
we
have
have
you
the
looked at
same
my
sense
For
of
You
humor. I
page
mean, I
on, like,
can't
TikTok?
imagine why we wouldn't.
I think you think I'm crazy.
Or was it? No, that was a scallop.
It's all over the place.
Thank God. I was worried we'd lost a crab. I already had a terrible tragedy with my crab farm, guys. Oh, it was terrible. It was quite a tragedy.
You had a
It was
crab bomb?
tragedy.
What?
Slurping on that old milkshake.
Ooh,
I didn't know you had a
milkshake
crab bomb.
And Candy's fatty Alfredo.
Yeah.
It does patty Alfredo.
That's
I'll
Alfredo?
definitely be eating for free. At the heart attack.
Bro, that is
That's
some
called a moment of
creamy
resounding
Alfredo.
irony.
Holy
I don't want
shit.
to have to make a Redux like epilogue video. God forbid someone has an actual heart attack because
Like, that Alfredo
it
has
turns
a
out I was
fuck
not
ton of
joking
sauce
about
on
the
it.
Alfredo in the veins deal. There's studies that show that being morbidly obese.
Oh
I'm
my
not
God, that
talking about
monkey's
being
huge.
overweight, by the way. I don't even know how many times I've.
Wait, what happens if a monkey
being
gets that
500
big?
pounds is not good for you. And eating this much food, even if you eat this much food
does that
and
monkey
you're
climb
thin,
trees and shit?
it's not good for you. You can have high cholesterol. It doesn't matter your weight. You can have high cholesterol and die of a heart attack when you're 35 anyways, even if you're thin and you just eat one terrible meal a day. It's possible.
I'll definitely be eating
I'm
for free
hoping.
at the heart attack grill.
But this is definitely bad.
This is somebody that
Yeah, that one's done.
I'm as fat as I want to be, I tell you.
Meow.
There's nowhere to go but down from here as far as I'm. Not even like this.
If it's anywhere up, you'll be right on TLC.
This is our cheat day.
We're cheating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cheating. That's just normal. That's just
Aquajet
actually just
waterfall
normal. It's cheat
slash.
day. That's a cheat day when you get sweaty from just cooking, all right? A cheat day for me is eating one McDouble and feeling like shit for 12 hours. I'm no McDouble pig. Oh, my big hairy belly. Oh.
Now that you
Okay.
Slowing down.
now that you mentioned it, we were talking about how being a little fluffy, we're a little overweight.
Just a little.
Our feet
Okay.
sometimes goes numb, you know, and well, right now my feet are numb.
Oh no.
It might be
This
this.
is chair.
It's
These chairs are hard.
Yeah, I think it's the chair.
Yeah, it's the chair, dude. It's the chair making your feet numb because your heart can't pump blood to your extremities. I think it's probably the chair to be safe. Not the literal creamy Alfredo coursing through your veins or the chronic obesity. You know, sometimes my feet go numb. You guys ever
wait.
get that thing when your feet goes numb and your heart stops and you die at age 30? But
Do
you
I
made
need to
some
catch
good money on
Eevees?
YouTube. Worth it.
You know, I have an issue with Fritos.
No.
It must be they're kind of oily. They give me heartburn.
Oh,
Yeah, it's almost like your body's trying to tell you something. Patrons only, getting personal about the realities of traveling while overweight.
Okay,
What?
you guys.
What?
We're done.
Wait, what are they doing?
feasting for the moment, and we're gonna go.
for the moment, yeah.
we're gonna
There's
go.
gonna be more on the way.
They're gonna
G'day, Benny. How's it going? What'd you say? Wait, you curse for me right now. We'll be back in hours. Stuff to do. Something happens, cry. Okay, fair enough.
go on a run.
Nothing's gonna
Work
happen.
out, hopefully, at least.
They're all
I
fat
don't
fucks.
know. Who's this collab with?
Hey yo.
Nah, I'm not watching this. There is a spunky side to Hungry Fat Chick, though. Okay, she does. There's been quite a few videos made on her, as you can see. There's
like
been. I put one up of the heart attack girl. Her and Nick went to the heart attack girl like 8 months ago or something like that. I made a reaction to that because I thought it was absurd. And it was originally about the heart attack girl, but they had happened to go there, and I was like, oh, this is an interesting little tie-in. But she's a little spunky, okay? Oh, hungry fat chick, she's a little spunky. If you tell her to be healthy, she'll get mad as shit. If she sees this video, I'm on the hit list. All right, I'm gonna be sleeping and some big old country boy's gonna slide down my chimney like Santa Claus, but in June, and shoot me up full of Alfredo, make me old Gimsley. All right, right there, right in that main vein up my arm. Okay,
I don't understand why why she get mad. Like, you're doing it to yourself.
The richness of this dish.
Great. It literally does taste like cheesecake. Like that's how rich it is. It's so rich.
Is that offensive? I feel like that's offensive. Whenever I say something's really rich whenever I don't want to eat very much. Poor old Nick couldn't even eat it. She's not too much sweat in the food. Too much sweat in the Alfredo. It's not good. Anyways, thank you all for watching. Go and watch this video. Go to the 6-minute and 11-second mark. Comment what you think down below. Here's the comments for us. Thank you all so much. Bye-bye.
Bro. That's what I was saying before. Like, the sauce, whatever sauce, what is it, Alfredo sauce? I don't know if it's called Alfredo sauce. Bro, that had a fuck ton in it. But for him to say it tastes like cheesecake, that's not right. Like, I'm pretty certain that it's not supposed to taste anything like cheesecake. Like, they're not even remotely close. No, don't you turn. Turn around, I need to hit you. Stop looking at me. You bitch! Fuck you. What an asshole. Did we feel with rage? Ow. Bro, it hurts when you hit me. What the fuck? Is there Black Shrek? Okay.
When John Basso first opened the Heart Attack Grill, he had no idea that serving the world's unhealthiest menu would come with so much controversy. Countless lawsuits, an avalanche of bad press, and multiple heart attacks on the premises. Prior to opening the Heart Attack Grill in 2005, Basso owned 3 different exercise gyms over a 12-year period, where he'd advised clients on their dietary and exercise needs, as well as on techniques of caloric reduction. However, he felt this was an untruthful line of work.
Wait, did I hear that right?
Opening the Heart Attack Grill in 2005, Basso owned 3 different exercise gyms over a 12-year period, where he had advised clients on their dietary and exercise needs, as well as on techniques of caloric reduction. However, he felt this was an untruthful line of work, stating, "It's disgusting because you're promising people things that are outside their genetic possibility. Instead of being a slimy, crooked, dishonest peddler of health and fitness services, I would actually launch a hamburger concept that would be absolutely honest, and that's the only guiding principle."
Hey, this is bad for you.
He went from trying to help people get fit.
The first Heart Attack Grill in Arizona featured a front door
helping
sign
people
reading,
die.
"Caution, this establishment is bad for your health,"
Bro,
before they'd
crazy.
later add cash only because you might die before the check clears. Inside, they'd proudly display the catchphrase "taste worth dying for." However, the most insane piece of signage was without a doubt this, reading, "Anyone over 350 pounds eats for free all day, every day, unlimited," with the only rules being no taking food to go, no sharing with others, and does not include beverages, although this wasn't the only unlimited service offered by the restaurant.
Instead of a salad bar, there's an all-you-can-eat flatliner fries bar.
To serve the free meals, Basso took a tip from Hooters by hiring a bunch of sexy nurses, with a theme of honesty also extending into the job application process, with questions such as whether the applicant has an innie or outie belly button, who would they have a hot one-night stand with, their opinion on certain conspiracy theories, and a comment stating, "No one gives a damn about your academic achievements, ingredients. But if you want to bore us with them, go right ahead. As the head of the restaurant, John spends every day dressed as a doctor, stating, like, we promote nicotine, alcohol, caffeine, fat, cholesterol, sodium,
why does he
all
need
the
to know if
building
they have
blocks
an
of a
innie or
quality,
outie belly
healthy,
button?
good time, with these insane statements leading to his first appearance on a local news station.
There is a restaurant in Tempe where the food is so rich they call their big burger the quadruple bypass. Not everybody thinks that's funny, least of all the Arizona Board of Nursing.
The news story then stated that the American Nursing Board had received 5 or 6 complaints about them calling their waitresses nurses. However, 5 or 6 complaints was a small price to pay, given the story was basically free advertising.
All right, so if you want to bypass, of course, the good kind, now you know where to go. It's called...
People technically can't do anything about this guy, right? Because, like, he's not forcing them to eat food. Like, people are willingly coming in and eating the food. So, like, he's not really... I mean, like, he probably shouldn't be doing it. You could say that, I guess. But, like, if he's not doing it, someone else might. Right? But he's not forcing them to eat food.
The Heart Attack Grill.
This then turned into further news coverage where John explained the other ways in which the restaurant might kill you.
We don't do Diet Coke. We don't do light beers. We don't even provide lettuce on our burgers.
With the unique...
Yeah, and by the way, I have always thought that it is really, really dumb that, like, fast food joints, just all of them in general, have, like, Diet Cokes or Coke Zero with, like, 0 sugar. I have always thought that was really, really stupid. Like, just so dumb. Because it's like, you shoveling crap food into your mouth, right? It is not good for you. And what your thought process is that because I'm drinking a Diet Coke or a Coke Zero, like a Coke that has no sugar, that it's not as bad as what it could be? Is that the idea? Because that's stupid. Right? It's like, I don't know. It's just so stupid. I've always hated the fucking... I've always hated that. Because, my stepmother, she used to do that. She'd always get Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi. And if they didn't, she'd, like, lose her shit about it. And it was just so dumb. So dumb.
approach beating all of their
Meanwhile, you know, she's getting like a fucking bacon deluxe.
Well, I can't say that I don't enjoy the
which,
publicity.
like, by the way, if you need a reminder, has 2 pieces of meat, 3 pieces of bacon, I think 4 things of cheese, mayonnaise, which mayonnaise isn't that great for you either. Like, it's not healthy. And just because you, like, the fuck just happened? Bro, it just pushed me off the side of the... What? What the fuck just happened there? Bro, it pushed me further down the hill. Yeah, just because you get, like, a fucking Diet Coke or whatever, it doesn't make the meal better.
It definitely does pack the seats in the restaurant. We've been so lucky as of recently, our web traffic exceeds McDonald's.com.
After noticing that media stories
What?
help the business grow,
That's
that
crazy.
attempt to set the Guinness World Record for the world's unhealthiest burger, achieving such with the 9,982 calorie
So-
quadruple bypass burger, although this gluttonous piece of food would be
One more.
served with a side of tragedy. The Heart Attack Grill had introduced a spokesperson named Blair River, who at 6'8", 570 pounds,
introduced, like, a
appeared in
bunch of
all
them?
the restaurant's ads.
I'm up another few inches. Who needs these old
They're
pants?
like 4
I
now,
can eat
right?
for free.
In a 2011 news
the
report,
fourth
Blair
one?
talked about feeling incredibly healthy.
This is good stuff. Everyone should be modern sized like myself.
However, he passed away before the interview even aired.
Sadly, we now know how long that was. Blair died last week at the age of 29. His family says the cause of death was pneumonia.
Even in death, the Heart Attack Grill maintained their brutally honest branding.
Had he have been thinner, he most probably would have survived that pneumonia.
Aren't you glorifying obesity, which obviously kills?
Absolutely.
With Basso taking this even further in a different interview.
If they do die here, I'm not going to lie to you. That's great for business. I'll say it again. Death is great for business at the Heart Attack Grill.
Although the media's goal of discrediting the founder only did the opposite. It's actually refreshing to see someone so painfully
he's not
honest.
wrong.
The owner is great. He makes no apologies, nor should he. You can't blame him for people doing this to themselves.
Yeah.
It's impossible to hate this guy because he's being 100% honest. In a different interview, Basso showed his more compassionate side by stating, "Cynical people might think this, River's death, is funny, but people who knew him are crying their eyes out. There is a lot of mourning going on around here. You couldn't have found a better person. Even if he was skinny, we would have given him the job. We would have just put a fat suit on him. He just had personality, as did the restaurant's next spokesperson,
I don't think
Ernie
that's the
Hart,
case,
who
though.
wouldn't last long either, although for a
Because
slightly
look,
different
you've
reason.
gone and hired
In
another
October
fat guy.
2011, Basso moved the restaurant to the land of indulgence, pleasure, and poor short-term choices, Las Vegas. The new and improved
That was a
restaurant
genius
featured
idea.
a public electronic cattle scale, as well as new signage reading "Fighting
Oh my
Anorexia"
God,
since
that's a cattle scale?
2005, and "Send Hate Mail to," followed by their
I
address.
didn't realize that was
the new
a cattle
location
scale.
also led to a brand new slogan.
Remember, the calories you eat in Vegas stay in Vegas.
As well as an instant increase
I mean,
in
that's
business.
not
We've
true,
both
but anyway.
doubled in terms of money, in
That's
terms
his
of
first
square
lie.
footage.
However, the craziest change was without a doubt their menu. Despite their quadruple bypass already holding the record for the highest calorie burger, the Heart Attack Grill then doubled their invention, creating the octuple bypass burger,
What the
which
fuck?
featured 8 patties, 40 pieces of bacon, and 19,900
Bro, that cheese is so
At around the
thick
same
too.
point in time, the Heart Attack Grill updated their website to include free video and images for the press, where the motivation for the octuple bypass burger became pretty obvious. They were trying to generate media attention, and this is exactly what they got. The new burger led to over 100 million views worth of
Bro.
exposure on YouTube, as different content creators visited the restaurant to see if they could eat it. Those who could, such as Matt Stoney, were given a ride out of the restaurant in a novelty wheelchair, although there were others who were forced to leave in an ambulance.
A customer at the Heart Attack Grill was rushed to the hospital
Wait,
after eating a sandwich
a guy
called
actually
the triple
finished that
bypass
burger?
In
Bro.
February 2012, an article was published titled "Man Has Heart Attack While Eating at the Heart Attack Grill," which is followed by another article only 2 months later reading, "Heart
Big
Attack
cinema?
Grill lives up to its name again this week when a woman collapsed in their Las Vegas restaurant. This marks the second person to fall victim to their horrifically caloric food in less than a year, with the Heart Attack Grill responding in the most brand appropriate way, by bragging about it on their website. 2 ambulance departures in less than 60 days left an indelible mark on the Heart Attack Grill's public image. Dr. John delivered a clear message to the media that such tragedies shall inevitably continue due to having clientele which he refers to as being the avant-garde of nutritional risk takers.
Did that heart attack pad my wallet with money? Absolutely. Did I enjoy that? Absolutely.
Although this is still nothing compared to what would happen 1 year later. The Heart Attack Grill had a new
Did I
unofficial
enjoy the fact
spokesperson
that I
named
got
John
money?
Ellerman, who
Yes.
was recognized as the restaurant's most loyal customer. He never missed a day, even on Christmas, Basso said. People just loved him. He connected with people in a real way, although all of this changed on the 11th of February 2013. After chowing down on his daily feed at the grill, John Ellerman suffered a heart attack and died while waiting for the bus at the front of the store. This led to Basso's craziest PR stunt to date,
They'll say it's grotesque. They'll say, how can you keep the man's cremation here?
with Basso keeping the cremation inside the restaurant as he wants you to know his food kills so that maybe you'll stop eating junk. This this man is willing to sacrifice his reputation and maybe even his humanity to try and make the world a healthier place. I respect him for it. Basso believes the restaurant helps customers to reflect on their own choices, having stated anybody who's over 350
How did he get the guy's ashes?
We applaud them like the big sumo wrestler they are, treat them like a champ, make them feel good for that moment, give them free food all
I
they
need to
want.
catch a
But these people
bunch of
go
gold
home at
bats.
night and they ponder that and say, wow, why did I just get free food and have the whole restaurant applauding for me? Because I'm a freak, plain and simple. Before adding, I'm running an obesity intervention and I think it works. I really do. Everybody should check out our Facebook and see a lot of people say, hey Dr. John, I've lost 82 pounds since the last time I was in. It's the X Factor, something that snapped in that person that said, wow, I'm gonna make a change in my life, and they did, and that's fabulous. With this sentiment also showing up in the YouTube
I don't
comments. The
understand
Heart
how he
Attack Grill
got that
restaurant
guy's
has
ashes.
motivated me to take
That guy
care
have no
of myself and
family?
stick to my diet. The namesake restaurant actually sends a very positive message. If you don't take care of yourself today, you might find yourself eating a free meal at my restaurant in the not so distant future, because everyone over 350 pounds eats for free,
Everyone's
and therefore
like-
Basso believes
Everyone's talking about this like as if people wouldn't just go to another fast food joint. Right? They would. They 100% would. Like, you joking? If this place wasn't available, they would just go to another one. Like, I think over here, Hungry Jack's brought out it was a quad. You think it was like a quad cheeseburger or something. And I'm pretty certain someone like a fat guy ate it and had a heart attack. I don't think he died, but I know he ate it and had a heart attack. I know there was like, I don't remember when it was, but I remember there was like a whole thing about that. So like, yeah, they would just, like, people over here have heart attacks from eating takeaway. We don't have a heart attack grill. So it's just like, saying that it's just this guy's fault is like insane. Because they would just go somewhere else.
the restaurant is an overall positive.
I am a believer that when people hear my message, the net health benefit to society
Why is it roosting?
Incredibly good.
However, you won't be surprised to hear that not everybody agrees.
He's deliberately trying to get people to eat more than they need.
With this being echoed by the legendary Anthony Bourdain, who stated, there is a restaurant in Vegas, I think it's called the Heart Attack Grill, where if you're over 350 pounds you eat for free. I think that should be pretty much a war crime. On top of this, a former waitress went public talking about her terrible time working at the restaurant, explaining that after a man passed out mid-meal, a manager made me take out my cell phone to record a video of the whole thing so they could send it to the media. It was on a Friday afternoon, and he hoped it would make the news so they could have a busy weekend. On the opposite end of the spectrum, a different waitress stated this.
I've been here 11 years. I enjoy this way too much.
So the experience clearly depends on which person you ask. In a different instance, the PCRM sent a letter to Basso asking him to declare moral bankruptcy and close the Heart Attack Grill. However, given the restaurant earned $5.5 million in revenue last year, it seems obvious that Dr. John Basso and the Heart Attack Grill won't be going anywhere anytime soon.
Bro, what? He earned so much money. That's so much money. That's what I mean. Like, look how many stupid people. What? Egos who are horrible criminals.
Girls just want to.
Might watch that after this. But you get what I mean? Like, people want it. If they can't get it there, they're just going to get it somewhere else.
You would think a creator that does nothing but eat food on camera all day would have a hard time getting into controversy, but several mukbang content creators have managed to make themselves extremely infamous, with
That's
few
way
being
more
as documented online as
than I
Amber
thought.
Lynn Reed. Amber Lynn's lies have gotten her into mountains of controversy, as she has a rich history of Walmart scootering, supposed false allegations,
What?
Pretty much being like
Walmart
accusations
scootering.
of scams, and most obviously, a very unhealthy
Is that like a
relationship with
code
food.
word for
Today,
something?
we'll be uncovering why she's so hated and much more as we journey through the entire history of Amber.
Oh,
Lynn
does she have a
Amber
fucking
Lynn was
content
born on
cycle
December
too?
27th,
Oh my god.
1990 in Key West, Florida. Her parents struggled with drug addiction, and she had 3 younger brothers, Tony, Jonathan, and James. Now, it should be noted that a majority of historical events before Amber made her YouTube channel should probably be taken with a big grain of salt. Amber is a known pathological liar, and the amount of lies she could tell in order to paint herself as sympathetic is unknown because no one was there. There's still a lot of interesting info here, but just be warned, a lot of it pre-YouTube could not be 100% true solely because her first-hand account is the only thing we've got. While Amber was still in her parents' care, the family moved to Sonoma County, California. In
Is it like a
1999, her parents
child?
were absent.
What do you
when
mean
a
in
new
her parents'
tragic
care?
event occurred. Her brother, Jonathan, almost strangled himself on a curtain cord, but Amber says she saved him. Soon after, due to her parents' drug issues, they lost custody of all the children. Jonathan, being a baby at the time, was adopted right away. Amber and Tony,
Oh,
however,
I was
were
about to say,
considered too
how did he strangle himself on a? Is he jacking it? But if he's a baby, that makes sense. Where is the? Oh, they're down there. That's the one I wanted. I wanted to do that. Okay, let's go here and make sure it's nighttime because I need to catch them at nighttime. Because I don't know if this is nighttime or if it's just because it's raining.
old to be easily adopted, so they spent their childhood bouncing in and out of foster care. At first, Amber and Tony were placed in the same foster family, but after a while, Amber was moved to a different home.
Does she not have a neck? Are you guys seeing this? She's like head and body. She doesn't have a neck. It kind of just looks like her head is floating. Am I crazy?
While Tony stayed behind. During this
She didn't
time
look
period,
right.
Amber shared memories of her foster care experiences. She recalled going camping, visiting Disneyland, and playing soccer, where she apparently won championships. She also mentioned that she worked as a choreographer for a dance group called Space and won awards for her performances. But
Why are
things
they
were far
like
from
the most
perfect.
common
Amber
thing with
admitted
these
that during
people
this
is
time,
they
she
like
would
to
often eat
lie.
all the food in her parents' foster homes. One notable incident occurred when she was in the Girl Scouts and was supposed to be selling cookies, but she ate all of them by herself, leaving her foster parents to cover the cost.
I was supposed to give the Girl Scout cookies over to the person who bought them.
Okay.
I was 10 years old, crying in my closet, eating all of them.
After moving from foster home to foster home, Amber eventually ended up in a group home. Some of her worst foster care memories took place in 2001.
Wait,
She
does that
said
not
she
count
was
as
once
catching it at
thrown
night?
down the stairs, and another time, on September 11th, while she was watching the planes at the towers, she was force-fed yogurt.
I was being forced to eat strawberry yogurt.
What?
And it was making me gag, but we couldn't get up off the table until we finished all our food, so I was being forced. And where I sat at the
What do you
kitchen table,
mean?
I could see the TV. I looked over, and then all of a
How
sudden,
do you get forced to
I
eat
saw
yogurt?
buildings blow up.
By age 11, Amber weighed around 300 pounds. In 2002, Amber's parents had another child named James. Amber only met and held him once before he, too, was adopted, much like Jonathan. It's believed
Okay,
that this
maybe I
adoption
try
was not a choice her parents
stronger
made
bowl,
willingly.
maybe?
Despite these struggles, Amber's parents were able to regain custody of her and Tony in 2003.
You stand the
when she was
bowl?
12.
Oh
However,
my
they
god, you're
lost
so
custody
fucking
again in
annoying.
2005 when Amber was 14. Around this time period, Amber began to smoke and, as she later revealed, had thoughts of ending her own life, which led to her being sent to a psychiatric hospital for a brief stay. Amber described her teenage years as wild. She smoked, drank, and skipped school frequently. In 2006, Amber claimed that at the age of 15, she was approached to become a plus-size model. However, her parents allegedly
That's a
refused to
thing?
give permission for her to pursue it, even though they didn't have physical
Oh
or
my
legal custody
god.
of her at the time.
Bro, what is
Some
wrong with
people
this
find her
one
story
goal
hard to
bat?
believe
Stay in the
since
fucking
plus-size
ball.
modeling in 2006 generally featured women who were more
It's still
average in
not
size,
staying.
and the
What
trend
is
of
your
obese
damage,
models
bro?
didn't become mainstream until about a decade
Every
later.
other goal
Because of
bat
her
is just
size,
like,
Amber
yo, I'm
faced significant
chill.
bullying
I'm
in
gonna
high
stay in the
school.
ball.
Her
That
classmates
one's
gave her
like,
harsh
fuck
nicknames
you.
like Fat Amber and
Why does it not
Smelly
like me?
Amber.
Why does it not want to
Apparently,
be
one
my
of her
friend?
teachers felt bad and helped pay for her to join a diet
Bro,
program,
are
possibly
you
Weight
joking?
Watchers, but Amber admitted that she failed to stick to the diet. In 2007,
Does it have
at age
brain damage,
16, Amber
damage?
was officially expelled from school. She decided to attend a continuation school and claimed that she graduated
What's
on
a
time
continuation
with a
school?
3.9 GPA. After aging out of
Oh,
the foster care system, she moved
what?
in with her grandmother. Soon
I
after,
just
she
wanna
began
murder
an
it
online
at this point.
relationship with a transgender boy named Casey, who had not yet come out of at the time. Amber visited Casey.
Oh my
in
god, I
Arizona,
caught it.
but during her
Yay.
visit, Amber's
Oh no,
grandmother
I have
told
to
her
deal
not
with
to
this
come back
fucking
due to
one.
Amber's apparent
Stay in the
disrespectful
ball.
behavior. As a result, she was forced to move in with Casey's family, who lived in a one-bedroom apartment. Amber didn't even have a job at the time, so the family gave her an ultimatum: either get a job or attend
ultimatum?
college. Amber chose not to go to college, and it wasn't long before things between her and Casey
Paul
started to go
Pokemon seem to be
downhill.
gone.
Do you like free
Well, that's just sad.
things? Do you like awesome things? Well, today I partnered with GamerSupps to give away
How many
free
did I
samples
catch?
using my code TOM.
Okay, so we caught enough. Oh, I still need to catch 4 more at nighttime?
They've got flavors like lean with this mysterious man on the
Wait, do
packaging.
they...
They've also got raw meat for all of you intelligent.
Do they just spawn? Okay, there's
And who could
Zubats.
forget guacamole gamer farts.
Wait.
I know you guys love a good gas.
Oh,
It's
Zubats
got
is
0 sugar,
affected for
0
some reason.
carbs, and it's less than 1 calorie per
What?
serving. Sorry to any
Okay.
Piggy fans out there. GamerSupps is keto friendly,
Wait, give me a minute.
diabetic
Where are
safe,
you?
cheaper than energy drinks or soda,
Suck
and
it.
there's no crash from this delicious caffeinated beverage. They've even
I
got
need to
a
catch 4 more.
caffeine-free option
I
if
might as
you're
well.
weird and cool. They've even, I mean, it's cool if you don't like it. You're not a pussy if you don't like caffeine. You're normal. If you don't like caffeine, you're normal, actually. And of course,
What?
everything tastes better out of a degenerate waifu cup. And today, GamerSupps and I are giving away some free samples just for you. Completely free, free shipping. What do you have to lose?
Why is,
So use my
why is
code TOM
Turkish
at
Thomas
GamerSupps.gg
calling me
to
out
get your free
in his
sample.
ad?
Or hey, if you miss out on the free samples, no worries. You'll still get
Is that an
10%
alpha?
off any
What?
purchase at GamerSupps.gg with my code TOM. Do it right now
Fuck you.
before I do something nice to you.
Oh, I
The
missed.
fans didn't know about their issues until years later, but during this period, while still with Casey, Amber began talking to a girl online named Crystal. Even though Amber said Crystal was just a friend, they did talk romantically, and Crystal would send
What
her
the
gifts.
fuck? I
As
look
Amber's
back. What is this
relationship with
image?
Casey became more strained, she eventually made the decision to leave Casey and move in with Crystal. However, Amber quickly realized that she
Okay,
had
one
almost
more.
no money, no car, and no way to actually move out of Casey's place on her own. This left her in a tough spot, so Crystal's mom ended up paying for most of the move. By 2013, Amber was officially living with Crystal, and this new chapter in her life seemed
Did
to
she
motivate
just
her to start a weight
start
loss
dating
journey.
people
Inspired
so
by the
that-
change, she decided to document her progress on YouTube for
The fuck is
everyone to
happening
see.
in
Amber Lynn uploaded her first video on November 17th, 2013.
Did she just start
where she
dating
talked
people
about
so
her
she could
plans
just
for a girl boss weight
move?
loss journey?
My name's Amberlyn, and I wanted to start a YouTube channel for weight loss. I see a
What?
lot
Why are you talking so quiet?
of other people doing it, and I think making
Can't hear what you're
these
saying.
videos, it might make me accountable.
Speak
Amber's
louder.
online following started out pretty small, but her audience was excited to see how her progress would go. And make no mistake,
Nah, I don't
she
give
was
a
pretty
shit.
big, so the idea of her losing a significant amount of weight was something that piqued the interest of her audience, no matter how long it would take. To kick things off, Amber posted her first weigh-in video. In it, she shared both her current weight and her goal weight. She started her journey at 368 pounds. She also mentioned that she had lost a decent amount
Is that
of
it
weight
for
in
the
the
goal
past
bets?
and believed she could do it again, hoping it would be the
I just need
solution
one more.
she needed to turn her life around for good. However, things weren't
Zubats
looking the best
spawn.
after just a few days, when she posted another weigh-in showing that she had gained 3 pounds instead of losing a single one. Initially, her audience remained supportive, understanding that setbacks can happen. But as time went on and Amber started
Yeah, but, like,
complaining about back
how,
pain and her
bro?
struggles with binge eating, her followers began to lose patience. It became clear to many that her journey wasn't progressing as they had hoped. This led to criticism from viewers who felt that Amber
Like,
wasn't being
how
honest
do
about
you
her
go,
efforts
I'm gonna
or
lose
progress.
weight
She responded
and
to the
gain
criticism in
weight?
her own videos, defending herself, which
Like,
only
this
seemed to
is
make
insane.
her followers more frustrated and disappointed. In 2014,
Means
her
you did the
audience grew
complete
increasingly
opposite.
frustrated with her lack of progress. At the start of the year, her weight had climbed to 377 pounds, 9 pounds heavier than when she initially began her weight loss journey. It seemed like Amber was full of
I just need a
explanations for
gold
why
bat.
things weren't working
I need a
out.
single
She blamed
gold
the
bat.
scale for being inaccurate, her diet for not being effective, and the pain she was experiencing as reasons for her struggles. There were moments where it seemed like she really tried to turn it around, but she often found herself admitting defeat. For example, she once planned to eat 1,700 calories a
gold bat.
day, with the exception of Thanksgiving, but failed on the very first day.
Already messed up. And today's only the first day. I just don't know what to do.
As it
You have
became
no
clear that her
self-control.
weight loss progress wasn't going anywhere, Amber began
Like
shifting her
what?
content to include vlogs. While she had dabbled before, by 2014 it became a bigger
Okay,
focus of her channel.
we've caught
Amber's
all of
girlfriend,
them that we
Crystal,
need to
often
catch.
appeared in the vlogs. Amber had already attracted a number of online critics, and she became obsessed with responding to hateful comments. Some
Yeah, I
of the
don't think
negative
I-
attention
do I
spilled over to
have?
Crystal, and Amber was particularly defensive when people insulted her girlfriend. As Amber's channel transitioned into more of a vlogging format, viewership began to drop. Her everyday life didn't seem all that
Oh, yeah, it still
interesting,
has a-
and if
okay.
she had continued to focus solely solely on vlogging, her channel might have faded into irrelevance. But Amber, seeing the signs, eventually returned to focusing on her weight loss. She began posting almost daily and stuck to her routines more diligently, and for the first time, she saw real progress. At one point, she weighed in at 351 pounds, which meant she had lost 17 from her starting weight. But even with this success, Amber soon began expressing frustration over the slow pace of her progress. She felt like the weight wasn't coming off fast enough, and the excuses started creeping back into her videos. This marks the return of old habits, and before long, she was back to slipping on her diet.
I used to be down 89 pounds. Here's my weight.
Trying to think of a reason why people think that, like, losing weight is going to be quick and easy. And the only thing I can come to is it because in their mind they're like, well, all I did was eat food and I gained weight this quick, so if I just exercise, I'm going to lose it just as quick? Is it the reason? Like, it's got to be, right? What? You bitch. You bitch. Get slashed.
And photo from today.
Because, like, it's easy to put weight on than it is to
all the weight
lose
she had
it.
previously lost. Still, she promised to get back on track with a healthy lifestyle. In early 2015,
Okay, 5 more
she began
slashes.
going to the gym more regularly and made some improvements to her eating habits, which led to a small amount of weight loss. It seemed like if she could stick to her routine and
42
maintain a
arm
healthy
ups?
diet,
What
she
the
might have
fuck
seen
are arm
significant
ups?
progress. But as you'll come to learn,
Is
that's
that
not
even a
really how
thing?
things work with Amber. Once again, she fell back into old habits,
Of course
indulging
she
in
did.
fast food even while continuing to go to the gym.
Because she
Despite her
asked for a
workouts, the weight
salad
wasn't
and they
coming
gave
off,
her
and her
2
followers were
packets of
quick to point
chips.
out that diet plays a more important role in weight loss than just exercise. But Amber wasn't interested in this advice and chose to ignore the feedback, brushing off anyone who
By
tried
me.
to offer suggestions. In Amber's videos, viewers started picking up on the fact that nearly every time Crystal made an appearance, she was coughing, which eventually led her to see a doctor to get it checked out. The diagnosis turned out to be a simple ulcer, something minor and easily treatable. However, Amber reacted dramatically, blowing the situation out of proportion, even though it wasn't very serious.
Oh my god, is she one of those fucking weird people who take something simple and try and make out like it's like a huge deal? Is she one of those idiots? Is she gonna get like a cold later on and make a video telling everybody how she has cancer? Is that what's gonna happen? Oh my god.
That Crystal actually has an ulcer on her esophagus, and we never knew this. I just got done crying because
Why?
I know ulcers like don't kill you per se. It just makes me really sad, and it makes me want to sue the place.
It makes you want to sue them because they told you what's medically wrong with you? What? What's her logic there? How do you think you would be able to sue them? Are all Americans like this? Just utterly stupid? Like, what's your logic? Do Americans just think they could sue people for anything? Because like, that's not how it works. Bro. If that was the case, and you could sue them, doctors wouldn't do their jobs. I don't think there'd be a single doctor that would want to do their actual job. Because if what she's saying is like something you can do, what doctor would want to go in and tell their patient that they have something medically wrong with them? If it means that that person can then just sue them because they told them what was wrong with them. This chick is so dumb.
It's absolutely devastating,
By now, people had started realizing that Amber loved to shove her camera in almost any situation she found herself in, regardless of how personal it was. It became more apparent that YouTube was starting to become her life, and oversharing personal details would start becoming a staple of the forming Amberlyn Reed brand. Despite Crystal's health issue, Amber didn't change her habits or deviate from her usual pattern. She continued to binge on unhealthy foods, even though she often talked about returning to the gym. For weeks, she repeatedly promised to start fresh on Monday, yet those commitments never materialized. At the
Monday
same
never
time,
came.
there were also subtle clues as to why Amber might have been more emotional than usual. Crystal had begun sleeping in a separate bedroom because Amber's snoring had become unbearable. But it wasn't just the snoring. Crystal's patience with Amber seemed to be wearing thin.
Ceaseless
She had
Edge,
grown increasingly
Aquatail,
frustrated
Hydropump.
with Amber, which was clear from her attitude. She appeared less and less in the videos, and when she did, her irritation with Amber was extremely noticeable. At this point, Amber was also living without a steady source of income. She was posting regularly on her YouTube channel, but it was still relatively small, and she wasn't making enough money from it to support herself. As a result, she relied heavily on Crystal, who ended up covering most of their living expenses. Amber, in turn, contributed very little financially, which caused tension between them. Over time, Crystal began to grow even more resentful, and the relationship got worse as Amber continued to rely on her without taking steps to improve her own situation. By the middle of 2015, Amber's focus on weight loss had completely disappeared from her content. Most of her videos were now daily vlogs, with Crystal appearing less and less and less, as they became rather uneventful. As the interest in her channel began to fade, Amber once again decided to restart her weight loss journey. When she stepped on the scale for the first time, she somehow reached a new record, 403 pounds, her heaviest yet, 34 pounds more than when she had started earlier.
She's like
Although
way
Amber
bigger than that
constantly
now,
spoke
though,
about
right?
being committed to losing weight, her actions didn't match her words. Her vlog still showed her eating poorly, and there was little indication that she was serious about her new journey. Thinking she needed support, Amber started saying that she joined Overeaters Anonymous, a program designed to help people who struggle with overeating, like Alcoholics Anonymous, except instead of Hennessy, it's McDonald's. Amber claims she showed up early for her first meeting, standing outside in the rain, but after searching for the location, she gave up and never went back. With Amber's history of making questionable claims, many wondered if she ever truly attempted
Yeah,
to
I was gonna
attend the
say,
meeting.
it
Regardless
seems like
of
this
that,
woman
one thing
lies
was
a lot.
clear. Amber was gaining even more weight. She had completely given up on any sort of diet or exercise regimen, and her weight increased to the point where her scale could no longer display the actual number. During this time, Amber was also
What?
trying
That's a
to learn how
thing?
to drive, with Crystal dedicating a lot of time to
Wait.
teaching her. Despite Crystal's efforts, Amber never
Hold
managed.
on. Do scales have a weight limit? Like, I know, like I have cooking scales. They have a weight limit. I think it's like 10 kilos or something. But do, like, they... Maybe they do. Do scales have... Why is the first option batteries? Weight limits. Yes, scales do have weight limits, meaning they can only accurately measure objects up to a certain weight. Oh. Holy shit. Bro. What? And she exceeded it? Wait, what is 400 pounds? Because, like, 700 pounds is, like, what, 300 kilos? So they're like, what's 400? Nearly 200 kilos. Holy shit. So wait, what's the limit of a scale? Is the limit of a scale to... Wait, what? Maybe it's 200 kilos? And then she's like, going just over it? Bro, I didn't know they had that at all. Holy shit. I didn't realize. I know I didn't think that was a thing. Like, because I know that cooking scales have a limit, so I guess it makes sense. For some reason, my brain, I don't know, I just never put two and two together. I guess I never knew anyone that could exceed the limit of a scale. Like, the heaviest person I've ever known would be probably my pop. I think when he was at his heaviest, he was 114 kilos. But then he got down to, I think it was 100 or 99 kilos, something like that. But yeah, he was probably the heaviest I knew, which was like 100, 114-ish, give or take a kilo. Bro, I didn't even know you could. Bro, she's fat as fuck. Because, like, I googled 700 pounds because Tammy lost a bunch of weight. I watched a clip recently, and she, at her heaviest, she was like 700 pounds. So I was curious. Bro, that's like 300 kilos. That's insane. That's so big.
To get the hang of it. Just a reminder, Amber had been pretty much freeloading off of Crystal and her mother for over a year at this point. The fact she was not even willing to learn how to drive, along with a plethora of building resentment throughout the months, 100% contributed to Crystal eventually reaching her breaking point.
Wait.
On April 15th, 2015,
Hold
Amber
on, did he just say
she was not even willing to learn how to drive, freeloading off of Crystal and her mother for over a year at this.
She was freeloading off Crystal's mother? As well as Crystal. What? It seemed like she only got with this Crystal chick anyway because she wanted to move out of where she lived. Right? Is there going to be like a common trend with this woman? Is she just going to like quickly move on to another partner whenever she needs to like leave or gets kicked out? Is that what's going to happen? I don't have another do what, which is just sad. Bro, why do I have so many of you? Oh, I know why, because I wanted an alpha, right? Where I don't even know where is it? Did I send him to Pokemon Home? I might have. Now that I'm looking at it, because I don't see him. Mr. Hands. Oh no, wait, there he is. Seth. Oh, he's nearly level 100. Okay, so I don't have another do-what, which means I need to catch another do-what. But I don't think I really need to catch another do-what. I'm thinking I need to catch brain, work, power, this thing, Oshawott. Right? Oh, I don't. Never mind, I don't need to evolve them. Thought maybe I might need to evolve them, but I don't. So it doesn't matter. I just need to catch a single do-what and evolve it. Got it. Okay, so we need to see strong and agile. And I'll focus on strong. Okay. And then Aquatail. I knew you needed a water move, I just didn't think of what it was. Strong style. Aquatail. I gotta defeat these things? I have to catch 5 alphas? Why? What a weird requirement. Okay. Bite and Aquatail though. Change moves. Okay, you already have Bite. Do you have Aquatail? There. I'll give her a rest. And then move it up here. Okay. I can't believe I need to catch 5 of you. That's so weird. Whoops. Whoops. Buttons. I'll figure them out eventually. Yeah, I just need to catch a bunch of you. I need to catch some of you. And it needs aerialase times given food. What? So just aerialase. And I don't even need like strong style or anything. I gotta give it food though, which is strange. Okay. Wait, can I find one? And just throw food at it? Wait, do I have food? Oh, I do. Where do they spawn? Does one spawn here anyway? Oh, I know where they spawn. Hold on. I know exactly where they spawn. There's an alpha one over here. Right?
This point, the fact she was not even willing to learn how to drive, along with a plethora of building
Bro, I
resentment
can't
throughout
believe
the
she was
months,
like
100% contributed to Crystal
not only
eventually
was she
reaching her
fucking
breaking
over
point. On
this
April 15th,
girl that she was supposed to be in a
Amber would
relationship
finally
with,
upload going through
she's
a
fucking
breakup.
over her mother as
When I
well.
come at you guys
Like,
as a surprise, because it came at me as a surprise, definitely. A lot of people guessed what I was going through. I'm not sure how. Lucky guess. We decided to break up.
Although
because
Amber
you're
and Crystal had
fucking
ended their
open
romantic
book.
relationship, Amber claimed they continued to maintain a friendship, with Amber still living in Crystal's house. Almost immediately, Crystal
yummy.
began searching for a new partner, leading Amber to understand that her time in the home was quickly dwindling. Interestingly, the breakup seemed to spark a renewed desire in Amber to focus on her weight loss. She began to claim that she was counting calories and eating healthier foods. However, given her track record, it was hard for anyone to take her statements seriously at this point. Amber also mentioned that her aggressive weight loss efforts were causing her to develop gallstones, which are a little bit of a gross out warning here, hardened deposits of bile that form in the gallbladder, and that this was due to the drastic changes she was making. At one point, she returned to Overeaters Anonymous, stating that she had cried over 10 times in just 1 hour. Still, she didn't follow through with her commitment and soon reverted
This chick
to her
is
previous
too
habits once
emotional to
again.
be
It
this
was already
fat.
clear that Crystal had grown tired of Amber living with her.
What
And
the
as time
fuck
went
did?
on,
What was
she
that?
faced the unsettling. It was already
What is that? Is that yogurt? Did she put lollies and yogurt together? And like cookies or something? What is this?
clear that Crystal
That
had
ice
grown
cream?
tired of Amber living with her, and as time went on, she faced the unsettling prospect of needing to find a new place to stay, all while lacking a job or a car. Just as it seemed her situation couldn't get any worse, Amber began to communicate with the new
How does she
girl
have so much
online,
money?
which was probably the one thing she had going for her at the time. Amber would eventually reveal that the girl she was talking to online was named Destiny, and the relationship was progressing at a rapid rate, most likely because Amber was on the verge of being evicted. Amber quickly moved in with Destiny and her new roommate, and soon after, Destiny became a regular feature in Amber's videos. Her wacky expressions made her far
That's a
more
woman?
entertaining than Amber, providing the much-needed boost to her content.
I mean,
Destiny
that's a
also owned several
woman.
pets, including a cat named Gracie, who one day went missing and was never seen again. Fans speculated that Amber might have deliberately let Gracie outside, but there wasn't any proof at the time. Also at that
Why?
time, Destiny had already reached the pet limit for her apartment, and it was clear that Gracie didn't have a strong bond with Amber, nor did Amber care much for the cat. Amber had
Why
long
is there a
harbored
dog?
dreams of having her own child, and even established a fund for that purpose well before Gracie's disappearance.
What the fuck did they do to
timing
that
of the
dog?
cat's vanishing act and Amber's swift acquisition of a new cat named Wasabi raised suspicion among viewers, but there was no proof of
what?
this. Destiny, of course, was heartbroken. Gracie was her beloved pet, and she had this cat far before Amber even came into the picture. Destiny held out hope for Gracie's return, while Amber appeared largely unaffected by the whole ordeal. In 2015,
Well, she
financial
did. It's not
issues
her
began
cat.
to emerge in the household, especially after Amber moved in.
Well-
Destiny appeared to struggle
Hold on, what was up with the dog? What was up with that weird dog? Like, am I the only one that was confused by that? There was like a half-naked dog. Why was there a half-naked dog? Which is like a weird statement because, like, you know, dogs are... Okay, never mind. Oh, it's sleeping. Okay. Fight me. So, we speculate she let the cat out so she could get her own cat. But then there was a dog. I'm so confused about this other dog. Why was there just a dog for no reason? Like I don't understand. And also, did he say that she was talking about making plans to have a child? But from what we've seen, she's just been dating women, right? Is she like planning on getting a donor? Like,
to sustain their lifestyle, leading Amber to sell many of her personal items to avoid having to get a job. Amber did eventually start applying for work, and one of the roles she targeted was the same as Destiny's, a care assistant.
yeah, she didn't have a job. Wait, how is she making money?
Patients with tasks they can't even manage on their own. Alongside her job applications, Amber would say that she was officially part of Weight Watchers, trying to get back into the weight loss content. Fans had liked seeing Destiny and Amber making content together a lot more, but that didn't stop them from getting into a few minor controversies.
Why is she bringing
One
Weight
of the
Watchers
funnier
into
examples
this?
of this was when
What'd they
Destiny
do?
used the N-word in one of Amber's vlogs, which outraged some people even though it was in the context of a song lyric. Around this period, Amber also provided a weigh-in update to track her weight loss progress. She claimed to be following Weight Watchers diligently, and many were eager to see her results. Surely this time, because of the Weight Watchers, she had at least lost a few pounds.
I weighed myself and I was 425.8. That is the highest
What?
I've ever weighed in my whole
Send a
entire
bowl.
life.
That's right. Not only has she not lost any weight, she was up to 425. Fans were not the happiest
Bro, she
about
keeps
this
gaining
development,
weight.
and Amber started receiving some major backlash for her dishonesty. In almost every vlog, Amber and Destiny would frequently eat out, often citing their busy schedules and lack of time to prepare meals at home as the reason. It was also during this period
Or
that
does she
Amber
mean you like
famously
takeaway?
attempted to introduce veganism into her life, saying she would commit to eating vegan meals at least
Like,
one day
I
a
eat
week.
takeaway
Unsurprisingly, this didn't last long.
maybe
At the start of
2
2016,
times a
Amber would
week,
once
3
again
times?
start a new weight loss journey at the beginning of the year.
If I
but
feel
her
like it,
scale ended up not being
I'd
able
say
to weigh
about
her.
2 times a
After
week.
purchasing a new one, she weighed
I
in
just
at
like
approximately
takeaway.
460 pounds, which was 40 more than the last recorded weight. By April, she had reached 470. Amber also started making a habit of
Like, just
placing the
admit
blame
it.
on others, specifically calling Destiny an enabler and saying that she needed more support to
What am I-
succeed in
what
her
is
weight
that?
loss
Is that
journey.
bacon?
This may have contributed to cracks in her relationship
That's a
with
shit ton of
Destiny,
bacon.
similar to what happened with Crystal. Destiny then started appearing less frequently in the vlogs, though a bit more than Crystal had, but the
What are they
difference in her
making
enthusiasm
that
and
requires
presence
that
was
much
definitely
bacon?
noticeable. By this point, people had started recognizing a recurring pattern with Amber, and they labeled it the Amberlynn cycle. This cycle typically began with Amber attempting to redeem herself, presenting a new weight loss plan, doing regular weigh-ins, announcing
Yeah.
a shift in mindset, purchasing new tools or joining a new program, and generally
Okay,
displaying
5
a
more.
positive attitude with a renewed sense of determination. The second phase would begin when things started to unravel. She'd gradually slip back into old habits, eating out more frequently, skipping weigh-ins, and showing a general disregard for the goal she had initially set.
Skipping
Next came the
weigh-ins?
third
What do you
phase,
mean?
where her backslide became more
She have
obvious.
to go somewhere
She
to
would
weigh
openly
in?
indulge in large amounts of fast food and junk food, confessing that she had abandoned her diet efforts, often providing explanations such as struggling with a disorder or other excuses to justify her behavior. Finally, the cycle concluded with a
Okay, so
phase of emotional
she's
manipulation.
one of those ones
She would
likes
break down in
to
tears,
use
offer
excuses for
apologies,
everything.
and express
Got
that
it.
she needed time for herself, but without ever accepting real responsibility.
Fat
The cycle
fuck.
repeated itself several times by now, and would continue to do so as time went on. A few months into 2016, Destiny's grandfather tragically suffered a heart attack and was hospitalized, which was understandably a frightening experience for both her and the entire family.
Wait,
But Amber chose to
how'd I
vlog during
riff
the
that?
car ride to the hospital, casually sharing this deeply personal situation with her audience, all while displaying a notable lack of sensitivity. It felt reminiscent of how she acted when Gracie went missing, where she seemed emotionally detached. On the flip side, during this period,
'cause she's
Amber's
just
emotional
using
state
this
seemed
person
very
as a place
unstable,
to
as She
live.
was constantly reacting to the growing negativity and feeding into the hate she received online. She appeared
If she doesn't have
perpetually
this
upset
person,
by
she has
one thing
nowhere to
or
live,
another, and
right?
this turmoil came at a particularly difficult time.
Am I
as
wrong?
Destiny's mother was also dealing with serious medical issues. The two decided to move to Kentucky, supposedly to help care for her, though that didn't seem to result in much actual assistance. Amber got into hot water again when she vlogged at a child's grave. One of Destiny's friends had tragically lost a young kid, and to pay her respects, Destiny wanted to visit the grave. Amber not only vlogged the entire journey to the cemetery, acting unexpectedly cheerful, but also recorded footage of the grave itself. It's
What
doubtful
the
that she had
fuck?
the mother's consent to do so, and her upbeat demeanor on the way to a child's grave was seen as very unsettling. This was not the last controversy, though. After moving to Kentucky, Amber would find
What is
herself
wrong with this
embroiled in
woman?
yet another issue, this time involving her previous job. For months, she had claimed to be working full-time.
I mean, I'm
and been
pretty
putting in her
stupid,
best
but even
effort.
I realize
However,
that's
a
not a
video would soon expose
thing you
that
should be
not only
doing.
was this not true, but also that several other things she had said were lies.
Something else I've lied about is the job I had in Florida. I told you guys that I was a PCA worker at a assisted living facility.
A what?
Full time.
What's a PCA worker?
I was a PCA worker at assisted living facility, but I was not full time. I felt so guilty about my life in Virginia.
She's probably working there for like a day.
I lived with my ex-girlfriend for almost 4 years without a job, and I lived off of her parents, and a lot of people didn't understand why I didn't have a job at the time and this and that. I wanted you guys to be proud of me, and I didn't want you guys to think I was some helpless person. And
why?
I thought by saying I
Your
had a
audience.
full-time job that it would make me seem like some freaking awesome person, and really
They're not your friends.
my weight, I wouldn't say I've lied to
Does
you
she
guys
have
per
like
se about it, but I
what?
definitely haven't been.
What's that called? God damn it, where's Benny when I need him? What's that? What is it called? When someone like has a weird attachment to their creator? Ah, what the fuck? Where'd you come from? I can't think of the word. Parasocial relationship? Is that what it is? Does she have that, but with her audience? Is it the opposite for this chick? She's the one with the parasocial relationship? Is that even possible? Because, like, that's what it kind of seems like. This chick's crazy.
And like into like telling you guys my weight. I'm fluctuating a lot. Whenever someone asks me, you know, oh, she's gaining weight or whatever, I always just say I'm losing. I don't know. I just feel like it's so much safer to just say what people want to hear and what I feel like people will not hate.
No, it's not. It's safer to just tell the truth. Because then when they find out you haven't been telling the truth, they get upset. This isn't just like your audience. This is just in general. For anything. Just don't lie. It's very easy. It's like one of the easiest things to do is to just not lie. I don't understand why people find it so difficult. It blows my mind. So stupid.
The video that shocked most people was Amber's lie about Destiny's mom being ill as the excuse for moving to Kentucky, when in reality, they just wanted to move.
The reason why we moved to Kentucky, I said it's because Destiny wanted to be there.
Why do you... Once again, why do you need a reason? Just tell them you're moving. You don't need to give them a reason. They're not owed a reason. For people like this, I'm like, I see them and I'm like, how are you an adult? Have you made it to adulthood? Like, I don't understand. How are you not dead yet? This is insane. Why are you trying to please everyone? She's pretty much trying to please everyone and no one at the same time. It's insane.
For her mom. I said we wanted to take care of her. I think I might have said that in a vlog. I don't know why. But
Because you're crazy.
We were just tired of Florida.
Because you're a crazy
I just felt like it
bitch.
was easier for me to say, you know, oh, we just want to be there for her mom.
Viewers were obviously extremely upset that Amber Lynn had tried using sympathy for the reason why she moved to Kentucky, but more than that, they were just puzzled. She could have just said, yeah, me and Destiny want to move to Kentucky, so we're going to do that. It's not like she had to justify moving to her audience. Several people at this point were starting to realize that Amber was more than likely a pathological liar. When it came to not telling the truth, she just couldn't help herself, even if it was pointless. Amber once again gave up.
Do pathological liars enjoy lying? Is that why they lie? I don't know. So I'm like what would I be? I'm the opposite. I'm the complete opposite. I just don't lie. Sometimes I withheld truth, right? I don't tell people everything, but I don't lie about it. I don't go out of my way to come up with a lie about it. No, stop it. Eat my goop. Be gooped. Ah! Be gooped. Eat the goop. I gotta catch. Where'd it go? I gotta catch 5 of you or something, right? Stop it. Oh, it only takes 1 goop now? What? Is that a barrel over there? Oh no, I need to catch alpha ones. Right? It was alpha ones, right? Oh no, I just need to catch some. Okay, but I need 5 alphas. Okay. I can do that. Come here. Bro, he looks so... Look at him. My god, he's so adorable. Look at this. Bro, he's just a guy. He's just... Aww. He was a goofy goober. Baby. I reckon I can find some more. Oh, there is another one. Staravia? What? Okay, I did not know you spawned down here. I thought it was just beavers all in this. Okay. So now I'm gonna remember every time I come back here that I have to catch this Babarrel. This alpha Babarrel. I need to catch 2 more. There's 2 more, right? I think it was 2 more. Doesn't a Babarrel spawn over here somewhere? No? Oh. Well, that's just sad. Well, time to kill some beavers. Yeah, I am curious. Like, I wonder if someone who is a pathological liar has, like, talked about it. Because I am curious on why they do it. Like, do they enjoy it? Is it an enjoyment thing? Or is it like... Do they not think that their life is good enough or something? So they feel like they need to make their life better by lying? I don't understand.
Up on trying to lose weight and went back to vlogging, uploading more content than ever since she was
What
now
is
making
that?
money on YouTube.
Is that
Occasionally,
sushi?
she would post rants, and one of them was about her ex, Casey. In Amber's video, she accused Casey of being a rapist, claiming Casey had committed illegal acts, portraying herself as the victim. Somehow, Casey managed to find this video and actually made a response that no one saw coming, completely refuting everything Amber had accused her of and saying that Amber was the abuser and not her.
The places she said about being hit, those were the exact places she hit me. I was the one being abused. I didn't do it, and I damn well did not rape her. One time, I don't know why we argued, but I...
Can a woman rape another woman? Because, like, I'm Googling what the definition of rape is. Rape. Definition. The forced penetration of the vagina or anus. That's what I was going to say. I'm pretty certain the word rape is used for when there's penetration. Any person with any part of the body or another person or any object against their consent. Okay, so yeah, it's penetration is what determines if it's rape. Because you can use an object as well. Okay. So then it was just common term used to describe sexual assault in the community. So you would just say sexual assault, right? Instead of rape. So that means that unless she used an object, right? Wait. What? What's a... Huh? A barrel just spawned in front of me. What? What the fuck just happened? Did the map reset? Because it rained? Wait, does that mean the alpha's back? Wait, what? What's mad at me? Ah, Never mind. See you later. Did the alpha come back? No. Doesn't seem like it. Well, that's just sad. Okay, so now I'm gonna Google, like, whether or not a woman can rape another woman. Because I'm curious on what the internet says about it. Because in my mind, like, I don't see how that's possible. Unless they use an object, can a woman rape a man? That's not what I want another woman. Help is available? What? Wait, what? 1-800-RESPECT. What? Does it think that what? Does it think I'm asking this because I think the internet thinks I've been raped by a woman, and I'm a woman. What? Go away. I don't need help. I mean, I need help because I need to figure out if it's possible, but I don't... Leave me alone. Maybe if I change the way I framed it. Is it possible? For a woman to rape another woman? I just want to know if it's possible. I don't need help. Why does it keep... It keeps bringing up things. If you've been assaulted. Leave me alone. I haven't been assaulted. I just want to know if it's possible. Case report. Oh, there was a case for this. A 26-year-old woman came to whatever that is after being raped in the early hours by another woman. Wait. I'm intrigued. Same-sex rapes are generally male to male. What I would assume. With a large number of assaults occurring between acquaintances, female to female rapes occur with far less frequency. And a literal... What? And the... I don't know what that's trying to say. Okay. So this is saying it can't happen. But then if you look up the definition of rape, it would mean that if there was no penetration, then it doesn't count as rape. But it still counts as sexual assault, though. Right? Intriguing. Very intriguing.
I was put on the bed. She wailed on me. Beat me real bad. Did I fight back? Nope, not that time. Why? Because she kept calling me an abuser. So I just took it. I took it.
What?
Then she took off outside.
She beat you while telling you were an abuser? How does that work? And you were dumb enough to believe her? Is that the gist? Okay.
To the bus stop.
Casey would show proof to back up most of what she said and pretty much prove that Amber had been cheating on her with Crystal before they had even broken up. Amber's response to Casey's video was probably one of the funniest response videos ever, as she decided that a great way to refute all of her points was by making a sick rap poem about it.
Escape the pain and outwardly insane, escape the thoughts and the online taunts. Just admit you were wrong and play a different song. Admit the guilt you've sown like a misguided basket case of poisoned sentences.
What is happening
my
right
life
now?
is my story, but yet you've
How do these fat people keep
It didn't
getting
take long for the comments to overwhelmingly make fun of
partners?
her for how
I don't
absurd
understand.
this was. Because of this drama and what felt like Destiny's personal life being invaded by Amberlynn's obsession with putting everything online, it became obvious that Destiny was drifting away. She seemed irritated with Amber most of the time and was constantly on her phone.
Like, I don't-
Eventually, after months of their relationship crumbling, Amber announced that she and Destiny had officially broken up, and the
How do you-
fans were pissed.
How do you keep finding people who want to date you?
Just upset with me. Why is Destiny's Facebook say that she's single? Why aren't you on her profile picture? Like, what is happening? Like, why are you doing this to us?
What?
Destiny broke up with me.
It came to light that Destiny had been talking to other women even before the breakup, so despite claiming they were still on good terms, it was obvious there was tension between them. Amber and Destiny did continue living together, and during that time, Amber constantly tried to win her back, even though Destiny had clearly moved on and quickly started dating someone new. After that, Amber began drinking more in her videos, frequently crying, and talking about how she needed to put herself back out there. Despite her emotional struggles, she was actually losing weight, which seemed to improve her mood a bit, but things took a turn when Destiny started bringing her new girlfriend around, making it clear to Amber that the relationship was truly over. The three of them would even hang out together, even though it was
Wait,
pretty
she was still
awkward
living
Amber
with
being
her?
the third wheel, and the tension between them only grew until, just like with Crystal, Destiny apparently had enough and moved in with her new girlfriend. Amber was now completely alone, which apparently activated some kind of survival sense in her, because not long after Destiny moved out, she had already found a new girl. Amber's new girlfriend was named Becky.
How?
Strangely enough, they first connected in the comment section of one of Amber's videos, where Becky showed a lot of belief in Amber, and from there, their relationship blossomed. Amber said she was really proud of Becky, who was
Oh,
a
yeah.
refreshing change compared to Destiny.
So she
While
was just
Destiny could
like,
be
this
rough
chick
around the
believes
edges
me.
and a bit outspoken, Becky
I
was
can
calm,
use that.
soft-spoken, and composed. When she did speak, it was usually to share something funny or tell a story. Even though Amber was hesitant to film Becky due to past issues with recording her partners, Becky didn't seem to mind at all. Through Becky, Amber and her viewers were introduced to new characters like Raph and Hannah.
Bro, I gotta
who
catch
became part of
25
their
of
friend
these
group.
fucking things.
Raph stood out with her hobby of collecting dolls, something that many saw as not being a casual interest, but
Wait,
instead being
stop.
in a way that almost gave off an unsettling serial killer vibe. It was also kind of awkward that
What?
Raph was Becky's ex, which
Oh,
added
what
some
the
tension
fuck?
between the three. Obviously, it didn't take
Bro, I
long
look back
for
at this
Raph to
creepy
start
dolls.
badmouthing Amber to Eric, her roommate, saying she didn't like Amber. Eric immediately relayed all of this to Amber, leading to some serious drama between them. The situation escalated with both
Who's
Amber and
Eric?
Raph going on separate live streams to bash each other,
Am I going
talking
crazy?
about how awful the other person was. This escalated even
Turkish
more when
Thomas
Amber
just
dumped
throwing
her
out
cats
names?
at Raph's place
Like, what's
after
happening?
moving in with Becky, citing that the landlord did not allow pets. Raph tried to help out
Wait,
by
that's-
arranging for one of the cats to get fixed, with a woman from an Amberlynn fan group covering the cost by paying the vet directly. The
My
appointment was
God.
all set, but when Amber found out, she wasn't too happy. She had Becky drive to Raph's house in the middle of the night during a thunderstorm to pick up the cats. One cat in particular had apparently also begun pissing all around Raph's house. Around 2017, Amber began calling herself the binge monster whenever she would abandon a diet or skip a weigh-in. She basically used this term to justify any of her actions towards Becky. She claimed that the binge monster helped her block out anything negative as a form of defense, an unstoppable force of sorts, like a wild animal feasting, and if
Or
anyone dared interrupt
she just
her, she
needs
would pounce.
excuses
While
to
we're on
do
the subject
anything.
of
It's
Amberlynn's
insane.
relationship with animals, viewers had also begun pointing out that Amber's dog, Twinkie, had put on a significant amount of weight over the years, possibly because Amber was sharing her own food with the dog.
Is it the
Twinkie had gained
same-
so much weight that one concerned
same
viewer
dog that
actually contacted
had no
Animal
pants
Control,
before?
believing the dog was living in unhealthy conditions. Animal Control did show up to check on the situation,
that water?
but nothing came of it. Not long after,
I didn't need
Amber
so much
posted a
ice.
video addressing the visit and concern over Twinkie's weight, calling whoever called Animal Control insane. Around this time, Amber had now reached 498 pounds. She promised that not only would she avoid eating out in January, but Becky would also join her on this weight loss journey. Amber shared her plans, saying she would exercise more and stick to her diet, posting videos to keep everyone updated. In the first week, she did manage to lose a few pounds, but the second week didn't go as well, with her admitting to binge eating and indulging in candy.
Is it
By the
more-
third week of January, she had
It's
completely
raining now,
returned to
right?
her old habits. Despite these setbacks, she still managed to lose some weight by the end of the month, a small victory considering what would become two of the most difficult years for her. An unusual development around this time was Destiny appearing in Amber's
Wait, that's an
videos.
alpha.
Things
What?
became even stranger when Amber
Why are you
started
here?
flirting with Destiny in front of Becky, despite the fact that Amber had seemingly settled into her relationship with her. This wasn't the only shift happening in Amber's life. She was prescribed depression medication by her doctors, and viewers would notice a slight change in her personality in future videos, saying that her eyes looked more and more hollow. The following months were filled with failed challenges, unmet
maybe they
weight
always
loss
looked
goals,
it, but
and
anyway.
tears on camera. And by mid-2018, Amber had crossed the 500-pound threshold, and the weight gain didn't
Oh
seem
my
to be
God,
stopping.
bro.
During this period, she
What
also
is
discovered
that?
that using clickbait titles was
Is that
a very
bananas
effective
on, like,
strategy
rice
to
cakes?
attract more viewers, which in turn generated more income. As she continued
Or
this
just put
approach,
Vegemite
it
on it.
almost seemed like she was motivated to gain more weight and rely increasingly on sensationalized content. Instead of discussing her weight openly, she would title her videos about starting a diet, only to follow them up with videos of her eating chocolate. This behavior understandably frustrated the audience, and it was even evident from her appearance that she was continuing to gain weight. People began comparing
God.
pictures of Amber from when
Bro.
she started the channel to the present, and there was a
Once again, how do you shit? How do you do the dunny? How do you go dunny? How do dunny? Like how? And then how do you wipe your ass? Did she get a girlfriend to wipe her ass? There's no way. Or how does this happen? Her like back is like, are you saying this? And then is it because of the pants she wears? Or how do you end up with a body shape like this? Like the front is just like normal, right? But then what the fuck happened here? What happened to her back? Bro.
noticeable difference. Amber admitted to relying heavily on scooters while shopping, since
Like,
walking
I'm
had become
fat,
a major challenge. Whenever she
but
did walk for any length of
I will
time,
not get
she would
any
often
fatter than
complain
what I
about
am
back
now,
pain and blisters
right?
on her feet. But by October, there was a glimmer of hope when Amber spoke about meeting with the dietitian.
Like
She claimed that this expert
95
understood her
kilos,
struggles and would
96
guide her
kilos,
back on
something like
track.
that.
However, it turned out that Amber
I don't think
had
I'll ever
connected
get
with
any
this
bigger.
dietitian through Instagram,
And if I start
after
getting
finding
bigger,
Amber
like if I
to be
hit
annoying,
100,
the dietitian eventually
I will
blocked her. The
go
year
out of my way to
2018
lose
was filled
a little
with
bit of
medical
weight.
issues, personal struggles with Becky, and friendship squabbles, making it a difficult time for Amber. But 2019 would prove to be
I feel like I'm
even
into
more
like a
insane.
good
Amber
weight,
kicked off the year by stepping onto
comfortable
a
weight.
massive new industrial scale, revealing an astonishing weight of 560 pounds. In response to the revelation, she declared that this time would be different. She was finally ready to
How
lose
do
the
you
weight
end up
she'd
with a
been
body
promising to
shape
tackle
like
for
that?
6 years. She recorded a video where she expressed her determination and commitment to change.
All the
This time
fat
for
went to
sure.
her ass.
Do full body shots every beginning of the month. I'll do random weigh-ins for you guys because I don't have a set schedule of when I weigh in. I don't want to get discouraged. This year, I'm very much making it about me. I am a priority this year, and I usually don't make myself a priority. So,
No, you always make yourself a priority. What are you talking about?
and the changes to come.
What we've seen
Despite how things had
is
gone
you
in the
making
past,
yourself a
this actually
priority.
led some viewers to believe that Amber was finally serious about losing weight, generating a lot of excitement. But the reality of the situation was quite different. By this point in time, it became clear that Becky had taken on the role of Amber's caretaker, managing household tasks that Amber could no longer handle due to her size.
Yeah,
With
like
Amber's
wiping her
significant weight
ass?
gain, she required assistance in nearly every aspect of daily life, leaving all chores to Becky. Furthermore, Amber's ongoing health issues worsened, impacting her mood in her videos and straining her interactions with others. One notable incident that
Bro, that
upset
looks
many
so
fans was
greasy.
what they referred to as Shrimpgate. In a video where she sat down for a mukbang featuring shrimp, Amber remarked that her viewers were obsessed with her weight loss journey, labeling their interest as unhealthy. The comment alienated some loyal supporters who had
What?
stood by her for years, effectively insulting them for their genuine concern. As a result, many fans unsubscribed, marking the
The amount of
first time
food
in
that's
history
going
her
in your
subscriber
face
count
is
began to
unhealthy. What are you
decline.
talking
In an attempt
about?
to show some real commitment, Amber began filming more exercise routines and healthy eating habits. However, many viewers remained skeptical, believing that these videos were merely for show.
The
While
ponytail's
Amber's actual
not
lifestyle
spawned
behind the
during
scenes was still quite
rain?
unhealthy. During this time, Becky's mother, Norma, was also diagnosed with cancer. Amber Lynn posted a YouTube video,
Oh
which
my
has since been
God.
deleted, where she and Becky discussed Norma's diagnosis and the treatment process. Amber
Bitch.
Lynn also promoted a GoFundMe page
I was
for
gonna
Norma in the video, as she urged viewers to
What?
watch and click on the ads. But people started to get suspicious about this GoFundMe as details were not adding up. I'm Becky's mom's very best friend. I want to make something
What?
very clear. She's trying to bring attention to
That's a
herself as always.
sentence
We should
and a
all know
half.
already Becky's mother has breast cancer, and no, she does not help at all. The drive to the hospital for surgery was a 7-hour drive. Plus, they had to stay 2 nights, and no, Amber did not go. And now she has to have another surgery this week because they didn't get all the cancer. And the B word talking about Amber Lynn is worried about uploading a dumb video. If people only knew Amber, they would not watch her at all. She's a very cold-hearted person, very
Yeah.
money hungry. Although Amber Lynn didn't go with them on the
Bro,
trip,
I I've
She
only been watching
reportedly
this
paid for their hotel once they arrived.
this thing for 30 minutes and been getting like snippets of what she's been doing, right? And I put that together. She only cares about herself. She doesn't care about anyone else. That's very clear. Like, well,
Arrived. Throughout the video, Becky made conflicting statements about her mom's insurance coverage, saying at different times that the insurance would cover half, wouldn't pay at all, or had denied coverage. Norma herself also gave mixed information, at one point stating she had insurance that would cover her treatment, and later claiming she did not, though these comments were later deleted by Amber Lynn. At the time, Norma was
she
married
would
to
just
someone
set that
named Jerry,
fucking
who was later
GoFundMe
revealed
up
to have
because
been
she
in the
wanted
Navy.
money.
His ex-wife then went on Kiwi Farms and dropped an absolute bombshell. Norma, Becky, and Amber Lynn started to try to scam unsuspecting people on GoFundMe. To answer some questions about Jerry's retirement, yes, he retired from the U.S. Navy. We actually met while both of us served in the U.S. Navy. I was injured in the line of duty and was medically discharged. I know how Navy retirement and insurance work. You get half your base pay for the years you were in and your discharge rank. It's not actually a retirement per se. It's a retention payment. In case of a full-blown war, they call up all retired military. TRICARE covers the spouse and underage dependents. Cancer treatment is 100% covered, including implants and reconstructive surgery. He also has a full-time job. People were extremely upset, to say the least. The idea that the GoFundMe was never necessary in the first place,
Bro,
and
I
that
could've
Amber Lynn
fucking-
and Becky had openly lied, was insane. After getting a
Just
tidal
come to
wave
me.
of hate and losing
Come to me when
subscribers,
these things
Amber Lynn
happen.
took down
I'll
the
tell you
video
straight
and
away if it's
responded in a
true or
YouTube
not.
community post now that she had been caught red-handed. My video about Becky's mom's cancer has been deleted by me because I had no idea about certain protocols when it came to talking about donations, ads, proceeds, money, charities, etc. If I did,
What?
I would have never spoken about it. I've contacted YouTube and spoke with them, and they suggested to take down the video. I explained to them that other channels might have already uploaded it, and they said that would be that channel's problem and no longer mine. My advice, delete the video too. It's truly been a hard time for all of us, and the mess going on online right now isn't helping out either. Please keep her in your prayers and thoughts. Thank you. On top of everything, during all the backlash, Amber Lynn became overwhelmed and ended up taking it out on Becky's mom, who was still battling cancer at the time, claiming she felt unappreciated. An audio recording of this incident later leaked, which made
I'm sorry. You're mooching off of these people. And you're mad at them because you feel unappreciated while you're mooching off them. What? Sometimes when I hear about these like people and I listen to like some of the things they do or say, it's like it's things that you'd like no one would possibly do that. Like that's insane. Why would anyone do that? But then it's like no, she actually did it. We have an audio thing of it. Like what? It sounds like from what we've been hearing, she mooches off them. She probably doesn't pay any rent or anything like that. And then when the mother truly needed help with things, she was like, didn't want to do it or did it, but reluctantly. And now is like, you don't appreciate me. Like, I can't even wrap my head around how stupid this is.
made fans even angrier and caused Amber Lynn to lose even more subscribers.
I have left comments.
Why does she
on
have
Facebook
any?
regarding your cancer. I have asked how you're doing. I have been there in that sense. Not once have you thanked me personally for the money I was going to give you, for the video I made. Not
The money I
once
was
did you
going
say
to give
sorry
you.
for any of the things that you have brought to my channel that is in a negative
bro?
light. I am not trying to argue with you. That is the last thing I want to do since you just got out of surgery. I am just tired of the added drama
Then why would
on
you?
my YouTube, and
Why would you bring it up at all? Especially since she just got out of surgery. What is wrong with this girl? I need to check something. Amber, there it is. Does she still have? Oh my god, she still has a YouTube channel. No way. Bro, she has 246,000 subscribers? How? Why is anyone subscribed to this woman? What is wrong with people? Reaction channels are lying about this, and finally a true rumor. What? Bro, she uploaded a video a day ago. Bro, she's still fat as fuck. She's still so fat. And I bet she's still like telling people that she's planning on losing weight. Or like, I should probably show you guys. Yeah. That's her subs. I don't know if you guys can see properly, but look. This thumbnail, bro, she's still fat as fuck. Oh, I didn't even look at the fucking stupidest thumbnail of all. She's dipping a burger into a fucking shake. Or a Coke or something. What? How has she not choked herself to death with this fucking necklace? That she keeps putting on weight. How's fucking fat not choked her? Bro, I can't believe she has so many subs. This is crazy.
And I'm tired of not being appreciated when I try to help you the best that I can.
Many wondered why Becky stayed silent while Amber Lynn disrespected her mother and
Getting
acted
agile.
entitled. Becky's lack of response confused people until it was later revealed that she had been on mood stabilizers, which left her feeling emotionally numb during that time. Becky later admitted that she hardly remembered anything from this period, but this could just be an excuse for the GoFundMe disaster.
Bro, I didn't even take
if you check out the
tablets and
GoFundMe
I'm always
today, it's
emotionally
still
numb.
up and says that they raised $3,000.
Wait,
Under
it's
the top
still
comment
up?
Is someone talking about how Becky and Amber lied about the entire thing. It's still unclear to this day if anyone
Bruh.
ever got a refund. Regardless, Amber Lynn and Becky's reputation was damaged beyond repair. On the 9th day
Good.
of Vlogmas in December of 2019,
But they still have
Amber Lynn
subs,
voiced her
so,
concerns
like,
about
it
Twinkie's
wasn't
health,
enough.
mentioning that the dog had difficulty walking, jumping on the bed, and was shaking in pain. Instead of taking him to the vet right away, Amber Lynn instead went shopping at Walmart and later had dinner at Chili's. She claimed that there were no emergency vets available nearby, but viewers quickly discovered that a 24-hour vet clinic was less than 20 minutes away from where she dined. This led some fans to contact animal control.
Okay.
Rather than seek professional help, Amber Lynn
This
gave
chick's so
Twinkie
dumb.
aspirin and later said that the dog seemed better the following day. Viewers would continue calling her out for this, and more of her subscribers were lost following
Wait,
this
what?
incident.
What? Hold on. Did you just say that she gave the dog aspirin?
Professional help, Amber Lynn gave Twinkie aspirin and later said
Bro, how is the dog alive? You just gave him human medicine? Like, you realize that the vets have to give them portions that's why you need to tell the vet how much your dog weighs. Because they need to make tablets that are designed for the weight of the dog. Bro, this chick is so dumb. Why do people have animals? They're so stupid. That's so... You could have killed your dog. And it... Bro, this hurts my head. How dumb this chick is. Like, Panda's having trouble with her hips, right? But, oh yeah, I said your name. Calm down. I didn't call you. I just said your name. And I haven't taken her to the vet, right? Because I know what the issue is. The only thing is they'll give me tablets for her to take, right? Which won't... What she has, it can't be fixed, right? They could just give me painkillers to lessen the pain. That's it, right? But Panda's really good with pain. even when she's hurt, she doesn't like doesn't seem to bother her, right? Like she's sliced her foot. How long ago was that? That was a bit ago now. Didn't bother her. Didn't suck. Just kept walking on it like nothing was wrong. Like she's a tough dog. And like now, like the other day when she tried to stand up and she couldn't, her like back legs wouldn't. The easiest way to explain what happened was she tried to stand up and like her back legs wouldn't work. It was kind of like she was paralyzed, kind of. But she didn't suck, nothing. She just lay back down until like she felt like she could get up. But what it is it's hip dysplasia. And she's had it the entire time I've had her. Like they told me when I got her that she had it. But it doesn't really come into effect until they're like older. Hip dysplasia occurs when the hip joint doesn't develop properly, causing the socket, whatever, to be blah blah blah. So yeah, she's always just had hip dysplasia, and most, as far as I know, most big dogs do have hip dysplasia anyway. It's like a common big dog thing. But yeah, I've talked to 3 or 4 different vets about it. Pretty much they just gave me like the same answer, which was just like not much they could do. They just give her painkillers. And the other reason why I'm like not really rushing to go get the painkillers is because she won't take them. She doesn't even want to take a flea tablet, bro. She is the biggest pain in the ass when it comes to tablets. Anything that smells remotely chemically, like that's the best word. That's the only word I could use to explain it. Like if you smell a tablet, that like smell that tablets have, anything that smells anywhere near that, she doesn't want it. She won't go nowhere near it. So I have to like jam it down her throat because you could put it in food. You could smother it in peanut butter. Sometimes she eats it when it's smothered in peanut butter, but sometimes she just sucks the peanut butter off it and spits it out. She's too smart, bro. So yeah, I don't think she would. I don't think she'd even care to have a tablet, to be honest. I think she just prefers cuddles. But like, there's no way in hell that even if she was like whining and howling, there's no way in hell I would just go, I'm just gonna give her like Panadol. Because I'm not a fucking idiot.
That the dog seemed better the following day. Viewers would continue calling her out for this, and more of her subscribers were lost following this incident. Despite the increasing hate Amber had been getting, in terms of her weight loss, things seemed to actually be improving. But then the pandemic hit.
All of her weight is like in her legs and ass.
It wasn't an ideal time
to
stay
possible?
on track with weight loss, and Amberlynn definitely struggled. Staying home more often, she relied heavily on food delivery like DoorDash. Amber used this extra time that she had during the pandemic to upload content to TikTok, which she seemed to really enjoy.
Actually,
Viewers
pretty
also
good.
seemed to enjoy her content, and whether or not it was ironic viewership, she was still getting a good amount of views, and a few clips of her went semi-viral. However, she then faced another health scare, and this time it was more serious. After noticing an unusual amount of bleeding coming from her parts, Amberlynn visited the doctor for some tests. She revealed that due to her size, certain scans couldn't be performed right away, and she had to wait for results. When they finally came in, it wasn't
Bet she was
good.
mad
She was
about it.
diagnosed with uterine cancer. She later
I bet like $1 million that because they couldn't do the scans, she was mad at the doctors and probably went home and was like, I'm gonna sue them because they can't do the scans because I'm too fat.
shared an emotional video explaining her diagnosis and the steps she would take moving forward.
So I got my results back.
Like, oh,
I do have cancer.
I don't care.
I think the reason why I'm really scared is because
Suck
of
shit.
my weight, which is also my fault. As hard as this is, I still just want to keep trying to live
I don't feel sorry for this girl at
All
all.
of this prompted Amber to start taking her health more seriously, and the audience showed a lot of support during this difficult time. Despite the lies she had told and the controversies she had been involved in, no
the
one
video
wanted to see her go
that I
through
just
something
saw
as
before,
serious
where
as
she's
cancer.
dipping a
To remove
fucking
it,
burger
she needed
into
a
a
hysterectomy, but before the surgery, she was required to lose some weight. Determined,
dipping
she
a
committed
burger
to
into a
dieting,
shake or a drink or
exercising,
some
and doing
shit.
everything possible to improve her
It
chances.
was like a
of
couple days
success.
ago.
However, instead of losing weight, she actually gained some more before the surgery.
Oh my
Still, it
God.
seems the
Of course
procedure
she
went
did.
smoothly, and she hasn't had any problems with cancer to this day. Things finally seem to be looking up for both Amber and Becky. They had both moved into a new place, Amber was cancer-free, and they planned to restart their weight loss journey together. Unsurprisingly, she never stuck to any of her goals, and Becky even revealed she had to help Amber with basic tasks, including using the bathroom, highlighting how bleak things had become in their household. It became clear that Amber Lynn's mental health was also declining. She stopped talking about weight loss entirely and focused on uploading vlogs, which was usually
Of course.
a bad sign for her
If I
progress.
needed
Her
someone to
binge eating
wipe my
escalated
ass,
again, as did the emotional breakdowns.
I thought it would
One of
be
the most
fucking-
iconic clips that went viral also happened around this time, and I think it really speaks for itself.
A veggie sandwich.
Oh my God, yes.
Literally just has veggies. They gave me 2 chips, although I asked for an apple.
That's it.
But that's okay.
Yeah, she asked for an apple. They gave her 2 chips. Yeah, okay.
Oh, they gave me the wrong sandwich. Oh no! Turkey with bacon and cheese. I'm really, really upset right now. I'll
But you
try
can eat it anyway.
This is not a veggie sandwich. Wow. Alright. Well, here we go.
Amber Lynn then surprised everyone with a big
Bro,
announcement.
she needs an
and
Oscar.
Becky
She
were
did so
engaged.
well.
While Amber Lynn didn't share many details, she described the proposal as very romantic and said Becky was thrilled. This news came around the same time Amber Lynn started facing a second wave of backlash from previously mentioned controversies, as more people had started digging into her past after she grew more on TikTok. In response, she began live streaming more often, a move that worked in her favor since she could set the chat to subscribers only mode. Deleting comments or turning them off entirely had become a frequent strategy for Amber Lynn to avoid
Ooh.
criticism. At this point, Becky's relationship with Amber Lynn was falling apart, at least from her perspective. The engagement, as it turned out, was mostly Amber's idea, and she had even purchased both of them the engagement rings. Becky had apparently tried to end the relationship once before, but wasn't able to go through with it. However, by 2021, Becky had reached her breaking point. Amber Lynn eventually uploaded a video announcing the inevitable.
Alright, so do you want to tell them?
I guess I'm gonna go ahead and just say it. We have broke up.
Like with Crystal and Destiny, both Amber Lynn and Becky claim they would stay friends and continue living together after the breakup. Though
Yeah, but
viewers
they're
were
saying, like,
doubtful that
look,
would actually
look at how
happen.
sad
Not long after, Amber Lynn
Amber
started openly
is.
criticizing Becky during live streams, often making negative comments about her. In one
She's
memorable
so
moment,
sad.
Becky
Look at her.
quietly reminded Amber, "Remember who helped you in the bathroom," as a subtle clap back. While the comment was followed by laughter, it was clear to viewers that there was a lot of tension and bitterness between them. As 2021 went on,
So
Becky
was, like,
gradually
fucking-
stopped appearing in the videos, though the two continued living
She
together
was a
while they both
fucking
tried to figure out
caregiver.
their next
Like-
steps. Becky had focused on finding a
Wasn't
job,
a
but
girlfriend?
Amber Lynn had other priorities. As
A
she would
wife
soon
or whatever?
introduce a new romantic interest, who fans quickly nicknamed Wifey, marking the beginning of a new phase in Amber Lynn content. Amber had met Wifey online, similar to her exes. However, she stood out from Amber's previous partners because
Bro,
she adamantly
I haven't been able to
refused
stop
appear on
sneezing
camera.
all morning.
According to Amber, Wifey highly valued her privacy and wanted to
I'm
avoid
gonna be
any
getting
potential
fucking sick
backlash
again.
or hate
Jesus
from the
Christ.
public. After Becky eventually moved out, Wifey moved in, and it appeared that Amber had entered into another promising relationship. Yet, her decision to stay off camera sparked curiosity and speculation among viewers. Given Amber's well-known habit of filming
Yeah,
nearly
why would you
everything in
wanna
her
be on
life,
camera?
including vlogs during sensitive moments, like when her partner's family was in the hospital, some fans questioned how a relationship with Wifey could function without her appearing on Amber's YouTube channel. This led to a growing theory that Wifey might not even be real, and that Amber was merely using the idea of a new partner to gain some leverage following her breakup with Becky. While the theory entertained viewers for a while, it eventually lost steam when people confirmed that Wifey did, in fact, exist. Wifey also seemed committed to helping Amber improve her health, reportedly buying her weight loss equipment and providing resources to help her focus on her fitness goals. However, without Becky and with
Bro,
Wifey remaining off
it
camera,
was so
Amber's content once again
fucking
lost its appeal to
disgusting.
viewers. She stopped doing weigh-ins and largely avoided discussing her
Like,
weight
how do
loss
you?
altogether.
I don't understand. How do you look at yourself like this and be like, "I'm fine"? You know what I mean? How do you not look at yourself like this and be like, "Bro, I'm fucking disgusting"? Like, look at the shape of her body. It's insane. That's what I mean. Like, if I start getting fat to the point where, like, my fucking back does what hers is doing, bro, I'm either gonna lose weight or kill myself. Like, it's insane. How can you let yourself get this big?
Instead making mundane vlogs about shopping or trivial purchases like socks. As a result, viewership dropped again. In a desperate effort to regain interest, she started occasionally responding to criticism videos, which temporarily boosted her audience. However, she soon returned to her regular, uneventful content, and by 2021 and 2022, her channel had become notably dull. So dull, in fact, that even the hate watchers would get tired. In October of 2021, Null, the creator of Kiwi Farms, would officially close down the Amberlynn board due to the content drought. In the last 2 years, Amberlynn was proposed to and then dumped by Becky. Funny. That's it. She carefully maintains appearances, ices everybody out of her life the moment they make her look bad, and maintains an insufferably smug persona as she eats herself to death. She thinks she is beautiful, despite being objectively unlovable. To maintain this facade of beauty, she
thinks she looks beautiful. Are you joking?
Sitting on her sofa, pretending to live a better life off camera. This is not entertaining, and it does not deserve a dedicated board in our prestigious community. In 2022, Amber mentioned starting Ozempic, a medication for weight loss, but claims she stopped because she was losing weight too quickly.
Bro, was he just defending his
that Amber might have
the
stopped
Kiwi
due to the
Farms?
widespread shortage of Ozempic at the time. For some reason, probably because viewership was dwindling, she also began stirring up drama with some of her exes. This feud first ignited when she publicly blamed Becky for delaying her cancer diagnosis. Amber claimed that if she hadn't been with Becky, she likely would have gone to the doctor sooner. A statement that baffled many, especially considering that Becky's mother had passed away from cancer. Amber later released a video stating she needed to delete all content featuring Becky because Becky had threatened her. But it turned out she was being overly dramatic. Becky responded saying that no, she didn't care if the older videos were public, she just wanted Amber to stop continuing to talk about her. It was very clear Becky had moved on and wanted to leave that chapter behind, distancing herself from Amber
just leave her alone.
The drama didn't stop there though. It seemed Amber's past relationships were resurfacing to haunt her, as Destiny soon appeared with more accusations. After starting her own YouTube channel and streaming, Destiny faced a lot of questions from viewers about her experience dating and living with Amber. In response, she shared several embarrassing revelations, including confirming fan rumors about Amber's personal hygiene, such as not washing properly and repeatedly wearing the same clothing.
The bras that you guys would always give her crap for wearing, she only had 2 of them. I don't remember how many she said she had, but she had 2 of the
Well, because she had to get them custom made because she's so fat.
that she liked.
Like cost an arm and a leg.
Whatever it was. She had them for a long time. Amberlynn did not shower the whole time we were at my mom's. She did not.
How could she? Look how fat she is.
Used to even try to get in. I think she
Okay, so now I just need to catch the barrels.
It's pretty high size.
9
Whether it
barrels.
was due to the ongoing drama with Amber's exes or simply because of Amber herself, Wifey eventually decided to end the relationship. The exact reasoning remains unclear, but it's not hard to speculate. This breakup marked the end of what many considered Amber's dullest and most uninteresting relationship to date, and fans were thrilled to see it come to a close.
Yeah, because it was
Throughout their time
uninteresting.
together,
They didn't even
Wifey
know what the fucking
maintained a
chick looked like.
mysterious presence, but when she decided to leave, she did so abruptly and decisively, cutting ties with Amber completely.
I don't want to like shower. I don't want to like.
Sounds like you weren't doing that to begin with.
I just want to like eat. I just want to eat. I just want to eat.
Now that it was
So
over,
nothing's
fans were
changed,
hopeful
is
that
what-
Amber would
is
bounce
what we
back
just
with
got
another
from that.
engaging, long-term partner to revive her stagnant content, but that didn't quite materialize. Amber entered a few brief relationships, but none generated any substantial content.
Why
and there was
are
even
people
speculation about the authenticity of these relationships at all.
so
Since
obsessed with
2019, the once
being in a
thriving Amberlynn
relationship?
train has effectively grounded to a halt, with very little of interest happening on her.
I feel like there's so many people who think that if they just start dating someone, their life will be better. And like that's not how it works. Like sometimes, yeah, maybe. But majority of the time you just have your problems and someone else's problems you now have to deal with. You have even more problems because you're too busy worrying about someone else as well. But most people are just like, yeah, they just have it in their head. They're like, oh, if I just start dating someone, my life will be amazing.
Channel. In early
Mental.
2024, she did post a weigh-in video revealing that she had lost a little bit of weight, now being at around 500 pounds. While this was a rare, slightly positive piece of news, most of her viewers remained deeply skeptical, expecting that she would regain the weight as she had in the past. Also in 2024, she began featuring her mother in her content, sharing that she had fully recovered from her struggle with drug addiction. and
Even
that they
on
were
top of that,
reconnecting.
like,
a pretty wholesome development that viewers
500
appreciated. By March,
pounds
her
is
weight dropped another
insane.
5 pounds, which caught some attention. However, true to form, Amber soon admitted that she had secretly secretly been binge eating. To counteract this, she announced she was actually starting Ozempic, but many speculated she had been on it all along, which might explain her earlier weight loss.
The
With her
fuck is
history of
Ozempic?
fabricating stories, it became difficult for anyone to trust
we need
what
to
she
look
was
into
saying.
that?
She had lied so much in the past about things that didn't even matter that it was very hard to tell what was real. Recently, she introduced a new girlfriend, this one named Tommy, whom she had apparently met in person and even went on a double date with. Whether Tommy will bring any intrigue or be a significant presence in Amber's life and content remains to be seen, but only time will tell. Amberlynn Reed is an interesting case, partly because of what happened recently with Nikocado Avocado. For the one person who isn't aware, Nick had been on an 8-month hiatus from YouTube and came back to reveal that the last 2 years of videos were backlogged and he had lost an absurd amount of weight. Not exactly Amberlynn levels of weight, but it was definitely up there. The funniest, or to some, saddest part about
now
it
he's
is
looking
that leaving
good.
the internet would probably have a similar effect for Amberlynn. But it's clear that won't happen. It's pretty obvious that a huge part of why Amberlynn is so big is because she uses
I'm
eating
actually
as a
still
coping
surprised that
mechanism
he's
for the
still
state
doing
that her life
mukbangs,
is in.
not gonna
Some
lie.
people call it eating your feelings, and it's very
But I guess he's,
apparent
like,
that this
doing
is a
it
lifelong
in
issue that she's
moderation
had
now?
even as a child. What many don't point out, though, is that her YouTube channel is equally responsible for
So
the
that's
weight gain
better?
and the state of her life. By having an audience that she can moderate and control to only say positive things, she's able to live in a delusional alternate reality, where she's never held accountable for lying, manipulating, or any of the things she's done. Other people have, of course, called her out, but it doesn't really matter because she can just ignore it. If Amberlynn had the self-responsibility to leave the internet, get her life together, and lose weight, she already would have years ago. It's clear that she's
Yep.
perfectly fine living in an insulated bubble, and she'll probably never leave this alternate reality where she can do no wrong. I've been Turkey Tom, thanks for watching, and until next time.
Thank you, Turkey Thomas. Turkish Thomas. We're gonna watch this one now.
Have fun. However, some girls' idea of fun isn't very fun for anyone else. It's not uncommon for content creators or influencers to get exposed
Mean
for
Girls?
thinking that the popularity of their online
Girls Club?
presence will let them get away with murder. What is uncommon
What?
is that some people take the murder part a bit more literally than the average Instagrammer with an inflated ego. For a select few, being arrested for petty crimes, scamming people, or being mean to a fast
Bro,
food
whoa.
clerk just doesn't cut it. Being arrested for
Whoa.
petty crimes, scamming people.
Bro, she has crazy eyes. Holy shit. If anyone's ever wondering, like, what crazy eyes looks like, it's that. That is crazy eyes, bro. Holy shit. She's gonna fucking bite your head off. What?
People, or being mean to a fast food clerk just doesn't cut it. They have to move far above and beyond those mild misdemeanors.
Was that a
Today, we'll be looking at
validity
some
when she
examples of
yeeted
how
a
looks
cat?
can be deceiving, and how even the most seemingly innocent individuals can be hiding
Dude, like,
dark secrets.
I don't, so, the vodka thing, I get that, right? Where people are mad, they're feeding vodka to her cat. Like, I gave my mother's dog some lemonade, but I think that's about it, right? It was only because she licked the top of my can. I was like, well, now I can't drink this fucking thing. She just licked it. So I just poured a tiny bit on the ground, let her drink it. But that's about it. That's all I've done, right? I don't think, is lemonade like that bad for dogs? I don't even know. Maybe. Definitely not as bad as vodka. But like her yeeting her cat, why were people mad about that? Do you understand that like some cats can jump off like 2-story buildings and just be fine? Just get up and walk away. So her just like yeeting her cat over her head. It's like fucking nothing, bro. But people like carried on about it, like fucking, like she cut its leg off or something. I always thought that was the fucking dumbest shit. But you know, worse things came out.
Secret.
But yeah, her
If you just
eating a
dig
cat,
little beneath the Snapchat filter.
I
These
couldn't
are the
give two
e-girl
shits.
killers.
Ego killers, okay. So these chicks actually kill
One of the
people.
more popular genres on TikTok is cosplaying. Many young fans of anime, video games, and other media
like
have garnered
cosplaying.
significant recognition and following.
You telling me they're
dressing up as their
crazy?
favorite fictional characters, such
What?
as the case of Marianne Oliver Snow, better known by the online monikers Snow the Salt Queen and Yandere Freak. As the second name suggests, Mary would often dress up as characters who were yandere, which, if you're not familiar with the vocabulary, means being overly attached,
I know what it
stalkerish,
means.
or otherwise obsessed with a potential significant other, to the point of engaging in psychopathic behavior in order to gain someone's love. This was the main premise of the game Yandere Simulator, for example, which was popular on gaming
Well, it's
YouTube
not
a
just
while
like
back.
that.
Mary's
It's
videos
also
would go on
like
to attract
if they can't have you, then no one can. So they'll just kill you. Right? It's not just to the extent of like, I'm gonna kill every woman around this man so he'll only look at me. Sometimes it's also to the point where it's like, oh, he's in love with someone else and he'll never love me, so I'm just gonna kill him so the other person can't have him.
widespread attention, ultimately resulting in the
Yandere's
garnering
crazy,
of
bro.
over 1 million followers on the platform. One of the most popular personas Mary adopted was that of an anime villain named Junko Enoshima.
I don't know
Junko,
who
in
that
the
is.
universe of anime and the video game series she's from, is presented as unhinged, violent, and often unpredictable, at times portraying herself as a ruthless antagonist, and at others, acting as an innocent yet charismatic schoolgirl. What was a little concerning
Okay.
is that Mary often
Wait.
played into many of the characters they caused.
What anime is she from?
To the point that they were being referred to
You didn't
as
tell me what anime
characters.
she's from.
For those of you who are fortunate enough to be unaware of what this means, it has become somewhat of a trend for many TikTokers to have alternate personas that they supposedly slip in and out of at any given time.
What?
Usually under the guise of having the extremely rare mental illness known as DID, or dissociative identity disorder. While the actual condition is seriously life-destructive, it's unfortunately been co-opted by attention-seeking teenagers, whose idea of being quirky is pretending to be mentally ill, which, if you didn't know, is a mental illness in and of itself. The same way
What?
communities like that of Tumblr normalized and romanticized being depressed so much that they ended up self-inducing it, TikTokers
So pretending that you have a mental disorder, a type of mental disorder, what is like a type of what? It's gone full circle, bro. This is insane. Like, what are we talking about?
are doing the same to DID, which is a major red flag and a sign of recklessness. Mary would become friends with Helen Rose Hastings, a girl who shared her love for cosplay and anime.
Supposed to be Deku?
The two would become good friends, often collaborating on TikToks and taking photos with each other, something they'd continue to do for years.
Wait.
Mary first encountered controversy in 2019 for cosplaying in a graveyard.
The graveyard? Oh, it is a graveyard. I didn't even pick up on that. She's kind of cute as that nurse, though. Is that her? Or was that the other girl? Is this the girl that shot her friend by accident? Is that this one? They were like hanging out or something, and then she was showing her a gun and accidentally shot her. Is that this one?
Which was seen as very disrespectful and tone-deaf, causing Mary to be widely criticized for it. But that was only the first of Mary's many scandals, who, over the years, would receive many other accusations from various figures in the community of being toxic behind the scenes. Regardless of this, Mary's relative popularity and success in the cosplay community would continue to grow. Though it was never a secret that Mary carelessly played around with dark and disturbing things on social media posts, this would soon begin leaking into her real life,
What does that mean?
manifesting far outside of cosplaying. One night, when Mary and a group
Well,
of
there's a
friends,
fog right
including
now.
Helen,
So
were
does that
watching
mean-
the TV show Gotham while smoking weed and drinking copious amounts of alcohol, Mary stated somewhat fortuitously that they had the same handgun as the Penguin, and proceeded to show it to the group, who began passing it around recklessly. The weapon had been left there by Mary's ex-boyfriend, and according to him, the gun had never been fired and was completely safe, as he had removed all of the bullets from the gun, leaving it unloaded. The group allegedly started waving the gun around as a joke, pointing it
Yeah.
at each other and laughing as they did.
This is the one I was thinking
Unbeknownst
of.
to any of them, the gun was actually loaded, a mishap that would soon change the course of the lives of everyone present. At one point, Helen jokes that Mary should point the gun at her, as if to kill her, saying, "Oh, shoot me." Mary complied, but when the trigger was pulled, the gun went off. Though it didn't have a magazine in it, the firearm had a bullet already loaded in its barrel, and with its safety off, the gun shot straight through Helen's head, much to the group's shock and
Oh,
dismay.
what?
After frantic calls to the police for medical care, Helen was taken to the hospital and was kept on life support for 2 days before tragically dying there.
Wait.
As a result of this, Mary was taken into
You
police
could
custody and
survive
charged with
for
manslaughter,
being shot in the
but was
head?
released on bail 5 days later. This extremely tragic accident could have easily been prevented in a myriad of different ways, had the safety been left on, or had the group exercised even a modicum of caution, and most importantly, if Mary's ex-boyfriend hadn't left his loaded gun in the care of someone who was not licensed to own or use it, this could have been avoided. Given all of this undeniable negligence, one would expect Mary to feel a good deal of guilt.
Did the ex-boyfriend get in
This is where
trouble?
the story becomes a bit confusing, however. After a brief 3-week-long hiatus from the usual social media posting, Mary would return as if nothing had happened, despite facing charges for having murdered someone. This blasé attitude was so thorough that Mary would go on to attend cosplay conventions. And as baffling as it was, most people simply did not know the story of how Helen died whatsoever. Most users just assumed Mary's hiatus was nothing more than a break due to mental health or otherwise personal reasons, and thought nothing of it as they continued to watch the content. Of course, nobody can hide from a crime as serious as this forever, and after Mary's court documents became public roughly a year later, many began to criticize the cosplayer. The fact that Mary had carried on with the typical posts on TikTok seriously did not bode well, as it seemed like the ultimate display of a lack of empathy and regret over what had happened to Helen. It is also a possibility that those things were outlets for Mary to temporarily forget about the accident and deal with the trauma of having taken someone's life. But whatever the case may be, the backlash was severe enough to result in Mary privating and then soon deleting all social media. As of late 2021, Mary was standing trial for her friend's death, and the outcome of the case remains unknown. However, the story still serves as a grim reminder of how important it is to practice firearm safety.
I mean,
Melissa
sure.
Turner was
I'm in
a
Australia, so I don't have to worry
in her
about that.
teenage years struggled a lot with body image issues. Her weight was often a source of insecurity, and she lacked confidence in her day-to-day life, something that many people can relate to. As she entered her early 20s, Melissa would go through college, accumulating a great deal of debt from student loans, but failing to gain anything that would land her a job, leading her to become frustrated and depressed.
Okay, just need two
However,
more.
rather than give up, Melissa decided to seek out an alternative source of income. She would begin working out and eating healthier, and soon after, developed an interest in online cosplaying, which would manifest in her posting photos online, encountering relatively mild success. In 2013, she met someone by the name of Sin, a man who would soon become her boyfriend, and the two seemed to have a healthy relationship. As this was happening, Melissa's career as a cosplayer began to take shape. She often dressed up as various pop culture characters.
Wait. Are all these e-girls going to be cosplayers? There's no way, right? It's not just cosplayers that are crazy. There's got to be one that's not, right? What is she cosplaying here?
Characters, something she would become known for in the online cosplaying community. Over time, Melissa would come to learn of the success many other women online had experienced in the pornographic world. While completely different in nature, her experience and audience developed
she was doing
creating
porn?
content as a cosplayer would help her quickly find footing in the genre, officially making her a cam girl. Under the name Two-Thorned Rose, she would release lewd photographs and videos of herself, and also participate in the production of numerous adult videos.
Okay, never mind,
which
she's a
would
little
successfully
different.
hit its target audience as her social media presence would grow exponentially, earning her a fan base of people who would continuously praise her for her looks. With all of these people paying for and promoting her content, she finally gained financial stability, and far above it. Over time, she decided to become independent as far as content creators are concerned. Instead of relying on getting jobs from pre-established companies, she started to monetize the pictures and videos she published of herself cosplaying on her own website, which is now defunct, twothornedrose.com. This was a time before sites like OnlyFans were popular platforms for sharing this sort of content, so Melissa was, in a sense, trailblazing this wave of similar camgirl operations by trying to make it on her own. She also decided to make a YouTube channel around this time where she posted videos such as, "Watch me swallow a 10.5-inch sausage, no gag reflex." Unsurprisingly, her channel didn't last long and was soon deleted off the platform for posting mature and sexual content.
Wait.
Though even
Hold on. Did she post herself blowing a sausage on YouTube? Is that what he just said? I thought he just said she had a website. Why is she doing it on YouTube? She has her own website.
Watch me swallow a 10.5-inch sausage, no gag reflex. Unsurprisingly,
That's like a
her
website
channel didn't
though,
last
right?
long and was soon deleted off the platform for posting mature and sexual content. Though even then, for the brief time her channel was up, she did get some amount of success on the platform. As time went on, her boyfriend Sin became more and more involved in the process of content creation. This
Yeah.
move, though having worked out at first, eventually would come
So-
to backfire on Melissa, as the involvement
She
of
the reason
business and
OnlyFans
money in their
exists?
relationship rendered it somewhat toxic, ultimately causing the two to break up, which dealt a serious blow to Melissa's business model. Despite this loss, Melissa would soon meet another romantic partner in 2017 named Matthew Trustler. Their relationship initially seemed quite positive, as Matthew was known by his family and friends as a caring individual, and he provided
He looks
Melissa
weird.
with love and support during one of the most tumultuous periods in her life.
I don't know what it is. I can't pinpoint it. But there's something about him. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I can't pinpoint what it is.
The
But
relationship was going so well, in fact,
Maybe
that in
the goatee?
December of 2018, she moved into a two-story home with her boyfriend Matt in Florida. From an outside perspective, it seems like Melissa was living in the happy life she'd always dreamed of. However, as time went on, tensions between her and her boyfriend began to grow. Despite the happy portrayal on social media,
She's
their
gonna kill him,
involvement would
right?
soon meet the same fate as Melissa's previous, deteriorating into pure toxicity as Matthew grew so focused on his relationship with her that he had essentially become isolated from his family and close friends. Their arguments would become more frequent and aggressive, and many who lived nearby would allege to often hear shouting matches between the two. These tensions would eventually culminate in October of 2019, when Melissa
Okay.
had called the police, claiming that she had come home and found Matthew dead on their patio. Despite the best efforts of paramedics, Matthew was too far gone, and was declared dead soon after.
he's cactus.
As stated before, Melissa said that she had found Matthew like that, and had no idea what happened to him. At first, her story seemed plausible.
What's a
When Matthew
patio?
was found-
Hold on. What is a patio? Patio. Patio is an outdoor living space typically paved and attached to a house used for dining, recreation, or relaxation. Oh. Do we call them patios here? I don't think we call them patios. What do we call them? What? Patio. Patios in Australia? I just want to know, what do we call them? I don't think we call it a patio. Do we call it a patio? I don't. I've heard the word patio, but like I never really thought about what a patio was until now. Because from like what he was saying, it sounded like. Did he say front patio or just
found
patio?
and no idea what had soon after. As stated before, Melissa said that she had found Matthew like that, and was on their
Wait.
P19. When Melissa had called the police, claiming that she had come home and found Matthew dead on their patio.
On their patio, which would be in the back. Which would be at the back, right? Maybe I'll ask my mother. Because my mother has one of those, a patio. But I don't think she calls it the patio. I think she just calls it the backyard. Or something. Interesting. Okay. Okay, now I know. Well, no wonder the fucking neighbors could hear them doing screaming matches if they're outside
Despite
screaming.
the best efforts of paramedics, Matthew was too far gone, and was declared dead soon after. As stated before, Melissa said that she had found Matthew like that, and had no idea what happened to him. At first, her story seemed plausible.
It'd be a different
When
story
Matthew
if it was,
found,
like,
analysts determined that he'd already been dead for a long
inside.
stretch of time. And in addition to this, it wouldn't make sense for Melissa to kill him. While the couple had arguments in the past, nobody would ever assume that it could have escalated to that level, and Melissa seemed genuinely distraught about the ordeal. However, after being brought in for questioning by
Was that an
police,
alpha?
Melissa changed her story. Her new story was that Matthew had come home extremely drunk, a fact that upset Melissa. She alleged that, after an argument between them got intense, Matthew attacked her, lunging at her with a kitchen knife with the intention to kill her. She claims that she had grabbed the
number
knife
of
and killed
large
Matthew in
specimens.
self-defense.
Bro, lucky I looked
Despite
at
this new
this.
story seeming plausible on the surface, police grew suspicious as to why she didn't just tell them the truth from the beginning, and decided to investigate further. After searching, they discovered a camera that was being used by a neighbor, who was close by at the moment of Matt's death. While
Wait,
the
that don't
police
count?
footage obtained from it did not show any
Oh, no, it
visual
did.
evidence of the encounter, it did pick up most of the audio. The exchange that was recorded presented a much different story than what Melissa was saying. Based on the
didn't
recordings,
catch
Melissa was
any?
actually
No.
the first one to scream at Matthew, and not the other way around. To make matters worse, she was repeatedly threatening him and saying she wanted him to die, accompanied by various loud noises.
Oh, okay.
In addition to this, many of the injuries Matthew
Case
sustained were
solved.
indicative of someone who was acting in self-defense. Melissa's wounds, on the other hand, were not nearly as severe in comparison. All of this, on top of the fact that she had waited
Wait.
for over
She had wounds? But she told them that she had wounds, but she told them that she found him. And how'd she get the wounds? Is that what she's saying? Now? Like she was defending herself or whatever? It's funny how they just like they get caught in their lie and then they just start shoveling in that hole, right? And make it even deeper.
over 4 hours to call the police and report what had happened, and then pretending that she had no idea what had caused Matthew's death was, beyond the shadow of a doubt, an indication of her guilt, and she was soon taken into custody to await trial. Soon after the events took place, numerous outgoing phone calls Melissa had made from jail were recorded by authorities without her knowing. In some of these calls, she bragged about the thousands of dollars she had made off of her online career, and overall showed very little remorse for the killing of her boyfriend, which did not go a long way to give the jury a positive impression as far as her innocence went. Over the next few years, Melissa would go through a lengthy trial, in which she would claim that Matthew was abusive, depressed, and was struggling with alcoholism, and that she was actually the victim, going on to say, "I loved him and I didn't want to do that to him. The last thing that he wanted, he always tried to hide his drinking, his mental health, and how depressed he was. He tried to hide it from everyone. The last thing that he would want was for the world to know any of it." Though her story was corroborated by her mother, who claimed Melissa took the abuse in silence, there simply was no evidence to support Melissa's claims. And in 2022, she was officially sentenced by the court to 20 years in prison. It goes without saying that her career has been long over. With her
Did she
website
think
and most
because
forms
she
of
was
social
like,
media being deactivated or suspended,
because she's
with this
pretty,
tragic
did she
incident
just
putting
get
a
away
full
with it?
stop on all of it, leaving Melissa with much more than student loans to worry about. Some people blame the legacy media as being responsible for the glorification of criminals and their path of destruction. If you buy into that train of thought, then social media magnified it to the umpteenth degree. With the rise of true crime communities, it's become easier than ever to find information
What
on
about
serial
war?
killers, and unfortunately,
What about war? Huh? Same thing can be said about war. The amount of war movies that make war look good or fun, or like it's not that as bad as what you think it is. There's so many. Not just serial killers, they do it with everything. They glorify everything. Like, you know what I mean? They make everything look better than what it is.
their respective sycophantic fandoms. One Google search of a name will yield thousands of results, including their motivations, history, and every other detail you can think of. While all of this easily accessible information has certainly led to more attention being directed to notice potential red flag behaviors and prevent similar crime sprees, it's also led to the unintended side effect of making the job of copycat killers easier. Anyone who sympathizes with a killer is now capable of knowing exactly how to reproduce their idol's MO step by step.
Who's that? Is that
Case in
Manson?
point, German 19-year-old Sarah M. Sarah's full name and identity have been hidden for the most part due to restrictive German privacy laws, but this hasn't at all hindered her actions from garnering attention from onlookers on the internet. Originally born in Switzerland, Sarah was your stereotypical young girl. She took pride in her appearance, was well kept, and had a minor social media presence. During the year 2017, Sarah would repeatedly get in trouble with the law for excessive drug abuse. It's documented that she was often completely uncooperative and antagonistic towards authorities, often hurting
I like
herself
watching
and
serial killer
antagonizing
stuff.
them. Additionally, she was found to have swastikas drawn on her hands, which is strictly
But-
illegal in Germany. Eventually, this penchant of
'cause
hers
I'm
for
just
breaking the law
interested.
began developing into an obsession with two American serial killers, namely Ted Bundy and Richard Ramirez. For those unfamiliar
Yeah, I was
with
gonna
their
say,
crimes,
I'm pretty certain Ramirez was the one that did the pentagram things, right? What was he called? He was like something slasher or something like that.
Ted Bundy was a serial killer and rapist with a victim count so extensive that he himself wasn't even sure of how many people he actually murdered. Though police estimate it was upwards of 60, he usually targeted young women, luring them by feigning some kind of physical injury, and when they offered help, he'd kidnap them. As for Richard Ramirez, he would break into people's houses in order to kill them, racking up 15 victims in total. Sarah's obsession became so great that she would plaster posters of their faces.
Wait, what was...
in her room, as she would begin.
Damn it, I was hoping it would say it. Is something Night Stalker? Night... I didn't know what his serial killer name was now. Night Stalker... Richard... What was it? The Night Stalker. Yeah, that's what he was called. The Night Stalker. Yeah, because he would go at nighttime, and I think he would like... Bro, it's been a while since I watched his, but it was like... He'd break into people's houses, and if there was a husband, I think he would kill them, and then have sex with, like, rape the wives? Or something? It was like in, like, yeah, San Francisco. Bro, he made it to the age of 53 before he died? What? He had a spouse? All the way up to when he died. He was married until all the way up to... What the fuck? I didn't know that. Jesus Christ.
Thinking of her own plot to become an infamous serial killer herself. One thing Sarah was obviously very aware of was that she was physically attractive.
So then, what was the Ted Bundy inspiration? Because like the pentagram thing, that was Richard Ramirez, right? So then, is the inspiration from Ted Bundy was to like lure in men with sex? And then like what, rape them and kill them? Is that what it is?
And when she started fantasizing about becoming a killer, she realized that this could be useful. Her plan would be then to, under the promise of sex, get her potential victim in a vulnerable position, and then kill them before consummating the act, and to repeat this formula as much as possible before being caught.
So, well, she's not really a Ted Bundy copycat, right? Because he was like going out of his way to rape women.
The then 19-year-old girl set up an online dating profile under the pseudonym Domina Cherry, and soon selected her victim, a 38-year-old man by the name of Zayed.
Oh, did she only get one guy?
Conversation, Sarah began to flirt with him and suggested that they finally meet.
Yeah, so she wasn't actually a serial killer then.
Her apartment, not knowing he was heading towards his untimely doom. While he was driving, Sarah pulled out a knife she had purchased 5 days earlier and plunged it into his neck. As this was happening, Zayed managed to grab the knife from her and stop his car, but he soon succumbed to his injuries and fell into a coma. He died while in intensive care 3 weeks later. Sarah attempted to flee to a nearby town.
She stabbed him while
by police,
they were
found her covered
driving?
in blood. The news.
Bro, she is not good at this. What? You were planning on becoming a serial killer, but then you didn't think at all. Like, she didn't use her brain at all. What? This chick's an idiot. She stabbed him while they were driving, and then she didn't even go through with her plan. She was gonna do it while they were, like, in the middle of, like, getting it on or whatever, right? Or just before they get it on? So, like, did she just get, like, too excited and decided to, like, in the car ride, she was, like, too excited and was like, I just gotta do it now? Okay.
Completely shocked those in the community, and the case soon began making international headlines. It was later discovered that on the day she planned to murder Zayed, she had excitedly messaged her friends about how she was about to claim her first victim. When brought to trial, many were shocked at her appearance. She was dressed in newly purchased clothes and had taken the time to do her makeup, something no one would not expect from someone who was on trial for murder and could potentially lose her freedom for the rest of her life. In addition, she had drawn a pentagram on her hand, which was inspired by Richard Ramirez's court appearance in which he did the same, and shown it to the press as they took photos of her. Though whether she was doing this because of genuine satanic beliefs or just to get a rise out of people is unclear. The teenage murderer showed virtually no remorse for her actions.
She was
later sentenced to 12 years
She was
for
a
her
teen?
crimes, which
What?
is honestly quite a short sentence for premeditated murder, especially considering that her 12 years will not be served in an actual prison, but a
Insane
sociotherapeutic
police.
facility. This
Good
is due
head
to
out.
the fact that just 2 months
That
prior
guy
to the
hurt her.
murder, she had been diagnosed with having borderline personality
We're
disorder,
watching like
as well as
crazy
strong
crazy
suicidal
e-girls now.
thoughts, which prevented her from being condemned into an actual penitentiary.
Palate cleanser
As a
from
matter
the
of
fat
fact,
bitches.
Her defense attorney was asking for 8 years, so we're actually lucky that we even got 12. While the death of her victim is tragic, she thankfully was not given the opportunity to claim any more lives, and will hopefully serve out the entirety of her prison sentence without harming anyone ever again. However, given her behavior and lack of remorse prior and during the trial, I have a strong feeling we could be hearing from her again after her release.
Probably. Maybe though.
Yuka Take.
Maybe we won't though, because maybe she'll learn her lesson and actually be smart about it next time. Because she was a fucking idiot about it this time.
Aoke, who has given her actual name as Yuno Kaede, is
Ah,
a
bro.
21-year-old half-Chinese Japanese
Another
woman
cosplayer?
who worked at Tokimeki Bin Bim, a Tokyo-based girls' bar as they're commonly known in Japan.
Why is it always
This meant
cosplayers?
that, besides working as a hostess, she'd be available for going on dates with the patrons. That is, if they were willing to continually pay for it as they went on with it. As of the writing of this video, it seems that the bar is still open for business. Because the business model hinges almost entirely on how popular any particular hostess is, they're paid commission fees, meaning if they want to get more customers and make more money,
Oh,
they have to
wait,
go out
yeah,
of their way
she's
to
just
be
a hostess. Wait, what? I was like sitting there thinking like that she's doing something weird. No, she's just like in Japan or whatever, right? Is that what he said? Yeah, this is normal over there. They just have hostess bars.
attractive or unique in some way. Yuka would frequently post videos and photos of herself to Instagram and TikTok, cosplaying as anime characters. But not any anime characters, specifically yanderes, once again.
I'm not gonna lie. She's very attractive. I can understand why someone fell victim.
Her videos showed her dancing at her workplace, visibly drawing the attention of many of the clients in the establishment. Her popular social media posts received a lot of encouragement from her employers, not only because they worked insofar as growing her online presence, but it also promoted their business, which was always visible. Her success was enough that, by age 21, she was already managing the place. This brings us to the next member of our story,
What?
a man
Oh,
by the name
shit.
of Luna, as he was
Oh
known
my
as-
god, I know this story. Oh my god, he's another hostess, right? And she was working as a hostess to get money to pay this guy who was a hostess. And she thought that they would like end up dating or whatever. Even though she's a hostess. And she stabs him or something? And I'm pretty certain he forgave her, right?
his line of work, whose real name might be Ryugetsu, or Ryuzuki, as he's been referred to in a few Japanese news articles. Luna was in the same profession as Yuka, but in another bar called Fusion by You,
Yeah.
in the red light district of
You'd think that if you
Kabukicho,
work in
where
the
he
same
provided the services
field,
of host and boyfriend
that you
for
would-
rental.
you would
To
get
put
it, right?
mildly, Luna caught Yuka's attention, and
Apparently
she grew
not.
increasingly infatuated with him, to the point where she poured thousands of dollars into him, hiring him as her boyfriend for an entire month, which, as much as it pains me to say, is not as uncommon of an occurrence as you may think. Because of her continued devotion to him, and partly because of the massive amounts of money she had spent to keep him around, Yuka and Luna soon began a relationship outside of their careers. As the story goes,
Oh, they did
Yuka
date?
took the
Oh, I thought that she wanted to date, but it didn't happen.
relationship much more seriously than Luna did. This isn't that surprising since, after all, the relationship began only because of Yuka's obsessive spending habits.
Yeah, 'cause she was
For
spending
him,
money on
she
him.
was little more than an object of money than anything else. In addition, as one of the most successful hosts of
Oh,
the
yeah, I
bar
didn't
he
catch
worked
one
at,
mob.
Luna was often
The
flirting and
barrel.
interacting with other women who paid him to do so,
And
a
then
fact that greatly bothered
killed
Yuka,
two.
despite her own job requiring her to do the same. She began to grow more and more jealous of Luna and his habits, as she felt she was entitled to his undivided attention, and felt he was growing cold and distant. On May 20th, 2019, Yuka began renting an apartment, and 3 days later, Luna offered to help her clean and organize it, but arrived 3 hours later than the promised time, without giving an explanation as to why. Luna's mysterious absence made Yuka very suspicious and paranoid. After he went to take a bath, she would give in to her curiosity and start looking through his phone. Much to her chagrin, her fears would come true as she would find images of him being intimate with another woman, something that was far beyond the typical purview of someone in his profession. This pushed her well over the brink and into a jealous frenzy, as the man whose attention she'd spent exceeding amounts of money to attain was cheating on her. She would go on to wait until he fell asleep in her apartment,
still paying him
and so he
though?
did, not knowing what Yuka had in mind. Suddenly, he would wake up to an intense pain in his abdomen. When examining it, he saw that a knife had been plunged into his stomach, and that it was Yuka who put it there, prompting him to sprint out of the apartment as fast as he could, and nothing but his boxers. Though Yuka did give chase, he successfully fought her off and made it to the lobby of the apartment building before collapsing in a pool of his own blood, pleading for her not to kill him. Yuka didn't call the police, but it didn't take long for other people on the premises to call and notify them that a man had just been stabbed at an apartment complex. Strangely enough, the town they were in, Shinjuku, already had a pretty grim history of suicides and murders, as it wasn't exactly the best area. Police officers would arrive only to find Yuka calmly using her phone and smoking a cigarette while covered in blood, failing to even deal a final blow to a bleeding out Luna. The photos taken were widely circulated online, with Yuka's calm demeanor and attractiveness contrasting with the incredibly violent and gory acts.
Maybe it is the one?
She made no effort to pretend she wasn't responsible for what had happened and was immediately taken into police custody, saying in her defense only the following words: "Since I loved him so much, I just couldn't help it. I thought I would kill him because I thought that was how I could be with him. I thought that expressions such as, 'I like you' and 'I would like to be with you' would become a reality if we both died. I did not want to go anywhere, so I sat down at the outside staircase. I did not call emergency services because I intended to kill myself after watching him die from the stabbing. It was the one thing I put in order in preparing for a new life with him. After I stabbed him, he said he liked me. An unintended consequence of this newfound infamy is that many have now flocked to Yuka's social media pages out of a morbid fascination with her. She was soon referred to by many as a real-life yandere, with many romanticizing her crime and creating fan art of her.
Or
There
people
was
are
even
insane.
a GoFundMe page that managed to raise $3,800 to pay for her bail. Additionally, it seems that people online were thinking the person who reported the crime was the criminal, to which she replied, "You're not the Umi criminal. Don't stab me. Don't be silly. I reported it. If my friends get stabbed, you'll be the second person covered in blood." On the other hand, Luna was taken into medical care soon after the stabbing and, luckily, managed to survive the ordeal without any medical complications, which is quite the feat considering the doctors gave him a mere 20% chance of survival due to the injuries to his
then I think
internal
he-
organs. Soon after recovering from his
he,
surgery,
like, forgave her,
Luna would
right?
go to his Twitter account and make a few posts about what had happened to him, though they are no longer up. In them, he announced his survival and that he'd be returning to work, attaching an image of himself with friends. He would also post a picture of himself with the caption, "Phoenix Luna," his new moniker in celebration of his surviving his near-death experience. Regarding the incident itself, he would say, "Strangely, I felt no pain, but I was shocked and frightened. I thought I was dead. I lost consciousness when I got to the lobby. I don't remember the rest. I thought that I would die if I got stabbed anymore, and I wanted to call an ambulance. I knew she liked me, so I thought it would stop if I said that I liked her." In surprisingly good humor, he complains that because most of the damage done by the stabbing was to his liver, he could no longer drink, to which his colleagues who were visiting him in the hospital
That's
would
actually kinda
reply,
funny.
"If you can't drink, we will on your behalf." Luna would add that he didn't hold a grudge against Yuka,
Yeah, there is.
saying, "I think there was a reason for her to stab me. It was also thanks to her that I was able to achieve the sales that I did in less than a year since I became a host." In the ensuing trial, Luna accepted the compensation of 5 million yen from Yuka, the equivalent of about $50,000 in the US. He admitted that it was wrong for him
Did she go to
have
jail?
cheated on her, and that the incident was partially his fault, asking for a more lenient sentence for the real-life yandere.
What?
Yuka was given a later sentence of about 3 years for attempted murder and is currently serving it out in prison. It's unknown whether Luna is still working in his current profession or what he's done.
This video came out 2 years ago. No way. Is she out already? Real. I don't remember what her name was. Real life. Yandere. Yuka. That's what it was. Is she out of jail? She's 27 now. Bro, she's still so young. Criminal status released. She's out of jail. What? There's no way she went back to like social media and that, right? Criminal penalty, 3.5 years in prison. Background, what? Calm down. Attack on Phoenix Luna. He wasn't Phoenix Luna at the time, he was just Luna. He became that afterwards. Social media attention. I just want to know what happened, like, after release. Okay, here we go. Was released from prison at an unknown date. And as of 2023, is live streaming games and posting cosplay photos. No fucking way. Are you joking? Huh? I'm Googling. We need to see. I need to confirm this. Does she have like a... Does she have like a fucking TikTok or something? Or like a Twitter maybe? Instagram? Does she have an Instagram? What? That's not her. That's not her. Wait, where is she live streaming? I want to know. Kind of curious. Live stream. Wait, is this actually her? On Bigo? Bro, what? This is actually her. I have no idea what the fuck she's saying. Bro, she's still looking good though. Bro, how come, what? She almost killed someone and then got a career out of it. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's insane. I hope your day was good. It's alright. G'day, Oliver boy. Oliver boy? It's supposed to be Olive boy? I don't know. We're watching about e-girls that kill people. There's one e-girl we just found out about. Only got 3.5 years in jail. She's now out of jail and now she live streams. She actually got a career out of trying to kill her boyfriend.
Since the stabbing, but hopefully Yuka does not go back to her yandere days when she gets out.
Bro, that's insane.
Isabella Guzman
It'd
was
be
a girl who
more insane
unfortunately
if she
grew
had
up
like
with
a
broken
boyfriend.
family. Her parents were divorced, and because of this, she had a very tumultuous
Like
childhood.
if it came out
Her
she had a
mother,
boyfriend.
meanwhile, Yun Mi Hoi, sent her to live with her biological father,
How's your
Robert
day been,
Guzman, when she
Oliver
was 7
boy?
years of age due to behavioral issues.
Good, bad,
As the years
creamy,
passed,
crunchy?
Isabella eventually moved back in with her mother and stepfather, but the bad blood between the two continued. Isabella's behavior often got her in trouble, eventually leading her to drop out of high school. Her relationship with her mother was anything but healthy, with the two arguing frequently. During a very
They
bad
all
exchange
involve at least
between the
one
two
of
in
them.
August 2013, Isabella spit in her mother's face and threatened her, and in fear for her safety, her mother called the police. When the cops arrived, they would try to get
Okay.
Isabella to understand the severity of her actions,
Bro,
but
this
to
chick's
no
crazy.
avail. In an effort to get her daughter to stop antagonizing her, Isabella's mother called on her father to visit, as their relationship was much more stable. Robert recalled that the conversation seemed productive at the time, and that he had made progress as far as teaching her to be respectful of her mom. However, this effort would soon turn out to be in vain, as Isabella would take the tensions between her and her mother to a new extreme. On the night of August 28, 2013, Yoon-mi Hoi returned home and told her husband Ryan Hoi that she was going to take a shower in the upstairs bathroom. Soon after,
wait, how is she an
Ryan heard a
ego?
scream from his wife and rushed to see what had happened. When he arrived, he saw Isabella slam the bathroom door shut. He tried to open the door but was unsuccessful, and after seeing a pool
Wait,
of
this
blood
sounds familiar. This sounds familiar.
seeping out from underneath the door, he decided to rush to the phone and call for help instead. While this was taking place, Isabella walked out of the house without saying a single word to Ryan or even acknowledging his presence. When medical assistants arrived and the door was breached, a bloodied baseball bat was found next to a deceased Yoon-mi Hoi. It was later found that her throat was not only slit open, but that she had been stabbed a total of 151 times.
Oh my god, that is so many times.
Isabella was caught the next day by the police and was immediately brought into custody. When the day of her court hearing arrived, she had to be forced from her cell to the courtroom and continuously made odd faces toward the cameras, almost mocking
how
those
does go?
watching. Relatives of Isabella were shocked. Her aunt, when asked for
Wait,
comment,
how's she?
stated that
How's she an ego? She became an ego afterwards? How's she an ego? Okay, now we need to just defeat two barrels.
that while tensions between her and her mother were bad, she couldn't believe Isabella could be capable of such a crime, going as far as to claim that Yoon-mi Hoi had spoiled her daughter. During the trial, it was discovered that Isabella allegedly suffered from schizophrenia and had attacked her mother in a bout of delusion. She had suffered from intense hallucinations, and her defense claimed she was not even aware of the fact that she was killing her own mom. While one might be skeptical of this, her reaction to her stepfather confronting her as well as the excessive amount of violence used did add credibility to this claim. The plea worked, and Isabella was transported to the Colorado Mental Health Institution in an effort to rehabilitate her. At this point in this segment, you might be wondering how she's an e-girl, or what her online significance.
Right. Not just at this part. This is the whole fucking thing. Because he's been telling us how they're an ego at the start. And then going on to tell their crimes. Not like tell their crimes and then tell us how they're an ego afterwards.
Even is. Well, in a strange turn of events, the trial would become viral on TikTok in 2020, with clips of her court hearing exploding on the platform. Initially, most of these TikToks were short summaries of her story from true crime and TikTok accounts. Later on, more comedic videos were posted
TikTok
to
blew her
websites,
up.
pointing out the juxtaposition of such an innocent-looking teenage girl being capable of committing such a heinous act. These strange faces she had made were the source of confusion for many, and her status as a viral meme resulted in renewed interest in her story. In 2020, Isabella publicly requested to be released. The stipulation of her sentence was that she had to stay in the hospital under supervision until she was no longer considered a threat to herself or others, and she argued that she had achieved that goal. In June of 2021, her request was finally granted, and she was permitted to leave the mental health institution while continuing regular therapy sessions. When asked for comment, she simply stated that if she could take all of it back, she would. Hopefully, she never reoffends.
Well, hopefully, but you know.
Courtney Taylor Clenny was
Some
born
people
in the
are pretty
late
good at
90s
hiding
in
it.
Midland, Texas. At the young age of 13, she decided she wanted to be a performer, taking classes to learn how to sing, dance, and act. Her parents
You
initially
take
wanted her to
medicine
be
for like
involved
schizophrenia, right? Like there's like medicine you can take to make you, I wouldn't say not schizophrenic, but like less.
with sports in some way, enrolling her in activities like horseback riding and gymnastics, but they supported her preference. In her teenage years, she managed to get roles in theaters such as Snow White and Glinda the Good Witch from The Wizard of Oz. Besides the odd part in a commercial, most of her acting during this period never made it to TV. But after graduating, she moved to Los Angeles.
Does that make her an
where
ego?
jobs for aspiring actors are relatively accessible, eventually getting cast as an extra in a couple of movies, namely Boyhood and Everybody Wants Some. Around this time, she also appeared in the music video for the G-Eazy single, Me, Myself,
Wait, I'm
and
confused.
I. Unfortunately for her, all of these roles were small, often going uncredited and
Does it make her an
unnoticed
ego?
altogether. It was during this period of multiple years languishing in obscurity that caused her to start looking somewhere else for what she could do with her talents. The fact that she was blonde, blue-eyed, and relatively fit due to her athletic background led her to explore what she
OnlyFans.
could do with her looks, which first landed her in a bikini competition, namely the 2016 MPC West Coast Classic.
OnlyFans?
She had an impressive first go at competing, winning 6th and 9th place in 2 different categories. More importantly, the reward for this endeavor was much more immediate than anything she'd gotten from acting. A while later, she entered another contest called NPC Brew City, in which she got first place. This meant she could enter national competitions, but at this point, Courtney had a different idea in mind, given she already had an online presence through YouTube and other social media platforms, where she would post vlogs and updates to her preparation for the competitions. There was a growing demand for more pictures of her body. Her Instagram alone had well over 1 million followers by the end of 2016. This culminated in Playboy magazine inviting her to a photo shoot, and Courtney took them up on the offer. Despite how that may sound, it wasn't anything explicit in nature, and according to a video she posted in 2018, she never intended to do anything nude. But, as we'll come to know, she definitely changed her mind on this. When she made that claim, OnlyFans had only been around for 2 years, and wasn't even close to the popularity it would hit around 2020. When the potential for profit was too obvious to ignore, Courtney too would lose her reservations about it. Within a year of posting to the platform, she'd amassed almost $1 million, which also came with an alarming personality change. Though people were already noticing a difference in Courtney's demeanor all the way back in her videos from 2018, from polite and ambitious to crass and arrogant, it wasn't until only...
Like, I think I've said this before. I think when we talked about, like, Amaranth, right? There's only so much money you need, right? So, like, to continuously try and get more and more money when you're at a point where it's like you don't have to worry about money, like, ever. And you, like, you could probably spend whatever, like, and, like, go somewhere and it'd be like, oh, this is going to cost like $5,000, and then you just whip out your card and pay for it and don't even have to worry about it impacting your money at all. You've earned too much money, right? There's only so much money you need. But there's some people like Amaranth and, like, I don't know, other big streamers, Hassan maybe, Pokemon, probably another one, where they just want to keep making more and more money. It's like, have you not got enough? Like, I don't understand. Why do you want more money? There's only so much money you can have until it's just
detached from reality.
excessive.
All of the money and attention she was getting online had gone to her head. A year later, in 2021, Courtney took another step further in the realm of explicit content, producing straight-up adult videos.
What the fuck?
This
skyrocketed
her career, with her social media growing by the millions, along with her bank account.
I didn't
Now,
know
she
that.
also had a boyfriend, Christian Toby Obumseli, a fellow Texan who got rich off of getting into Bitcoin early. Courtney always made...
Oh, I think I've heard about this guy. Yeah, she, like... Oh, I think I know who this chick is. She's the one that, like, gave her money to her dad or something? Then tried to tell the police that the guy was attacking her, so she had to defend herself. And she gave her money to her dad so that way they couldn't, like, when they froze her bank account, they still had money. I think that's what happened, right?
Made sure to portray her relationship in a good light, but it would soon become clear that this couldn't be farther from the truth. Something that her friends, acquaintances, and even neighbors at the time noticed was that, when Courtney got drunk, she became a very different person. As it turns out, this was a long-standing issue, with Courtney being arrested for public intoxication all the way back in 2015. The problem would resurface in 2020 when she got arrested for a DUI.
Public
She was released after
intoxication?
paying an $8,000 bond and installing a breathalyzer in her car, but that didn't stop the alcohol from affecting other areas of her life. More and more, people would witness Courtney's episodes of drunkenness, and often...
I'm not sure if that's a thing over here. I know you can get, you can get fined for having an open container in public. Maybe you've caught in the air. What? That's annoying. Like, I know you can get, like, fined for having an open container. But I don't know if you can get fined for just drinking in public. I don't know if that's a thing.
These would come paired with public spats with her boyfriend, Christian, who wasn't the aggressor, but the victim. They began with offhand remarks and demeaning statements, but eventually, these altercations became physical, with Courtney slapping Christian as a means of reprimanding him. Neighbors would complain about several explosive fights where they'd hear screaming, door slamming, and glasses breaking. In one instance, Courtney threw Christian's things off the balcony, and another, a neighbor of theirs, caught Courtney swinging at Christian, scratching his face. A while after these incidents, they moved, but the
Crazy
abuse
bitch.
continued. Just a month after settling into their new place, Courtney was caught on camera being extremely violent towards Christian, who did nothing but defend himself. According to their new neighbors, Courtney was yelling at Christian so much they could hear it from 2 floors above. As tensions escalated between the couple, Christian began secretly recording their fights, and in an audio posted to TikTok by TMZ, Courtney is heard screaming at him, slapping him, and calling him the N-word multiple times.
Drop your high pitch.
Okay, I'm not doing it on purpose.
You touched the heart. You know damn well the right thing to do is to tell me.
Yes, and I am so sorry.
So shut up and let me f***ing slap you, dumbass.
No, you're not gonna slap me.
On a few occasions, the police were called, one of which there's even body cam footage from one of the officers for.
Bro, what
in
a
it,
crazy
Courtney's heard
bitch.
accusing Christian of stalking her, but the cops refrained from doing anything about these accusations since, when the apartment was examined, it was obvious that he lived with her. A day after, law enforcement once again showed up, but this time it was different. The call didn't come from a rattled neighbor.
My boyfriend
but
that's
from Courtney
living with me
herself,
is stalking
who told
me.
them that Christian was stabbed, while he could be heard in the background fearing for his life and saying he couldn't feel his arm, while Courtney repeatedly apologized. When the cops showed up, she was covered in blood and holding his body. Despite being rushed to the hospital, he passed away due to the knife wound in his chest. Courtney was arrested and brought in for questioning, which we also have a video of. In it, she's visibly desperate about the situation as she realizes the gravity of what she's done. In her despair, she gave multiple, inconsistent retellings of the incidents, and perhaps most importantly, without the presence of a lawyer in the room.
Bro,
While
what
she
an idiot.
initially claimed she'd stabbed Christian in self-defense, there
Always
were no
ask for
signs
a
of
lawyer.
bruising in her body to back the claim up. And according to forensics, the knife was thrusted in a downward motion, which went directly against claims that she'd thrown the knife at him from 10 feet away. However, the interrogation ended abruptly as Courtney began threatening her own life. Because of local laws, people with that kind of risk can be institutionalized even in a situation
said she'd
such as
throw it at
hers.
him?
And as such, she was put in a psychiatric hold. The thing is, when this holding period ended, she wasn't
Ow,
arrested
what?
again, so she was free while awaiting a homicide trial, which is quite the extraordinary circumstance. A woman who was familiar with the case saw Courtney at a bar with her dad and confronted her.
Take her. Right now, you should go. Yeah, you should go.
Just
Because you just know my boyfriend. Yeah, you did. Yeah, and yeah. He's white. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
As negative attention kept piling onto Courtney's case, she went to Hawaii and bought a house worth $1.3 million. This was most likely done
Yeah,
to
the
transfer
normal
the
thing
money
you do.
into an asset and hinder it from being seized. Her lawyer spoke to TMZ, reiterating Courtney's claim that she stabbed Christian in self-defense, adding that he had been abusing her for a long time.
Ow.
Meanwhile, a GoFundMe page was opened by his family to fund the arrangements for his funeral, raising over $80,000. As the couple's online history was unearthed, a few particular comments from them became the topic of discussion. For one, when she was a guest on a podcast just weeks before the murder, she mentioned her preference for black men in a way that suggested she was still single, which at the time she definitely wasn't. On the same token, a series of tweets from Christian surfaced that involved him disparaging black girls, along with others in which he glorified white women. Though he had made most of these in high school and in passing, the Tariq Nasheed types were merciless, essentially saying he deserved what happened to him because of the things he'd said. On August 10th, 2022, a whole year after the murder took place, law enforcement finally managed to break down the wall of litigation that Courtney's defense had put up to keep her out of jail,
People are
as she was
insane.
arrested and charged with second-degree murder. Forensics showed that, based on the amount of blood on the
No
crime
matter what he
scene,
said,
it took
no one
a
deserves
while
to
after
die.
stabbing him for her to realize what she'd done and call the police. Additionally, she was on call with her mother for the entire duration of the fight, and she confirmed that Courtney was accusing Christian of lying
Okay,
and
so
telling
they
him to
made
leave the
Aqua Tile.
apartment. A few months later, Courtney went to trial and pled not guilty. Just 3 days after that, a multitude of new evidence would surface, which made her look even worse if that was possible. The couple's text messages would be shared with the public, and they showed that this wasn't the first time Christian was the victim of a stabbing. Messages of his
What?
from October 2021 said,
Oh, I didn't know she stabbed him. Prior,
this
what?
crazy thing about all of this is that yesterday when you stabbed me in the leg and you saw how bad it was hurting me and I couldn't walk and I couldn't do what you were telling me, I wish I could take your pain away. I wish it was me and not you. The next morning, I still woke up happy I still gave you a good day, and even though my leg was hurting because my girlfriend stabbed me, I woke up happy I took you to Vegas.
What
Drove
the
right
fuck?
back, helped you
Bro, this
shoot,
bitch
drank with
crazy.
you, and did blow with you just so you're having a great day, and I'm doing all of this while my leg hurts so bad. Did I make you feel like for stabbing me? No, I just sucked it up and hope tomorrow will be better. A later message read, what if the knife sliced my lip, my beard, my cheek, my eye? What might happen next time? I pray there is no next time like that. February was the worst month I had so far. I got cheated on, I got called that word again, I got slapped in my stitches that has reopened multiple times, and it's not healing fast enough. I've gotten kicked out. In another audio that was made public, Courtney is heard saying she literally wants to kill Christian.
So she cheated on him.
Not having a good day.
As well.
We're
Bro, this
actually
chick's just
literally
an absolute piece of
but
shit.
you don't take me seriously.
Seemingly everything was foreshadowing that this would be the final destination of the relationship. While her defense team tried to get a pretrial release, it would be denied as, due to her OnlyFans wealth and previous trips to Hawaii, she was seen as a flight risk. The trial didn't just affect her, but her family, since it was discovered that right after the murder, she'd wired $1 million to her dad,
there
which
you go.
reinforced that they were trying to protect her wealth. Her father claimed she didn't have as much money as people said she did, alleging her net worth was just $11,000 in liquidity and a little under $400K
Bro,
equity
what a-
in her house. Just
what
1
a load
month
of
later,
shit.
Courtney was denied bail and left the court in tears, as she's currently looking at the possibility of a life sentence for her crime.
Good. She killed a man.
So what's the moral of the story here? Well, don't kill people. That's
It'd just be
probably about
crazy.
it. As stated in the beginning of this video, we typically expect criminals to wear it on their sleeve with
But
face
apparently,
tattoos and whatnot.
fucking
But looks can be
cosplayers are
deceiving.
insane.
Heinous acts can be committed by anyone, and their appearance and sex can have nothing to do with it. Anyone could be a creep. Anyone could be a murderer. This doesn't mean you should accuse everyone you know of potentially being some kind of dangerous actor or get paranoid about it, but it's more to say that these people are human too. They're girlfriends, TikTok stars, and daughters. Does that mean we can forgive their crimes? Of course not. But it does bring us one step closer to understanding them and how to prevent these crimes in the future. In any event, I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching. And
Turkish
until next
Thomas.
time, leave me alone.
No, shut up. I'll do what I want. Don't tell me what to do. Make me harass you even more. Oh yeah, let's have a look. What? New charges. Let's watch this one.
No intro today. Black
Boom.
man in trouble. Johnny Somali has breached containment. You heard correctly. He is trying to build a raft and set sail for international waters
What?
to avoid punishment. He is also threatening the lives of Korean women.
Bro, what? How does he get dumber? Like, I knew he was stupid. But, like, how does he keep just getting dumber?
As well as this lawyer legal mindset threatening to infect them with AIDS and stabbing them with some AIDS needle in the street. This
What?
is unironic. He is committing more crimes. He is trying his best to avoid punishment. I am very personally
He's not
excited
going
for
to
this
avoid
coverage of this
punishment.
video. As you know, I am on vacation,
at
and
all.
this is everything that I wanted to see. So we're gonna start off with Johnny Somali setting sails for international waters. Bro's trying to do some chemical warfare, threatening streamers' lives. This is incredible. This is amazing.
Where is he getting
This is
this
so
needle
funny.
full of
I'm
AIDS?
just saying, any influencer with a yacht right now.
Does he
has
have
a very
AIDS?
funny opportunity to have a
Is that what's
pretty
happening?
big PR win
He's just
involving
gonna-
an unconsensual
What?
collab with Johnny Somali. So anyway, lock in, boys and girls. We're here for more downfall. I'm pretty sure Johnny Somali is right.
Or is he just an idiot and thinks that, like, if you just stab someone with a used needle, they'll just get AIDS? That's probably what he thinks, right? Because he is really fucking stupid. Yeet. Oh, that didn't work. Okay.
Right now, 850% cooked. Like, this is a
Yeet.
level of cooked I did not think we'd reach. As you know, 1,000% cooked is when they'll be in jail. All right, let's see.
I want to play for
Never
you,
mind.
Johnny, talking about escaping to international waters. Let's.
Dude,
That's-
first of all,
that's
that is a
insane.
massive crime.
Okay.
Oh my god. For
Two
those
more
of
in
you
the
that
air.
don't know who Johnny Somali is, I'll give you the quick feedback. He is this dude that American guy, went to Korea, basically to stir up some drama. He went
Wait.
to Japan, he committed some
Do you
crimes, they
have-
arrested him, they threw him out of the country. He went to Israel, did some crimes, they arrested him, they threw him out of the country. Went to Korea, tried to replay the same idea. Bro is literally living through the cycle of
I have three more.
frick right
Okay.
now. Bro fricks around and then he finds out, as they say. It's pretty glorious. I gotta say, it's pretty awesome. So, anywho, he's out there trying his best to make content by harassing people. And in Korea, they are not taking this as a joke. They are absolutely putting him in jail, probably for 20 years, which is very, very
Probably
nice.
more.
It's very nice to see. I personally love the word reciprocal. It's a beautiful word.
Like, didn't he? One of the things he's up for is like it's a minimum of 10 years, right? The deepfake thing, wasn't that like a minimum of 10 years? And I think the maximum was 20. That's just one of the things. And then, I think another one of the things they said was also could get him like 10 years. And then he has all a bunch of little charges. I think he's probably looking more like 30 and above, right? At this point, and they just keep getting more and more charges to put on him. So, because he doesn't know when to shut up and when to stop, he just keeps doing things. So I think that wait, did I say that right? Did the bird respawn? Wait, what? Oh, well, that's annoying. It did. What the fuck? Huh? Okay, that made no sense. Just gotta catch one more, right? Yeah. That made no sense. What? So yeah, I think he's like just exterminate him, pretty much. But yeah, I think he's like up to I think he's already up to like 30 years. So yeah, I'm thinking like 30 years plus is what he's gonna get. And then this like escaping to international waters thing that's probably gonna get him more charges. And then the needle thing is like what he said before, chemical warfare, right? I would assume that's probably going to get like another 10 years just alone. That's like, he just keeps fucking himself even more. And then hoping like Trump is going to come save him by the looks of it.
Play this little clip here. This is hilarious.
All right, I'm ready.
Once again, this is all new stuff. All of this tonight is new stuff.
Oh, God.
Unbelievable.
What's his name? Hank?
Constantly do Johnny Somali
Is that his name? Hank?
Next stream, Incheon.
So Incheon, so you guys know, is the port
the-
that is
How
west
do you keep
of Seoul.
respawning?
It's largely
Seoul's the capital of South Korea.
considered as part of the Seoul metropolitan area, but Incheon to Seoul will take
Okay.
you an hour or two to get there, even at the fastest speed. It's the place where General MacArthur and the Korean War landed. They did their famous landing in Incheon, which was a big W and kind of cut off a lot of the North Korean army
Okay,
and
there we
led
go.
to the press in the north, which was followed by the Chinese attack and then pressed back to the parallel and kind of the stalemate. But Incheon is also where the national.
Are you back
where
for
the
good now,
airport is
Benny?
As well, but there is a big port in Incheon.
Now, he can't. I'm pretty sure they confiscated his passport, so I'm pretty sure he's not going to be. He can't board a plane. They confiscated his passport. He is known. He is one.
Yeah, but like, wait, how does it? Is there like border trolls or something? Could he even like get to wherever he's trying to get to? What you're planning?
Wanted. He's
I don't know.
cooked.
Just react to this now.
50% cooked, actually, and
You missed us reacting to all the fat fucks. Why did he run sideways? We reacted to all those fat fucks, then we reacted to some ego killers, now we're reacting to
sail
Johnny
for
Somali.
international waters is
He's a fucking idiot.
crime. You can't do that if you're in the middle of a legal proceeding. Oh my god. We're gonna sneak onto the luggage section. Dude,
God
this,
damn
this
it.
is if Black
Stop
Beard
running
had
from me.
zero aura.
Some of the biggest tidal movements happen in Incheon and in that bay. So it is one of the biggest areas where the tide goes up and down by a massive amount. So much so that like ships can ground themselves if they don't know where they're properly navigating during low tide.
He might kill himself doing. Again, I don't support that. Listen, while I don't support the retards, I do absolutely appreciate them, okay? I want to make this clear. I don't want him to accidentally kill himself. However, no, it sounds so wrong. However, the point is,
He
I
might,
would love
though.
him to keep cooking. Bro, dude is not, he is
Where he's
not,
going.
yeah.
Bro, I'm amazed that he hasn't been, like, stabbed or something, right? Because, like, people have been coming up and hitting him still, right? Because he's like the, what is it, Golden Goblin or whatever? Or whatever they're calling him? So I'm amazed someone hasn't just come up and stabbed him at this point. I'm amazed he still goes outside. Like, the dude's insane.
Bro's gonna die. Listen, this
If someone has done it, nothing of value would be lost, pretty much. Well, something of value will be lost, right? Because the person who stabbed him will then face criminal charges. So then they might have to go to prison. But other than that,
This is just Darwinism at its finest. Bro will not be breeding. There will not be another generation of Somali.
It is a
Somali pirate ate the dum-dum fruit here.
huge shift. So he's talking about going to Incheon, and let's hear what he has to say.
I'm going to Incheon.
well, there is like the
Alright.
the brain fruit, right? Isn't that what Vegapunk has? And that's a kind of makes him smart, sort of. No, it allows him to store more things in his brain or something. Maybe there is a dum fruit. It just makes you stupid.
I'm renting a boat
Oh my god.
or an inflatable raft.
Inflatable raft.
Oh my god! An inflatable raft isn't going to get you anywhere, you idiot. Bro, this guy's going to kill himself. But even if you rented a boat, like, anyway, like you rented it, you know you have to bring that shit back. Can't just keep it. But then even in saying that, though, where is the money coming from? He doesn't have any money. He's not getting money because he can't stream, right? As far as I knew, the Hank guy, that guy that's showing on screen now, wasn't he the one paying for all, like, the lawyer and everything? Is he going to pay for a boat for Johnny? Like, he can't be that dumb, right? Like, I feel like he's wasted enough money on this idiot.
You know why he had to add that stipulation? Because he's broke. Because he's in Korea.
Yeah.
They confiscated his passport. He's not able to make money. He's streaming to like 20 people on some random shadow realm of
Yeah,
streaming.
even if he was able to, like, stream to make money, would he even make money? He has like 20 viewers.
Platforms. No one even knows how to find him. And they're just donating to him money literally just to keep screwing himself over to new and new wavelengths. It's glorious. This is the glorious level of retard that I wanted today. Oh my god.
And I'm gonna stream sailing to international water.
He said it on camera. There's no way he's this dumb.
How's he gonna stream? With, like, mobile data? But I'm pretty certain, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but the further you go out into the ocean, wouldn't the internet, like the mobile data, like, shit itself? I don't think you'd be able to stream, right? That'd even be possible?
Oh my god, there's no way he's this stupid. How is someone this stupid? I'm telling you. Johnny Somali is a gift created by God to give me content and entertainment. Otherwise, there's no explanation for something like this. There's no explanation for something like this. He's trying to rent
Yeah,
a
he's
boat
so
to
dumb.
flee the country. Does he not realize that's also theft? He's and he's plotting his escape. Oh my god, he's gonna be destroyed. He's streaming on Hank's YouTube channel because he doesn't have his own. That's amazing.
As soon as I hit international.
How is Hank not gotten banned?
Look how confident he is.
Wait.
Bro.
Wait, does that still count as like circumventing a ban? That still count, right? So wouldn't Hank's YouTube channel also get banned?
Gonna extradite him. They are going to extradite his ass right back to Korea. Oh my god.
Wait. So his plan is to bail from Korea and go to America. America's not gonna. They're not gonna be like, no, you can't have him. They're gonna go, yeah, sure, here you go. Like what? They're not gonna fight to keep you, you moron. What's wrong with this idiot?
He's trying to be a Somali pirate. Oh my god.
Not going to happen. Number one, he will not get anywhere near international waters. He wouldn't even make it close to international waters because of the outlying islands. He would go so far, and the closest he could get to international waters would be trying to go to North Korea, in which case North.
Oh, he's gonna die. He's gonna die. Oh my god, dude. Can you imagine? Okay, all right. Listen, I'm just playing this out. Okay, I'm just playing this out.
Yeah, good North Korea, do it.
All right, I will play this out. I don't want this to happen. Okay, I'm not saying this with.
It's your last option. Do it.
I'm just saying that God loves giving me good content, and like realistically, Russia is using North Korean troops in their war against Ukraine. Specifically, the North Korean troops that North Korea is trying to punish or get rid of. Like, I'm just saying, there is a not 0% chance that Johnny Somali ends up in a Korean prison. I mean, ends up in a Ukrainian prison. There is a not 0% chance of this happening. Bro thinks he's Jack Sparrow.
Yeah, I did
commandeering
not
a
know
boat
this.
and sailing for glory. This is amazing. This is incredible.
Wait,
That would be
so does that mean Russia and North Korea are on good terms? What does that mean? When did this happen? What?
craziest crossover episode. Zelensky, look at him.
Bro, the world's
Where's
going
your
to shit.
suit?
North Korea, I would love for him to try that because they will shoot down and destroy any boat. They shoot down Chinese fishing vessels. They would 100% shoot him down. But in an inflatable raft or a small boat, he wouldn't even make it out of the bay, right?
Love that.
He wouldn't even make it out of the bay. It would be R.I.P. Ramsey real quick.
It's got to be the worst pirate I've ever seen. But you've
Yeah,
seen me.
and that RIP stands for rest in pieces, right? Because they're gonna blow him into a million pieces.
Even if they'd even try to rent it to him, right?
Yeah, Captain Black Sparrow is not. He was not cooking with. I want to see it happen.
Yeah, like what? Who would even rent him
I
a
mean,
boat?
once again, I would love to see him try. It would not work. This will not work. But
all right, hell yeah. So that was the
No
first
rest in
little update.
piss.
He's trying.
Piss is too good for him. Okay, rest in pieces. A piece of him there, piece of him over there, piece of him here, piece of him everywhere.
Sail into international waters. In other news, the Korean news has made is absolutely cooking Johnny Somali. So let's dive down this rabbit hole. Legal Mindset
Is it in
over
the
here
news again?
translated it.
now the Korean media has been destroying him.
Oh, good.
We have
yes.
a translated interview, but there have been several mainstream. We're talking like if ABC or CNN or Fox or whatever in the U.S. did a piece on Somali. This is big stuff. These are not.
This is incredible.
Oh, look at, he's famous.
This is incredible.
This is what he wanted.
My God.
He wanted to be famous, right?
He is becoming a legend.
Small channels in Korea. These are big channels, mainstream media. They have been destroying him. They've been
Love that.
covering him, and
Love
they've
that.
been covering
Love that.
us.
Ooh.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, they have been watching our channel and covering us.
That's awesome.
Legal Mindset
Because
is
we get this
famous.
information out there, and it has been absolutely glorious to see them getting
Look
good
at that.
information.
Look
from a
out.
Good source.
Hey.
We're going to go to the Korean media stuff first. I want to show you this real quick. They understand the Korean.
Bro,
Oh, kill me.
Dude, if Johnny Somali would be in America right
Oh,
now,
that's sad.
Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter would be like, He is misunderstood. He is being treated badly by those Koreans.
I have no idea.
And Carmelo Anthony, the two new heroes.
Strategy. The Korean strategy is to bleed him dry, to take his money and just make sure that he.
Yeah, well then you need to take his Hank away. That's what you need to do. You want to bleed him dry? Take his Hank away. If he has no Hank, he has no money. Because that's currently where he's getting his money, right? Is from his Hank.
He does not make a dime, and that he is losing this money while he's there because he has to pay for everything, and he's not getting any payments, or he has any revenue. He can't stream, he can't work.
That is such a crazy strategy. I've never heard of something like this from like
I mean,
this
it
is a
works
first
though,
world
right?
country, right? I have never heard.
Bleed him dry plus castrate him, just to be sure. Well, who's going to pay to have sex with him? You've seen him, right? And like all the Koreans have seen him too. So I don't think there'd be a single Korean woman who would pay him for sex. Meow. But if we take his Hank away, then he's fucked.
Heard of something like this, man. Could you imagine? Could you even imagine? Instead of like just putting him in a regular court case, ending him up in prison, like he's gonna end up in prison. But instead of doing it that way, they decided, nah. Slow and unusual torture. We will bleed him dry. You are sentenced to hobo. The hobo trials begins.
But he's not though, because he has his Hank.
And in this broadcast, this is a broadcast that was by SBS Media, which has 4.8 million subscribers. Let me pull this up here for you guys. This is a very big news outlet in Korea. You can see it right here with the two broadcasters.
Dude.
And I'm going to play a little bit of this. It's in Korean. And then I'm going to read you the translation of this. But just look at what source they're using here.
Are they using legal mindset?
Hey, look at that, it's our boy.
Boom.
Nice.
Look at that. He's famous. He's famous.
So they cover all this, and I'm not going to pull the whole thing, but I'll give you guys the little translation of that.
All right.
Because we've got that here today. And that is over here.
Love that.
Let's pull this up and let's big screen it because it's in small font, but I got the whole thing. So here's how it read. And I'll read this out for you guys. This is a final update for today. So they left this for the last story of the day on major news.
That is crazy. The grand finale in local mainstream media, Korean news, was roasting Johnny Somali.
Good.
How incredible is that? The internet has so much
Still
power.
surprised he hasn't been
It's
stabbed,
because of
though.
people like Legal Mindset and me and Atoshi
Or
and
shot.
other people covering this that this became a mainstream story.
S/
Like, that's
Braybird.
insane. That's crazy. It's crazy to think about how much power the little people, the little retards actually have. Like, we do have power to some degree.
The latest status.
A little terrifying. I don't want anyone to believe that I'm actually burying dinosaurs in the ground to trick Candace Owens.
Of an American
What?
YouTuber who
What?
repeatedly mocked and
What? What is he talking about? What the fuck? What?
humiliated Korea, including kissing the Statue of Peace, has been reported. The YouTuber known as Somali has had their recent activities and trial proceedings exposed by another YouTuber who has been tracking their case.
Bro, this literally is just YouTubers exposed this guy and we're taking him to jail because of the YouTubers that did it. How insane of a timeline is this?
The reporting YouTuber, that's me, released private Telegram messages exchanged between Somali and
Wait,
an
what was the other
associate,
move?
Hank, which
It was
included
Braybird, right?
PayPal donation links
Or not
and a
Braybird.
request for financial support. So why did the media focus on that? Because Korea understands the strategy is to bleed him dry financially.
Oh my
and it's
God.
working. It is absolutely 100% working.
I cannot believe this is like a legitimate strategy that they're using. Like, I thought
I mean,
for
it
sure
works.
this was just like the regular process of Korean courts that, you're not allowed to work here. He's not in Korea on a work visa. He's not allowed to work in Korea. And therefore, he's in Korea and he gets cooked. And he can't work, so he's broke. I didn't realize the actual strategy was to bleed him dry. That is so vindictive. And I fully support it because I don't like Johnny Somali. I have morals, okay? I have morals and I stand by my principles.
They probably do
My
that though
principles
with all
are,
of them, though,
you throw
right?
tomatoes at retards and it's working. It's working. It's, I think,
Or do they
beneficial
just
for
are they just
society.
doing it with him?
He's desperate. He has no money. He's resorting to
Wealth, fame, power. Johnny Somali has achieved none of these things.
outlandish things in order to get money. So their strategy is working. Now, I know a lot of people disagree
Isn't there
with the
supposed to be
Korean approach. A
birds
lot of
up
people
here?
want to see the Vitali-like approach of the Philippines.
I personally do. I don't like the Korean-like approach. However, I am very much appreciating the public lacerations that this man is getting. The public stonings. People are throwing rocks at him. People are punching him in the streets. I'm enjoying it immensely. I think that this is very nice. This is very nice.
That's what I mean. Like,
say,
hasn't he been like
you're playing two
shanked or
different
something or
games.
shot?
Some people are playing a long game. Some people are playing a short game. Korea is playing a long game the way they want to play the long game. They're playing their game their way, and it is working, right? The Philippines did their thing with Vitali. That
Yeah, I covered that also. Vitali was like stealing things from people in stores and in public, and he's another American-Russian YouTuber guy. He went to the Philippines to cause trouble.
Vitali's
he wanted some
Russian?
clout, and he's in jail. The F
What?
around, find out mentality. It's so good. Reciprocal. One of my favorite
I didn't know
words
he was
in English
Russian.
language.
did work in their way. They're different strategies, right? They're
Wait.
different approaches.
Vitali was stealing things? What the fuck? What the shit just happened there? That was weird. I didn't know he was stealing things. I thought he was just doing what he was doing before, which was just being an obnoxious idiot and fucking and like beating on people and shit like he was doing before with like the pedo thing. Oh, wee. I guess I've caught enough. I need to defeat them now. Okay. Wait, what? Why is this thing level 37 now? I mean, I didn't keep up to date with the Vitali thing though, because I don't know, I didn't care enough about him because he's just fucking insane.
Approaches to things. So, but they see it. The media sees it.
But I didn't
which
think he
says,
was
in
stealing
continuing
and shit.
So he needed a PayPal donation link and request for
Wait,
financial
what?
support. In the messages, Somali's associate Hank claimed that legal fees were becoming unmanageable and pleaded for donations, adding that Somali, currently under a travel ban, cannot work in Korea and would starve to death without their help.
Oh my
Oh, no.
god. They actually said that in the news? Dude, the FAFO law. They just looked at the news smiling, saying, and Johnny Somali will die. He will starve to death because people cannot get him money. Oh, well, this is so sad. Anyway, moving on.
Last October, Somali was indicted for disrupting operations at a convenience store in Mapo in Seoul by blasting loud music and spilling cup noodle water on tables. Somali also sparked outrage by kissing the Statue of Peace and repeatedly hurling racial slurs and harassment at citizens.
Yep.
Note that word, harassment.
Yeah, wow.
Actions that led to physical altercations with other YouTubers. That's all for the report. Thank you for listening. So mainstream media is on it. They're covering it. And this is really bad for Somali because this.
Oh, no. Poor guy.
Let him starve,
Philippines
pretty
are
much.
completionists. They just wanted to
That's
get
what I'm
the
saying. They need to take away his
They're
Hank.
speedrunners, and South
Once they
Korea's,
take away his
actually
Hank,
getting
then
all
he's
the
fucked.
achievements on their way to cooking Johnny Somali.
This is the type of thing that the judge, his family, other people are seeing
All right.
100%.
Nice.
And that is not going to go well for him. In addition, Somali has openly threatened news channels. And let me
What?
pull this up right here. This is
Right.
a huge mistake to come after news channels and say they are going to attack news
Bro,
channels.
he's fucking unhinged.
And every time you think it can't get worse for him, he opens his mouth again. Dude is winning all the Darwin Awards.
So let's listen into Hank and Johnny talking about essentially it sounds like trespassing and harassing reporters.
The JBC news building is not even open. Who's the news that was talking about it? JTBC. So you want to go? You down to go to the headquarters?
Yes, and
Live.
and like demand an interview.
Oh my god, they're gonna actually go into the Korean news station and demand an interview.
I thought Johnny Somali was stupid, right? And Hank was not as dumb, but like was using him to get more clout, right? That was my thought process on these two. But now it seems they're just both really dumb. It's Dumb and Dumber, yeah. That's the best way of explaining it. Dumb and Dumber. Because in what world do you think... Hey, what the fuck? He respawned. In what world do you think it's a smart idea to do that? Wait, what? How'd I whiff that? Like, it's so stupid. So dumb.
This is amazing. This is incredible. You think that the gift it'll stop giving at some point? It doesn't stop giving.
Yeah.
Actually demand an interview.
Me and Hank go to the Korean news channel that has been talking the most about us, and we show up to their headquarters live and on YouTube, live on this channel and Hank's channel, and we tell these we want to interview now.
Bro, they want to go to harass news stations? This guy, it's every day is Hanukkah, man. Literally, this man is incredible. He's amazing.
So stupid.
It's endless content. I'm telling you, God broke the mold on this man. He literally, oh my God.
And we're not
It's so stupid.
until you call the police now.
I don't know why he thinks this is a good threat. Bro's catching charges like they're Pokemon. Infinite content jutsu. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop.
Now.
Bro, this dude needs to go back to America ASAP, all right? He'd become George Floyd too. They'd call it the Floydening. It would be incredible. How many cities could get burnt down?
I don't think America wants him. Like, I don't think America wants him.
For the sake of Johnny Somali.
And then the next stream in Xi'an. I'm going.
Okay, let's stop with. Okay, he says something crazy after this.
Like, not only is Hank paying for this idiot's court stuff and like lawyers, but like, look at how much he's been drinking every single night. Like, Hank's probably paying for that too, right? Like, how does Hank make money? I don't get it. Where's the money coming from?
So let me address the first part.
Oh
right?
my God.
Right? Okay, so they're going to call the police pretty quickly. Like, they're not going to...
Yeah, of course they're not going to wait. He's going to say, I demand an interview now, not leaving until you call the police. They would call the police right away.
Yeah.
Charge.
Wait to call the police. They're going to call the police pretty quickly when Somali shows up. They also have security, right? So, like, the main headquarters of a news building has security. He's not just going to be able to walk up to the reporter's desk and start yelling at them. They're going to have security. You probably won't even be able to get off the ground floor and get up to their main office. They'll probably be stuck on the ground floor and not be able
we're
to
talking
get
about Dumb and Dumber
they
here.
can try that. That will not work out well for them. Let's put it that way. That will not work out well for them. By the way, there are multiple outlets that are covering this now. So they're talking.
Yeah, this is going to be mainstream. This is going to be insane. They might even spin this into being something else like awful. I don't know if you ever heard of this story. There was a protester for Genshin Impact that, as stupid as this sounds, you know, the Chinese video game, they invaded a news site and they tried to assassinate the CEO. Like, they pulled out a knife, they tried to kill the guy. Because they didn't like one of the bunny costumes that were made for one of their anime characters in Genshin Impact. I don't think people are going to play with this guy. They're not going to let him get close to anybody. They're not taking these chances. Like, this is wild.
Fucking mental.
Yeah, I know. It's a crazy story. I've covered it in the past on the channel. It's insanity.
One specific outlet, I believe JTC, but I just showed you another outlet that was covering this as well. So there are multiple. And then there was a third as well that covered it. And this was one that my good friend Dr. Ulrich, you guys are very familiar with Dr. Ulrich. He came over and gave me a
yes,
video. From,
I know.
Let's see which one was that? From
Person.
MBM Network, which trolled him as
I've never
well
heard of
for
him.
not having any money. So there's now 2 networks, major networks, that have said that he is broke as a joke, and they're pretty much making fun of him.
Yeah. Johnny Somali is broke, yes. But the issue is Hank is not broke. That's the issue. Like, am I the only one that's like understanding this? They're like sitting there acting like, yeah, Johnny's broke. He has no money. Yeah, we know that. He hasn't had money for a while now. But Hank has money. Like, I'm pretty certain Legal Mindset in the last video I watched that he did talked about how Hank has been paying for the lawyers and all this sort of shit. But he knows this. So it's like, it doesn't matter if Johnny has no money. Hank needs to not have money.
At his demise.
Dude, this is amazing. Dude, this guy became like the actual arch nemesis for
Like, once you take Hank out of the equation, then that's
Dude,
it.
I'm so glad. See, guys, racism cannot.
Johnny's
will not
then
divide us.
fucked completely.
We will grow past the racist tendencies of our past. You see, in America, everything becomes a race issue. Everything becomes a race issue. But we are all coming together to laugh at this retard. You see, I personally think that retards are the cure to racism. Not the symptom, but the cure. As long as you can recognize the retards everywhere, it is truly a glorious, glorious uptick for society.
It is absolutely hilarious that he thought he could screw around and would have no consequences.
Yeah, he found out. He found out real quickly. Apparently, he found out so quickly that he is now threatening the lives of people. Like this guy, Legal Mindset, the lawyer that's covering this case, as well as threatening random Korean women that he's going to infect them with a pinprick of AIDS. Dude is not beating any allegations.
Yeah, so
he's
then-
not. He's making it worse. He really thinks random.
So then, does that mean he has AIDS? Is he admitting that he has AIDS? I don't know. Where is he getting the AIDS from?
Death threats to women and lawyers is a good move for
Is this
him
gonna
right
be
now
explained?
with all the scrutiny he's in. Dude.
Johnny Somali is threatening.
I love how he got dude went out and got AIDS beforehand. All right, he went to get AIDS early. All right, he figured, why wait for prison where I'm gonna get AIDS without consent?
So he has
Might
AIDS.
as well get AIDS with consent now.
Korean women with infection with STDs, specifically with HIV and AIDS.
Bro, dude, that's crazy. How does this happen? How does this happen? Oh my god.
Does that mean
this is something that?
Yeah, this is a level of retard no one could defend. I don't know, man. Black Lives Matter is not defending this guy. It is not.
God damn it!
People
I
might
keep pressing.
think of as a joke. This is not a joke. And in fact, when in history, and I'm going to get into this, we'll show you some case law. Oh, there's case law about this.
All right.
But there are cases where people have been prosecuted, specifically in the United States. In fact, repeatedly, people have been prosecuted for threatened potential threats to infect others with diseases.
Yeah, but there's also been like stuff about intentionally infecting people, right? Because wasn't there that one guy? I don't know if he was a gay guy or not, but like there was that one guy who had AIDS and he was intentionally going around infecting as many people as he could with it. Like he was doing it on purpose. And he got done in for it.
And that is something that is not okay. In fact, there was a parole for a doctor. I believe it might have been a doctor who injected his mistress with HIV and hepatitis. She contracted those.
Oh my god!
He went to jail.
Yeah,
she actually, I believe, eventually died of HIV/AIDS. So he went to jail. He was denied parole.
All right, what's the over/under on this? If Trump publicly denounces Johnny Somali,
then
would the mainstream media?
wait, so then if he's in jail and he's serving jail time for infecting her, does he then, like, and she dies, does he then get a death sentence? Kind of like, no, not death sentence, but like, does his charges change to murder at that point? Right? Because he just killed her, right? Without the disease, she wouldn't have died. Well, that early. How does that work?
Media in America start defending him. This is the question I leave you in the comments. All right, this is the question. All right, that's the question.
So let's watch this thing. This is video of Ramsey Cletus Smile on April 22nd talking about this. Let's just play the tape.
Oh, God.
Korea does not let me out of Korea.
Yup, he going to jail.
I'm telling you right now, it is a danger to the Korean women.
Oh, my God, that is a direct threat. I thought, like, he would dance around it. That is a direct threat.
Yeah, I don't think we need to
if
castrate
they don't
him
let him
anymore.
out of Korea now, he'll be a danger
He's
to
admitting
Korean
that he
women.
has
What does that mean?
AIDS.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Put this clown in the circus where he belongs. Bro's hole is gonna get so stretched. He's going out here to try to infect other people with AIDS. Bro's gonna be catching all sorts of STDs.
Because, like, I'm pretty certain, like we just saw, like, he's been, like, shown on the news and stuff.
With Korean women while I've been locked here.
First of all,
I doubt it, man. I highly doubt that.
let me say this real quick. I do not believe this at
Yeah,
all.
no.
Number one, he doesn't have any money.
No Riz, no money, no bitches. This is
Yeah.
not happening. It's not happening. Absolute cap. Gigantic cap. Oh, God.
Although he does admit to using, and I do believe he did engage in prostitution in Southeast Asia and other.
Oh, my God, dude. He's talking about prostitutes. Oh, God. Two streamers I know of that went to prostitutes in Asia or whatever, in Europe.
Brag about?
Yep. Hassan Piker and Johnny Somali. Cut from the same
Bragging about
cloth.
fucking
I always knew it.
all these Korean women, but they're
But
just
in Korea,
prostitutes.
he definitely doesn't have any money. Number one, and number two, no, ain't nobody interested in Ramsey Cletus Miles. So I'm calling, you know,
Cap.
calling a lie on that one.
Yeah,
But let's continue to hear his threat, because once again, he is threatening Korea if they don't let him go.
I don't wear any condom when I f these Korean women. I don't get any STD tests when I f these Korean women. I don't get any STD tests when I f these Korean women. And I make sure to spread whatever I have.
Why would you just casually admit to carrying tons of diseases? Why would you do this?
Well-
Like, he's broadcasting this information.
He's not saying he has diseases because he doesn't get tested, right? He's just assuming that he has diseases because he's having sex with prostitutes without condoms on, right? Wait, what? What's mad at me? What? Where the fuck did you come from? Where the fuck was he hiding? Little ninja? So, like, I guess he's just, yeah, he's just really, really dumb, right? Like, when I first heard about all this stuff and, like, started watching, I don't need to do strong style anymore. Whoops. I started, like, watching the stuff on him. I was like, oh, okay, this guy's an idiot. But then, like, the more you watch, the more you're like, oh, he's like a giant idiot. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the more you watch, you're like, oh, he's dumber than what I even thought. Like, he's beyond dumb. You know what I mean? Like, he's so stupid. Does he literally just think that, like, all prostitutes have AIDS? So, because of that, he didn't use a condom, he just has AIDS? I'm assuming that's his thought process, right? He is so dumb.
Bro is gonna be, he's gonna die alone, man. Oh my God.
To all of these Korean women. And the police can't stop me.
Well, I mean,
The
they can if he's in jail.
Yeah,
Then he'll
they
start spreading
can.
his things to Korean men.
Government can't
They
stop me.
very
These
much can.
Korean ladies is fiending for black. Every single
Bro.
week they keep me in Korea, I'm gonna keep coming in Korean women. I'm a handsome, sexy. I'm nice. I'm good looking.
Bro, have you seen a picture of this guy? Wait. Wait, hold up. I don't think you realize
Oh, I
how
don't
this
need to.
guy looks.
Whoops.
This is a weird Pokemon over here. Really, bro? This guy? This dude?
Yeah,
really?
that's what I'm saying,
He's
like-
also has the worst build of all time. He's
He's got the
skinny fat.
weirdest
Let
head.
me show you my. Let me show
It's his
Yo,
head for me. I'm
no
like,
way.
I look at his
This
head.
is
I'm like, what's wrong with his
history's worst
head?
build, man. I don't know. This is the worst build of all time. Yeah, ain't nobody interested.
Bro, I need 40
in
air slashes.
anything
Holy
going
shit.
on here. Yeah, absolutely not. But anyway,
It reminds me of the
this is
fucking.
an old clip.
Okay, do you
It reminds me of the I'm dead sexy. That's what it reminds me of.
You guys want to know what happened when I went to the red light district with Hank? I'll tell y'all the story. The other day we went to the red light district, and the reason I didn't stream it is because every single hooker we met in the red light district was like, no black, no.
Oh God! Even the hookers didn't want his money. That's crazy.
Bro.
That is the craziest letdown of all time.
Even the hookers were
Failed
like,
so
no.
miserably. Bro has so little riz. Even the hookers aren't interested. Oh my God! This is incredible. So
No
wait,
wonder he
first
has fucking HIV and that. He had to go find hookers that actually would sleep with him. Which are the ones that have all the diseases. Ah, now I get it. Now it makes sense.
makes this threat that he's some sort of living chemical weapon, and then it turns out it's quite the opposite of that.
No black. I was getting mad.
These Korean ladies is fiending for black.
No
Yeah.
black. No black.
Yeah,
No black.
yeah.
So obviously that's a cut by Johnny Somali over there on X. He's talking about that stuff, and then he's talking about.
Bro really thought he was a living bioweapon with
idiot.
no means of actually transmitting any of the diseases. But don't worry, man. Don't worry, dude. You're gonna have new sexual partner soon in Korean prison. This is so sad. Poor Johnny Somali. Could we all just
They probably
realize
won't
that-
even want to
that
touch him.
Johnny Somali is literally ruining his own life purely for our content. I think we should all thank him. Thank you, Johnny Somali. And thank you, God, for inventing this incredible level of retard.
Injecting people intentionally with HIV and AIDS, and
Bro.
he specifically actually makes a threat against me, right? So let's
But like,
let's
the thing is with that, right? Wouldn't they have to prove that he has HIV and AIDS? Right? Because otherwise it's just an empty threat. Does that still count? Like, I guess it'd be like a similar thing if you were like, hey, I'm going to shoot you and kill you, right? But you don't own a gun. Would you still be able to like get charged with like that threat?
listen to this one. I posted this one on my X so people can look at this one here. This is a very specific threat against me, of all people here. So let's listen up to this one.
Yeah, why would you throw in a lawyer?
I don't need to fight that. I'll walk past and inject them with some HIV blood with a needle.
Oh my God.
Legal mindset.
See,
he just straight up admits it. He calls him out by name and then he threatens to inject him with HIV. That's insanity. That's crazy. How do you just do this? He is going to be in jail for a very long time.
I'm trying to think of like why he's so convinced that he has it. Because he would have had to go to a doctor, and the doctor would have had to tell him he has it, right? Would he even been able to go to a doctor? In Korea? Would they have even taken him? Or maybe like, maybe when he got punched. Because like, didn't he get punched and he had to go to hospital for a bit? Because he like fell and hit his head or whatever? Maybe they took his blood then? And tested him? Or something? Cause like he seems very convinced that he has it.
He's going to be in jail for a very long time. This is A, he's filming himself with a potato, and B, oh my god, he's going to get destroyed.
Yeah, well, of course he's filming himself with a potato. His other camera probably got fucking destroyed when he was streaming in the street. Because didn't someone take it at one point? Some boy smashed it or something.
Threat against a very specific person. That's actually against me. So that is...
he's like honored. He's loving it, man. Dude,
of course he is.
Johnny Somali tried to DM me. He said he wanted to, like, you know, have this whole thing. No thanks. I don't know, man. I don't know if it was Johnny Somali or someone else on his account. But, yeah, no, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, he's so bad at this.
It probably is Somali. He's probably just trying to get everywhere possible to get any sort of fucking, like, you know what I mean? He's not allowed on anything. He's probably just trying to reach out to everyone who's talking about him. He doesn't care if it's fucking, if you get him on your channel and shit on him for an hour, he doesn't care. As long as he's just on your channel, that's all he cares about, right? What is that? Oh, it's a Shanks.
He calls out all of his haters. He calls me out. He calls Legal Mindset out. He calls out Atozy. He calls out Moist Critical. Like, it's incredible. It's truly incredible.
Wait,
he doesn't recognize
is Charlie
how
even
awful he looks and how
said
much
anything about
content
him?
he's actually giving us. Because
Look,
while he's
Charlie
broke,
stopped talking about it
there is an
because he stopped
entire
caring.
an ecosystem of people getting rich off of his downfall.
What you would call, and that's a threat, and that's what you call a pinprick attack, which is, you can Google it. There's actually a Wikipedia page about it. There's stuff like that about it. That is very much criminal to threaten, to talk about, and in many countries, there's actually specific statutes that relate to that legally, right? That specifically relate to that. So that actually gives me some interesting law to talk about. That's the rest of the PowerPoint here.
Ooh.
So in countries like the United States and Western Europe, there are laws. Now, in many places,
threatening HIV is criminal in almost all countries. Oh my
really?
god!
There's a specific statute, the specific law that says that threatening people with AIDS or passing AIDS is illegal. Now, back in the day, these laws were controversial because many people thought that they would be used against.
Bro, Johnny Somali's mom looking up the statutes right now, trying to get a 94th trimester abortion. She trying so hard, bro.
Against people that lived other alternative lifestyles, like, for example, homosexuals. So in the past, they thought that these laws would be used widely to essentially ban homosexuality, which largely, by and large, with isolated cases and individual, exceptions aside, by and large, generally that did not happen. But those laws are still on the books, laws that criminalize specifically the intentional transmission of HIV and AIDS. But beyond that, you can actually use existing laws. So laws like intimidation. So saying, I'm going to do this because you cover me.
I mean, this absolutely is intimidation. It absolutely is intimidation. It is a threat. It is incredibly dangerous. And he's doing it to a lawyer of all people. Oh my god.
No,
or I'm gonna
no,
do this
they're not talking about the dumbest part about all this. They're not talking about the dumbest part. The dumbest part is he's streaming and telling everybody that he's going to do this. Like, this isn't even like him going to him and saying it to his face one-on-one or like telling his friend about it. This is him going on stream and saying it. That's the dumbest part.
That is intimidation. That's also an attempted crime. It can be assault. And if you actually do it, it can be attempted murder or murder. So if you killed somebody, they died of AIDS, that would actually be murder. And in Korea,
okay, that answers my question
crimes.
from
I want
earlier.
to give a quick shout out to...
Oh my god, he compiled all the Korean case law about it. He's like, don't worry, all y'all prosecutors. You prosecutors, man, you guys can cook. All right, I'll just give you the ammo for your weapons. You shoot.
to
I'll do all the work for you.
and also to the other folks that helped me out in Korea on this, because they helped me out with these specific articles. I think Dr. Ulrich gave me a lot of these, so big shout out to him. But I confirmed these and asked around and looked them all up, so they all check out. But in Korea, if you actually went over and threatened people with HIV, you could be guilty of any of these things: injury, attempted injury, serious injury, special threat,
Bro, he's a fucking
attempted
moron.
crime, murder. Also, Korea has a special statute, a special law called the Acquired Immunodeficiency Syndrome, that's AIDS, Prevention Act. Article 19, prohibition on conduct risking transmission. What does that carry? I know you all want to know, and that is 10 years in jail. So 10.
Boom, there you go.
How does he keep doing
I was right.
this? He's gonna be in prison forever.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh my god, dude. Listen, I'm just saying, I am going to retire as a YouTuber before Johnny Somali leaves Korean prison. And you know what?
I
might
don't
come
understand,
back
like-
just to say Fafo when he gets.
Are they leaving him out of jail now so that he does more things that they can then charge him with? Or are they like, you know what I mean? I don't understand why they haven't just put him in jail while they charge him with all this stuff. The other reason being would simply just be so they can get him with even more, right? Because they know that he's going to be an idiot.
Released. This is crazy. This is insane. 10 years and he just doesn't stop. He is speedrunning every crime he can.
10 years under that statute for any conduct that would involve that. So that would be stacking on top of his
Sue him, Andrew. Sue him. Get involved. Think of the content.
already full stack of issues. 10 years in potential years in prison. That's a maximum penalty there, right? So a lot of solid
tell me
time
about-
there as well.
I was using
And
the
once
wrong
again,
thing.
this is all stuff Johnny tried to delete because Johnny knew when he played that is a direct threat. That is a direct threat, not just the Korean people. He threatened me specifically, but this is very.
I don't know why,
very
but
insane,
he truly
right?
deserves
Once
the
again,
worst,
He still
like
has a
ass
criminal
cancer.
case pending.
That's
So
insane. That's what he tried to delete.
No, we
'Cause
don't
I
need him
knew
to
that
have
he tried
cancer or
delete
anything,
something.
right? What we need him to do is just be in prison for a very long time and be pounded in the ass by his like cellmate, right? That's a much better end for him. Just be pounded in the butt every day, all day, until eventually it kills him. Right? Probably much better. Do they get like can they like watch the news and stuff in Korean prison? Because if they can, by the time he gets to prison, bro, he's fucked. Because they're gonna know everything that he's been doing. I don't know. Yeah, but if they can, he's fucked, right? If they can't and they haven't been seeing what he's been doing, then he might not be as fucked. Right? Well, he won't be fucked until someone from the outside gets brought in to jail that knows about it and is like, "Hey, did you hear about that guy and what he did?" You know what I mean?
Apparently, because I saw this tweet. Someone tell Johnny to quickly delete the VOD. Too late, bro. Too late. Oh my god, that's incredible. Yeah, this account keeps tweeting at me and stuff. Also, it's insane. It's crazy. The Johnny Somali saga keeps getting better and better. Bro is literally 850% cooked right now. Does he not realize that he is giving us endless content? Does he not realize that there is an entire ecosystem of making?
So it's either he doesn't care, right? He's too dumb to care. It's either that, like he's just too stupid, or he views it as like he still thinks that he's gonna get out, like get off on this with like barely anything. And he needs to keep doing this insane shit so that when he does get off on all this stuff, his audience is still around. You know what I mean? Because, like, if he flipped and actually became apologetic and was, like, trying to make amends, if he tried to go back to streaming, the crowd that he has created would not watch him, right? Because they'd see him as, like, a sellout. So I think it's one of those two things. He's either just really, really fucking stupid, or he still thinks he's gonna get let off. Better idea? What? How to deal with him? Best idea is just to let him go on his fucking inflatable raft. See how he goes.
Making fun of this freak. I don't know if he does or if he doesn't, but we thank you for your service as a professional retard detector extraordinaire. What you do does not go unnoticed, Johnny. Very cool. Thanks for being here. 1000% cooked when he's in prison. It's gonna be great. Bye. Like, subscribe, and this video was
Such a moron. What the fuck? What is that? That's supposed to be Jack Black? No, funniest Oblivion remastered memes. Okay. Make him do stuff like this. Give me a minute. Where is it? I'm getting hot. Oh my god, yes, I know this clip. This clip is amazing. That smells like ass. Ding!
That smells like ass.
Wait for it. There it is. I just stuck my nose straight up some dude's ass. That's what that is. That's what that look is. Oh, that's amazing. One of the best clips ever. Smells like ass. Ding. What? The content cop is even worse than we thought. Oh, is this the Nazi thing? The Nazi sword? And people were trying to say, like, oh, but it's a sword from Bleach, which it is. It's Ichigo's sword. But I remember seeing the clip when it came out, when when he bought it and shit, and he was calling it what's the Nazi symbol called again? I forgot what the Nazi symbol's called. But you get what I mean. He was calling it that. He wasn't calling it fucking sword from Bleach. Pure pain and sadness in his eyes. Oh yeah. Like you could see it in the end. He was like, fuck. Swastika. He was calling it like the swastika sword or whatever. Yeah, swastika. Yeah. And then, like, I think, was it Ethan that did the thing? Someone made a video recently showing all of it, that he calls it the swastika sword, that he's never watched Bleach. Even up to like 3 months ago or something, he still hadn't watched Bleach. And yeah, he just refers to it as the swastika sword. It's clear what he has the sword for. I'm assuming that's what this is going to be. It's going to be talking about why they had that fucking sword in the video. Hollywood just cancelled Rachel Zegler. What do you mean just cancelled? I feel like she's been cancelled for a hot minute now, right? No one wants anything to do with that idiot. Let me check something real quick. Okay. What are we checking? I don't know what this is. Leftist streamers are 100% finding out. Should we watch that? That might be interesting. He reacted to crime stuff? Who? Because I'm assuming this is what I can talk about. Yeah, there's Pokemon. Is this gonna be that clip of Pokemon saying they're like fuck the rich or whatever when she is rich? Is that what? That's probably what spurred that video, right? Who reacted to crime stuff? Who are we talking about? Bro, I have like cold sweats and I've been sneezing all morning. I think I'm dying. I think I might be getting the flu again. Even though I don't. Did I go anywhere? No, I didn't go anywhere this week. Or even when I don't leave my house, I get sick. How's this possible? Oh, my nephew came around. Yeah, the germs came around. I didn't go to the germs came to me. That's what happened. Should we watch this for now?
No intro today, e-girl in trouble.
Until you figure out what you're looking at.
Destroyed. Now, you might say, what career? I thought she fell off ages ago when she sold overpriced cookies and then made fun of her audience.
That is about Pokemon, yeah.
Yes, we will probably cover that, but her career is extra cooked because instead of going the route calling people poor, she has now gone full eat the rich, Hassan Piker manifesto, insano style, trying her best to virtue signal herself into a little
I saw that clip. I was like,
trying to get those
what?
remaining woke points while the internet still cares
You're a
about
billionaire.
them
What are you
before,
talking
the
about?
Trump administration
Or a
completely
millionaire, at
ends
least.
that style. So shout out to Baroque Boys. It's gonna be crazy. More Pegasus made a video on this, as you know. I'm very excited to see what this is all about. She has truly reached 110% cooked with this one. Her career is over, and I guess
What?
that's what happens when you
What are you talking about, Nux? It says 100. He lied. He lied. How could he do that? How can we trust anything he says anymore? He lied.
read the Hassan Piker manifesto. Hell yeah, dude. She's a socialist with a Gucci bag. For real, for real. Anywho, let's see what this is all about. I love some downfalls, and it appears like we're getting a very juicy one today.
What's the crime stuff?
Pokimane is back
Benny?
in the news. So recently she went on a stream with Jason the Ween and started ranting about rich people. And naturally this made...
Wait. Doesn't Jason also bring up the fact that she's rich? Like, even he's like, but you're rich. Do we need to find the clip? Maybe I should find the clip. Need to find the video again? Okay. Pokey... How do you spell it? Oh, never mind. It came up. Pokemon Jason clip? If I just write Jason clip, will it come up? This was like recent, right? It's a crime-ish video. Wait, what if we'll get rid of Jason and we'll just write, I think she said fuck the rich or something? Fuck the rich. I just want the clip. There it is. It's on Instagram? What? Can I like... Wait, hold on.
Like that
Yeah. Okay, this'll do, I guess. I don't know.
in America, right? It's getting there, right?
You already have one.
Another one.
What's going on?
The wealth disparity is getting bad.
The wage gap, I hate that shit.
No wealth disparity.
Wealth disparity.
They don't know what the
Wage
fuck's
gap
going on.
is like between men and women. Men and women, we love each other,
Thanks.
and we hate the rich. Anyways, too much.
Ready?
Aren't you the rich?
No.
Boom.
Like the ultra rich. The
Suck it. Aren't you the rich? Yes, you are the rich. And her saying, like, there's no hate between men and women or whatever the fuck, whatever she said, I wasn't listening. I just wanted to get to that point where he like pulled her out. She does hate men. I feel like she's made it pretty clear that she does not like men, right? She blames all her problems on men. There's been plenty of clips where she's done that, right? What the fuck are you even talking about? Everything she said in this was a lie.
The
You have to
unnecessarily
clarify. They're gonna clip that and it's gonna make you look bad.
Oh,
Boom. Boom. Thank you. Jason's on it, bro. He's got it.
You
The
gotta
ultra
say
giga
you gotta say the billionaires.
the billionaires.
Because you are rich.
The Bezos.
You can't be saying that.
I am. I'm rich in friendship.
Yes.
You're a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot.
Oh my god, how does she keep doing this? God, how are you so pathetic? Alright, let's do it. Pokemon net worth. Pokemon.
Oh, bro, here we go, yeah.
Alright.
I didn't even think of that.
So,
but yeah, she's in the millions.
So according to Celebrity Newsworth, she's a net worth of 10 million. Alright, that's a lie. She's definitely worth more than 10 million. Alright, whatever.
That's a 6.
You never can't trust the media. The media's liars. Liars. Definitely worth more than 10 million.
What? That says 6. Did he just round up? Did he not read this properly? That says 6. God, Nux. Be better. Don't be like Pokemon. I'm assuming he just rounded up. But it doesn't matter, even if it is only fucking 6 million or whatever. She's still a millionaire. She's the rich.
Alright, whatever. You never can't trust the media. The media's liars. Liars and frauds. She's definitely worth more than 6 million. Not even close. But anywho.
There you go.
Anywho.
A lot of people mad considering she is a multi-millionaire with a bunch of businesses.
I'm pretty sure she got like a $10 million Twitch contract a few years ago. She has houses, she has businesses, she has scams. I'm just joking. What am I talking about? She is out there.
What is she wearing?
Signaling a little bit more. Woking.
What
so
is that?
close to
Is
the
that supposed to be a
sun,
dress?
because otherwise, how will you even hear about her these days? It's not like
It
her
looks like
content
carpet.
is entertaining. God, I love the.
It looks like she just picked
the
carpet
annual
up and wore
Pokemon
carpet.
crash outs to get a little more relevancy.
And was literally bragging about her wealth a day ago on
Bro.
Twitter. We also had that
What?
situation.
What is wrong with
This is
What's
amazing.
wrong with these people?
This is incredible. The unbelievable.
Do you think it's like you get so rich that your brain stops processing? Is that what happens? Like just so many dollar signs and like money comes in that your brain just stops working? Is that what happens? Because it seems like the richer people are, the dumber they get, right? Because like Elon seemed really smart a couple years ago, right? Now you see some of his tweets and you're like, what are you talking about, bro? Found the fucker? You found him? Okay. I feel like that's what happens, right?
Unbelievable brat moment, dude. Oh my god. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. There's no substance behind these eyes. Nothing.
I've always not liked Pokemon's eyes. I don't know what it is about him, but they've always like, what's the heebie-jeebies? Is that a good way of saying it? I don't know. Every time I've seen her eyes, I'm like, I don't like it. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes there's just these things you see, and you just like, I don't like that. That's how I feel about her eyes. Is it just me? There's something wrong with her eyes, right? Like it's creepy, a good way of saying it? I don't know. Soulless? That's probably a good way of saying it, right? I feel like that's probably the best way of explaining it. You understand why I say crime when video plays? Oh, okay. Give me a minute. Gotta get it. So many wrong choices. Actually wanted to send the doku. Saw about Tim Treadwell. Who's that? But it got removed. Sag. Who's Tim Treadwell? Wait a minute. I'll bring it over. How long is this video here for? Oh, it goes for 50 minutes. Oh, okay. I was gonna say maybe we watch this after, but nah. Watching this now.
Was once asked to
Do we need to know about Pokemon? I don't think we need no more, right? She's just an idiot. I might watch this off stream. See what the rest of it is. What's this? Oh, I can get rid of that.
estimate how dangerous a grizzly bear was. He said, "Imagine a danger scale from 1 to 10."
Wait, what? Tim Treadwell equals the grizzly man? Oh, okay. Why is this guy talking about a grizzly bear? That was a crime thing. Is this gonna talk about like a serial killing grizzly bear?
10. 0 is a butterfly, and 10 is a rattlesnake. A
Never mind.
grizzly is somewhere between 0 and 1.
What?
There have been some pretty
Wait.
good ideas throughout human.
Is that a danger scale? Why is... Why is a rattlesnake 10 on the danger scale? The person who got asked, 1960s. Oh, so back in the 1960s, they were like, rattlesnakes are the most dangerous? Because, bro, I would put bears above rattlesnakes. I feel like it's a lot easier to avoid a rattlesnake than it is to avoid a bear. Said that a grizzly is between 0 and 1. Almost 0 chance of danger. What? Is that what it said? Wait, hold on.
0 is a butterfly, and 10 is a rattlesnake. A grizzly is somewhere between 0 and 1.
Oh, what? I thought you said 0 and like 10. I thought you meant like 0. Bro, what? If you... Bro, I feel like if you see a grizzly, it's probably too late, right? Like, if you're face to face with a grizzly, I feel like it's probably too late. I think you're fucked. The grizzly's the one that, like, eat their prey alive? Is that grizzlies? There's a bear that, like, it doesn't fully kill things, right? It eats them alive. Is that grizzlies? We will later hear the crimes committed, and that leads to the brutal outcome. Is the killer a grizzly? Is that why it's kind of a crime story?
There have been some pretty good ideas throughout human history, and one of them is the national park. Yellowstone, established in 1872, was the first national park in the United States.
Isn't Yellowstone supposedly like a giant volcano? I just realized I've been streaming for 4 hours. I should probably take the dogs out. I might do that real quick. Oi. Okay. I'll be back. I got back. I got some food while I was up. Oh. Oh, it's a crime documentary. Amount of violence and crimes the humans committed. Arnoff? Oh, okay. Do you think I can find... Wait, hold on. I have to take a bite. I'm very hungry. Whatever it is for now. Um... I'll try and find the guy that I watch. Real quick. I'll show you. So I can't remember what his name is. I'll find it. Um... Where's that crime? Maybe crime stories?
On the afternoon of June...
I'll find the guy. I think he's like a retired... I think he's like a retired, soldier? I think.
After graduating high school early.
No, that's not it. Where is he? Do you know what I'm talking about, Betty? I think he wrote a book, too.
Something when they speak in the back.
I don't know what his thing is. I don't know. I'll find it later.
United States, and often considered the world's first. Though
But yeah, he's like
Bogor
a...
National Park was protected by the Mongolian
I think he's a
government in
retired, like,
1783.
army veteran
Yellowstone
or
was
something.
founded for the enjoyment
Now
of
he just does
nature
this.
and to conserve the wilderness. While
Talks
the
about like,
idea of
but
preserving
his
nature-
crime stuff too isn't just like, humans. Like there was one I watched where he was talking about a monkey. It was like a chimpanzee. It was a pet or something, and it started going nuts or something. So the friend came around to help or something like that, and she brought its favorite toy, but the monkey took it as that lady was trying to steal his toy. So it ran outside and ripped her face off. And she ended up like surviving somehow. feel like he told a story about that.
Is a nice idea, it was a bad idea to forcibly deter Native Americans from entering and using the park. It was also a bad idea to forcibly relocate the tribes from their home in Yellowstone and move them to nearby reservations. Yellowstone may have been the first, at least in the US, but it certainly wasn't the last. More parks would follow, and in 1910 President Taft signed the bill establishing Glacier as the country's 10th national park. Located in northwestern Montana on the Canada-United States border, it encompasses over 1 million acres, or over 1,500 square miles. It has mountain ranges, over 100 lakes, and of course, a wide variety of
Some of this is like super beautiful. Like, look at this.
It has mountain ranges, over a
Look at that. Like, that's so pretty. And then we're like, let's put a road in the middle of it.
100 lakes, and of course, a wide variety of plant and animal species. Glacier National Park is home to 71 species of mammals, from the tiny pygmy shrew to larger animals like the
fuck
goats,
is a pygmy
elk,
shrew?
mountain lions, and of course, bears. There is the black bear and the larger grizzly bear. The grizzly bear is so named because its hair is grizzled or silver-tipped. Yet the name is sometimes believed to be derived from grizzly, meaning horrible. Glacier National Park is one of the few last refuges of the grizzly in the lower 48. They used to range from northern Alaska to central Mexico, from the west coast to the Great Plains. But between 1850 and 1970, grizzlies were eliminated from 98% of their original range. Populations
Holy
plummeted
shit.
from an estimated high of 50,000 to between 1,500 and 1,700 today. The grizzlies in the lower 48 aren't the largest of the brown bears, but they are still significantly big. According to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, adult males average 400 to 600 pounds, and adult females average 250 to 350 pounds. One of the largest grizzlies on record in the state of Montana is the Lincoln grizzly. Killed by a vehicle in 2007, the male weighed about 830 pounds and stood around 8 foot tall. The speed of the grizzly is usually put at somewhere between 30 to 40 miles per hour, with the National Park Service putting their max speed at about 35 miles per hour. Their hearing is over twice the sensitivity of human beings and exceeds human frequency ranges. They have a powerful sense of smell. While we are not sure of the exact limits, their nasal mucosa area is about 100 times larger than in humans. I read in some older books that bears have poor vision, but in more recent years this seems to have been somewhat debunked, with most sources now saying they have comparable vision to humans, though according to bear.org, their distance vision over 200...
Bear.org. Is that where the bears keep up on their blogs? Okay, yeah, so we just need Brightbird. Bear.org.
100 yards has not been tested. And perhaps, most importantly of all, bears are quite curious and intelligent. They have a large brain compared to body size and have strong navigation skills and an excellent long-term memory. Big, strong, powerful animals that fortunately rarely attack humans. Though, logically speaking, if you have more human-bear interactions, there will of course be more opportunity for attacks.
Yep. Same thing with shark attacks, right?
In the early days of Glacier...
If we weren't going in the ocean, there wouldn't be any shark attacks. Prove me wrong.
National Park, visitors were few, and they were usually brought by outfitters with horses and mules.
Well, that horse is white as fuck. Wait.
Usually brought...
That horse is so white. Like, fucking sun is reflecting off it.
By outfitters with horses and mules. By the 1960s, the park had gotten more popular. It was no longer necessary to travel with outfitters. There was now an extensive 700-mile trail system, and backpacking and camping
it's like a
was
mixture of everything I've
popular to
eaten
do,
in the last 2
thanks
days.
to the cheaper and
Smells horrible.
lighter equipment. Almost 1 million people visited Glacier National Park in the summer of 1967. That's a lot of people in bear country, but again,
yeah, especially but not only that, back in like the 60s, 1 million people went and visited in the 60s. Like, what?
From grizzlies were extremely rare, and at the time, they even had the records to prove it. At the beginning of the summer of 1967, Glacier National Park could accurately boast that there had never been a single death.
Beavers.
In the early summer of 1967, Don and Joan Berry.
Oh, bro, have you seen those, like, it came up on TikTok for me this morning. I think it was this morning. Those fucking idiots who like keep trying to like pat buffaloes or something, or like get close to buffaloes, and then like the buffaloes get mad and charge at them. Like, I think fucking buffalo probably killed more people or injured more people than fucking probably bears. Saying that, cows have probably killed the most, right? Wait, let's have a look. And like, my first thought is like, why are you going near the buffalo? It's a buffalo. Buffalo kills a year. Buffalo kills a lion. What? Is that even possible? Cape buffalo are often cited as one of the deadliest animals to humans. Yeah, there you go. Cape buffalo are often cited as one of the deadliest animals to humans. Well, I'd say that or fucking hippos, right? But I'd say the buffalo, right? Because people look at the buffalo and like, oh, it's just a fluffy cow. And they go and try and touch it. Hippos are also mentioned as very dangerous animal. Yeah, like hippos are just fucking insane. An estimated 500 deaths per year in Africa by hippos. That's crazy. Doesn't say how many deaths by buffalo though. Humans are stupid. Like, I'm no better. I saw a fruit bat one time when I was younger. And my first thought was like, I want to go pick it up and pat it. And those motherfuckers carry all sorts of diseases. I didn't, but I wanted to.
Their 3 children went to stay in Glacier National Park at a place called Kelly's Camp, which was 12 log cabins on the western shore of Lake McDonald. They had spent many summers here and were used to the local flora and fauna. In the middle of June, Joan looked out the back window of the cabin towards an area where there were garbage cans, and she saw a bear. She knew right away it was a grizzly. She had seen them before and could see all the identifiers, like the big hump behind its head. But something was off about this bear. Its hair was patchy and thin. The bear itself, though having a big frame, was also quite thin, somewhat emaciated. It had unusually long claws, suggesting it was not using them to dig up roots. It also had an oddly shaped head. Joan Berry concluded it was a sick bear that was clinging on to life from finding scraps and eating garbage. She mentioned it to a ranger friend, but no one was particularly concerned. Every now and then you'd see a grizzly around Kelly's camp, and no one had ever been killed by a grizzly in the park. Joan continued to see the grizzly, though.
Yeah,
and
but
not only
like,
did it look weird, it also acted strangely.
I was about to say, but when a bear is hungry enough, humans are going to be looking pretty tasty.
Every few days it would visit the garbage cans and sometimes eat out of them in broad daylight. Now and then it would fly into a fit of rage and throw the garbage cans around, and then, all of a sudden, would be calm.
Did it have rabies?
Mrs. Berry tried to make noise to scare the grizzly away. Usually bears flee at the first sign of humans, with some exceptions of course, like a sow with her cubs, but usually a lone grizzly.
A what? Wait, hold on. Is that really what they're called? Sow. So? That's not it. Bear? In bed. Taxonomy. Taxonomy? A sow refers to an adult female bear. Really? Conversely, an adult male bear is called a boar? What? Wait, male bears are called boars? An adult male bear is called a boar. Sows are known for their maternal behavior. Can we not just call them mama bears? That sounds better than sow. What a horrible name to give them, sow. And why boar, by the way? Like, if you were to say to someone, hey, did you see that boar? They're going to be like, wait, I don't see a pig, right? Or they're going to be like, that was a bear. What do you mean? Bro, English is
It would
hard.
flee. Not this grizzly. When it heard the noise, it stood up and took a few steps towards the sound. The family decided the best thing they could do when the bear was spotted was to stay inside and be quiet. But sometimes staying quiet was easier said than done. The family had a dog, a German short-haired pointer. If the bear was spotted behind...
But on top of that, like, what about its sense of smell? Like, it's a bear. Right? It could still smell you. The reason why it's like at your garbage cans is because it could smell the thrown away food, right? So it'd probably be able to smell you's in there. Did it have rabies? Oh wait, is this the cocaine bear? Wasn't there a cocaine
In
bear?
the house of the garbage cans, Joan would bring the dog into another room where it couldn't see the bear out of any of the windows. However, one night, Joan was asleep in bed and the dog was in the kitchen. The kitchen was facing towards the backyard and to the garbage cans, and the bear came. The dog started barking, and Joan rushed down into the kitchen to grab the dog. She did, and then a loud thud as the bear slammed into the back door. The door held. The bear slammed into it again. The door continued to hold, and then nothing. Joan moved the dog to a different room. She then went back into the kitchen, and peering out the window, she saw the bear feasting on the trash from the garbage cans. It had seemingly forgotten about the dog. It was not the only time the bear attacked the house. It came to a point where if the bear was around, they would try and stay still and quiet and not walk past any windows, because if they did...
Do they live here, or are they just staying here on vacation? Because I would leave. If I was, like, if I didn't live there and I was just on vacation, I'd be leaving. I wouldn't be being like, oh, if we just stay quiet, the bear that's been, that attacked our back door will just leave us alone. Just leave.
The bear would slam into the side of the house, sending ornaments and decorations flying across the room. The bear frightened others around the camp as well, one time approaching an outdoor birthday party until a bench was thrown at it. On other occasions, warning shots were fired at.
A what? A bench? They picked up a bench and yeeted it at the bear?
It kept coming back to the camp. Rangers were called on multiple occasions, but usually the sound of the engine as they approached was enough to scare the bear off. And the Rangers didn't seem to think there was anything to worry about. Apparently, one even laughed at Joan when she told him something needed to be done about the bear. Joan was very frustrated by this, especially since
Bro, these people
in all the years she
are rich.
and her family had been coming to the park.
What, the person who threw the bench at the bear? Oh, they threw a wrench? Oh, I thought you said bench. They don't live there? Then leave. Why are they still there? What? I don't understand. Like, I get, like, if you live there, it's a little different, right? You can't just up and leave. But if you're just, like, on a vacation, Oh, I didn't realize I had a shiny one. I could use that. Anyway. Yeah, if you're just there on vacation, just fucking leave. I don't understand why they're staying. Are they insane? Do they like torment? Is that what it is?
They never once had reported a grizzly before. The other people at the camp, like Joan, thought there was something wrong with the bear. With the large frame
Probably.
and thin build, it had lost its fear of humans and was becoming bolder and bolder. The bear had reportedly
Wait,
visited Kelly's
can I?
camp 15 times. But then, one day
I
in early
can't.
August, a ranger came to the camp and told everyone that they wouldn't be having any more trouble with the bear, and that the bear had moved on to Trout Lake.
What?
Trout Lake was an area that had a high amount
What's
of
Trout
grizzly
Lake?
sightings. It wasn't just the lake itself that attracted the grizzlies, but the abundance of berries around the lake. On one occasion, 3 hikers claimed to have seen 5 grizzlies in a row. The Kelly's camp bear, I guess now the Trout Lake bear, was causing problems with multiple complaints from campers at Trout Lake. On August 4th, there was an article in the Hungry Horse News with the title, "Encounter Bear at Trout Lake," a piece about 2 young boys who had a narrow escape from the bear and were luckily fine. Years later, a Hyde Park official said someone should have brought the article to his attention. About 8 miles away from Trout Lake is a place called Granite Park Chalet.
Wait, are they saying like... Was that guy saying like after the fact that some of the park rangers or something should have reported to him that this was going on? Is that what he was saying? Or is he talking about like how... Is he trying to say like the people at the park didn't tell him? Yeah? Okay, so he's saying like why didn't his rangers tell him? Okay. Because I was thinking like, is he trying to push the blame onto the random civilians that already said things about it? And we're like, hey, you need to do something about the bear?
Log building that has been in the park since 1915, and it's still there today. In summer of 1967, a husband and wife by the names of Tom and Nancy Walton were put in charge of running the chalet. They didn't really have much experience in
what?
such a job.
What'd you call me?
They were in their early 20s, and Tom had previously been a firefighter.
Okay. I need Bite and to evolve them, right? And then we need Bite and Thunderfang. Okay, so we need to do moves for him. We need moves for him. We need moves for him. Right, so Shinx, Luxio, Luxray, Silicone, Beautifly. Silicone? Yeah.
But the pay was reasonable, and they got to be together. There were other staff that were working at the chalet too, a Mrs. Eileen Anderson and a few other younger women. There was a lot to do to get the chalet ready for guests. Cleaning, making beds,
I don't like the
digging
way
out
he's
a
saying
water
that.
system. And it was
I don't
during
know
the
why.
chores Tom noticed something that seemed to be a mistake. The incinerator. It was too small. It could barely burn the garbage from the crew of 10. It would not be able to burn all the garbage that came along when the guests arrived. There was a gully behind the chalet where they could dump garbage. They were told it was okay to dump some garbage there, just not too much, as they didn't want to attract the grizzlies. In the first few days of getting the chalet ready,
I wonder
they
what
didn't
happened.
see any bears, and Tom remarked to one of the staff,
Do you think maybe
they're not
they
gonna
attracted
show
the
up this summer."
grizzlies?
To which the person replied, "Oh, that would be awful. They're our main drawing card." A few nights passed without any sign of a grizzly, and then, one night, a loud bang from outside. Tom ran downstairs and looked out the front door with a flashlight. About 20 yards in front of him was a grizzly looking back. He slammed the door shut and yelled through the chalet, "Don't go outside, there's a grizzly out there." And then a bunch of staff ran outside, trying to see the bear. Fortunately, it had already been scared off. Tom was confused.
What? What is wrong with people? Are they stupid? Bro, people are like mental. Were they white women? White women aren't scared of anything, bro. They just fucking try and pat everything. Bro, like what? How can you be that stupid? Like it boggles the mind. Why is your first thought, I need to go look at this bear? And even if it is, I need to go look at this bear, but do it from inside the house. Why was their immediate response to leave the house to look at the bear? Or how have people like this survived? Like how are the genes for people like this still around? Like no flight or fight response, just the complete opposite. So dumb. Also, at some point, Benny, I want to watch. I guess I need to find a video on it. Have you heard about the tiger? It was like a tiger who was going out of its way to kill people. And I think it stemmed from like it got shot or something when it was a cub. So then it just like went out of its way to kill people. Wait, I think I did that wrong. Yeah, I did. I want to like find not fight or flight, so the hug and fuck. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like normal people have a fight or flight response. Theirs just gone. Theirs is the complete opposite. They're just like, oh, I want to go and touch it. Those are the types of people that should. The genes for those types of people should already be gone. Thunderfang, Crunch, Wild Charge. Thunderfang, Crunch, Wild Charge. Thunderfang, Crunch, Wild Charge. Which video? Which one? I don't remember exactly where it was from, but there was a tiger who was, I think it was like shot or something as a cub, or its mother was shot and killed by humans. So it like held a grudge against humans. So like every time it like got hungry, it would go and hunt humans. Like it would go out of its way to hunt humans. The one from India, Vietnam, or Indonesia. I don't remember which one. I don't remember where it was from. And then there was that other tiger that was like, there was like 3 dudes in a boat or something. And the tiger went out of its way to swim in the water to get to the boat to kill the dudes in the boat. And I think one of them got away. But yeah, the one I'm thinking of is like, this tiger literally went out of its way to hunt humans. Out of its way. Yeah. So like, it would go into like towns and stuff for swimming. Are they? I didn't realize they swam. I thought that if they had to swim, they can swim, but I didn't think they would like choose to swim unless they were like really wanted to. But yeah, the one I want to watch is like, yeah, and I think it killed like, before they finally killed it, I think it had killed like over 100 people or something. Like it fucking killed a lot. Mate, what? What did I do? What did I do now? I didn't do anything. It's your fault.
Confused by the reaction of the staff, but was beginning to understand just how badly people wanted to see grizzlies. For the next few nights, no one saw grizzlies, but they saw a sign of the bear.
Tigers hunt for caiman? Or like crocodiles? I think I've seen a clip of one, but I don't think they were in the water. I think it got it before it went back in the water. As written, the one species of crocs. Yeah, I think that's how it's spelled, maybe. I don't know, I've never had to spell it. I know what you're talking about. But yeah, I need to find a video on it. On that one tiger. Yeah, it went crazy. Like, it held a grudge. Yeah, but I don't remember. I don't remember the exact reason why it decided to hunt humans, but I think it had something to do with like it being shot or something being shot.
Bears. There were tracks around the chalet, most mornings of multiple bears, including an adult with some cubs. Some of the more experienced staff explained to the Waltons that bears would frequent the chalet looking for scraps of food and trash. As July rolled in, so did the visitors and their leftovers. The small incinerator could not handle all the trash. Tom attempted to use a 50-gallon drum to burn the garbage, but each morning he found the bears had knocked over the drum to eat the leftover unburned food. He discussed the problems with his boss, and it was decided that they would start using the area behind the chalet to dump all the garbage, and the bears loved that. A variety of different bears showed up, but two regulars emerged. Two bears nicknamed Number 1 and Number 2. The two bears would sometimes snarl and
Come on, you
growl
could have
at each
given
other.
better names than
And one
that.
time, when some spoiled bacon was thrown out with the rest of the trash, the two bears fought, which the visitors loved to watch. In fact, the chalet was packed to max capacity of 65 people every night,
humans
and a
are
lot,
fucked.
if not most of them, seemed to be coming to see the grizzlies.
Do you think they
Tom
bet on
learned
it?
that for decades, these
On who would
bear
win?
shows had been taking place at the chalet. A few times, Tom even decided to purposefully add a little extra meat to the day's garbage so that the visitors would get to see the bears fight at night. Many times rangers came with tour groups and enjoyed watching the bears and never said anything about it, except for one high-ranking official who told Tom, "Don't feed those bears. Use the incinerator we got you." But Tom didn't take the order very seriously, and Tom's boss and other experienced workers at the chalet told him there was nothing to worry about and to keep putting the scraps out. Their reasoning being they didn't know what to do with all the extra garbage, and neither did the park service. That's not to say Tom wasn't a little on edge. On multiple occasions he caught people trying to sneak down to get a closer look at the bears, and when Tom caught them, he yelled at them, saying that the grizzlies were too dangerous. He was also aware of 3 troubling facts.
Which were?
They were 4 miles away from the nearest road. They had no medical supplies. And if a bear were to go rogue and attack someone, they had no weapons. But people wanted bears, so the show went on.
People are stupid.
A few park rangers were holding an open Q&A session, and a man named George Ostrom stood up and said he was speaking in capacity as president of the local wildlife federation. He asked the question, "Is it true that you allowed the concessionaire to feed grizzlies at Granite Park?" The ranger said it was not true and that the law was enforced. So George Ostrom asked another question. "Well then, tell me how many people have been arrested in the last 10 years for feeding bears?" The ranger said they'd have to check the records. But Ostrom continued and asked if they could give him an educated guess. The ranger said they didn't deal in educated guesses and that they would have to check the files. However, Ostrom said, "Don't bother looking in the files. I've already looked in your files. In the last 10 years, you've arrested nobody for feeding bears. Nobody. 0. And everybody knows that you can see grizzlies any night of the summer by watching the garbage dump at Granite Park. Now what are you going to do about it? The ranger said they would have to look into it and check the facts.
That was a few years
The guests
earlier.
continued to pour in over the summer, with the chalet becoming so packed people had to sleep on the floor in
Bro.
sleeping bags. The bears were enjoying the extra scraps, and the people were enjoying the bears. Tom continued dumping the slop out for the bears, but on some level he seemed to realize he was playing with fire. He lectured anyone who planned to sleep outside at the nearby campsite at how grizzlies could be unpredictable, and whenever hikers showed up to the chalet without bear bells, he made them homemade bear bells out of tin cans. He also yelled at some of the women when he learned that they used the trail after dark to visit their boyfriends who were constructing a nearby cabin. The problem was the grizzlies used the same trail, and Tom yelled at them and lectured them multiple times, but it didn't really seem to make a difference. The bears
Bro.
continued to visit the dump behind
It's legit just a matter of time. Like, with any wild animal, you shouldn't be going up and fucking touching it.
the chalet. Most notably, the
Shouldn't you be
bears
trying to
named
get
number
close
1
to it?
and number 2. Number 1 was bigger, a silver-tipped bear with dark brown fur, estimated to be about 500 pounds. Number 2 was seemingly an older bear with a more matted, patchy coat. It was smaller and had long claws. Due to number 1 being a bigger, healthier-looking bear, the spectators considered him the hero, and number 2 was considered the villain.
What?
Strangely enough, though, when the bears did start to snarl at each other, or even get into a fight, it was usually number 1, the bigger, healthier bear, that was the one that backed down first, and let the sketchy bear eat. As time went on, both bears didn't seem to mind all the flashlights
The
shining down
sketchy
on
bear?
them from the chalet. The big crowd of people in close proximity didn't seem to faze the bears at all. In mid-August, the park was flooded with guests, and the park was also experiencing a large amount of forest fires due to the heat, dryness, and lightning strikes, and the rangers were stretched pretty thin. A young 22-year-old ranger named Joan Devereaux led a group of bird watchers up to the chalet. It was a 7.6-mile trail
Fight
from Logan
and
Pass to
self-defense.
Granite Park. This was Joan's first guided tour. She was being broken in as all the other available rangers were busy fighting forest fires. Joan's group had
She
36
gonna get
hikers
eaten?
in total, with a max age of about 65, and the youngest being a 9-month-old
She looked
baby.
tasty.
Apparently, Joan had heard stories about the feeding of the bears at Granite Park Chalet. Actually, it was a topic that came up almost every time she spoke with one of the other rangers. Joan and her group arrived at the chalet a little after noon and bumped into the Kleins, a couple who had hiked up separately. They asked her if she knew where the overnight camping area was. She told them it was a little down the hill and asked, "Did you guys bring your grizzly repellent?" The question startled the two, but Joan told them while grizzlies were sometimes seen around the chalet, people did use the campsite and they were welcome to do so also. But the question about the grizzlies caused the clients to argue, and for a while they didn't know what to do. The chalet was packed and they would have to pay $12.50 each just to sleep on the floor. To put that in context,
What?
the $25 total in 1967 would be about $230 today.
To
They
sleep
didn't
on
know
the
what to do,
floor.
really, until they met Don Gullett. He was planning to sleep outdoors too, not at the campgrounds, but beside the cabin that was constructed. It was a few hundred yards from the campsite and a bit more away from the trail that the grizzly used, so the Kleins and Don found a nice spot to set up camp. On their way, they met another young couple, Roy and Julie. Roy and Julie were heading for the campsite. As the group
These people are
spoke, the
stupid.
conversation turned to the grizzlies, but Roy and Julie just laughed it off. They had heard about the bears when they got to the area, but they knew that wild animals usually stay away from humans, and they do. Usually.
Yeah, when fucking
Later that night, Joan
haven't
was
got
sitting in the common
accustomed
area of
to
the
humans,
chalet
yeah.
when one of the staff yelled
These bears have been
excitedly,
accustomed
"The
to
bear's
these."
coming," the phrase that signaled to all the eager guests that the show was about to begin. Joan wasn't a specialist in bears, but as a naturalist, she was very unsettled about what she saw. As far as she was concerned, bears and people shouldn't be this close, and indeed, the many conversations she had with the other rangers came to the same conclusion. They all thought that sooner or later something would happen. Sooner or later something would have to give. Even people who weren't naturalists found the practice disturbing. A priest named Tom Connolly and his friend Steve Pierre were disgusted by the practice and retired early. Steve Pierre in particular thought the practice was crazy. He was a Native American from the Spokane Reservation, and as a child, Steve Pierre's tribal elders had taught him about grizzly bears. and they were lessons he never forgot. Later that night,
What
after
were
the
they?
show had ended,
Hey, don't end it
Dr.
there.
John
I wanna know what
Lipinski
they
and
are.
his wife Anne were lying in bed half asleep in the bed they had booked in the chalet when Anne heard a noise from outside. At first, John thought she was just dreaming, but then he heard the noise too. They sent their daughter downstairs to find Tom Walton, and she brought him up to John and Anne. At first, Tom also thought maybe the Lipinskis were just dreaming.
For a hot minute there, I thought he was going to say they sent their daughter out to check. No, that's what he was about to say. I was going to lose my shit. But no, he just set it down to fucking get some other dude to go check? Is that what's going on? We'll see.
Or heard something benign, but the Lipinskis insisted, so the three of them went out onto the balcony. Tom asked them which direction the noise had come from. They pointed down the trail and asked Tom what was down that way. Tom stared out into the darkness. The campsite, he replied. John Lipinski yelled out into the darkness, "Is everything okay out there?" And a voice came back. "No." "Well, what's the trouble?" he asked. Then a one-word response. Bear.
Play
Roy
dead.
and
I
Julie,
thought that doesn't
the young
work.
couple who decided
Does playing dead work? I thought that didn't work. Or is there like certain bears you play dead with?
to stay at the campsite, slept outside in the sleeping bags under the stars.
Nothing works with a
They
fucking
didn't have
polar
much
bear.
trouble falling asleep.
You get attacked by a polar bear,
But
you're just
later
fucked.
into the night, Roy woke up and heard Julie whisper, "Play dead." The next thing Roy knew, he could hear heavy breathing of a large animal near him, a big grizzly. In the next instant, Roy had been thrown out of a sleeping bag about 6 feet away onto his face. The bear then jumped onto his back and bit him on the shoulder. The breath was the most horrible stench he had ever smelled. The bear was biting him on his back, his arm, his legs.
Did he survive? How do we know if the breath was that bad? Did he tell someone while he was being eaten? Did he live?
The bear was large and strong, and Roy knew he couldn't fight the bear off, so he did the only thing he could think, what he had been told to do. He played dead, and struggled as hard as he could not to make noise as the bear bit into him. But eventually, it left him alone, and went for Julie. Roy heard the bear start to bite Julie. It seemed like she was able to stay quiet for a long time, but then she started screaming and yelling, and the bear picked her up, and as she continued to scream, the bear carried her down the mountain. Roy got up and wanted to pursue, but he was injured and bleeding. He realized he couldn't move his left arm. Injured.
So she told him what to do and then was like, I'm going to do the opposite, see if that works. It worked out for you, but I'm going to do the opposite. Wait, why does that even make any sense anyway? Is it because what I said earlier, they like to eat their like prey alive? Is that why it took her instead?
In darkness, he ran and got help. He got to the cabin and woke up Don Gullett. He was in shock and kept repeating, "The girl, we have to get the girl." Don wrapped him in his sleeping bag and climbed up top of the cabin to signal the chalet. This is when the Kleins also woke up, and Rob Klein yelled up to the chalet about the bear. Others in the chalet woke up and prepared to go down. Joan was the only park official, so she would lead the group. Father Tom Connolly woke up his friend Steve Pierre and asked him to help. There was now a group of about 6 ready to go down, but they didn't have any weapons, so Steve Pierre had an idea. He remembered what elders had told him about bears and thought there was only one thing that could scare a crazed animal: fire. He had noticed a galvanized washtub earlier. They filled it with firewood and lit it. They tied some baling wire to the handles and dragged the fire tub as they went down towards the cabin area. Roy was still wrapped in the sleeping bag and losing blood, and he kept pleading to everyone, "Please go after Julie, find Julie."
I remember him saying, "Please find Julie. please find Julie. He said, don't worry about me. Please find Julie.
They brought a coil spring bed frame from the chalet and carried Roy back up the hill. They laid him out on a dining room table. Luckily, there were 3 doctors, with Dr. Lipinski being a surgeon. As I previously said, they didn't really have any medical supplies in the chalet, but what they did have was a first aid kit from the Kleins. Joan got on the radio and eventually was able to radio for help.
Bro, isn't that insane to think about? Like, they didn't have a first aid kit, so they had to, like, rely on a first aid kit from someone else who came to camp. That's insane. These days, like, everywhere has a first aid kit.
And for medical supplies to be flown in. Another ranger was also coming, and he was bringing a gun, a .300 Winchester Magnum. But before they could get to the chalet, there was a difficult
Isn't that a
conversation
handgun?
happening. What about Julie? The doctors were doing what they could with Roy, but he was already in bad shape and had lost a lot of blood. Julie, wherever she was probably in a lot worse shape. Some of the group thought they should go find her right now, and Roy was pleading with them to do so. But the problem was, they only had the fire and some flashlights that were already running out of battery, and at least one rogue grizzly was out there in the dark. Was it worth risking another attack? It was up to Joan, as she was the only park ranger. She had to make the tough decision. The young 22-year-old decided they would wait for help to arrive. In the meantime,
Yeah, bro,
she
she's
decided
Cactus.
they had to get an area ready for the helicopter to land. They made 4 fires to signal an area. It was going to be difficult, as the helicopter would have to fly through a dark night. Not an easy thing to do in 1967 without any kind of night vision. Fortunately, there was a pretty great pilot standing by, John Westover. He was considered an extraordinary pilot and had been flying since he was a teenager. He was a Vietnam veteran. He piloted helicopters in combat missions and advanced to the position of personal pilot of the commanding general. Sitting next to him as he flew
Oh, bro,
was
that's crazy.
veteran Ranger Bunny. He did his best to read
Ranger
the maps
Bunny.
and guide John Westover.
What?
The only light they had was the red glow from the instruments. They had no night vision, and the only way they could tell there was a mountain in front of them was because there would be a patch on the horizon where the stars disappeared. Somehow, they managed to get to the chalet and saw the fires marking the landing zone. Below, people were shining flashlights on the ground to help them land. When they did, they gave the medical supplies to the doctors. Roy was carried to the chopper and was flown out into the night, and Bunny took his rifle and rounded up a few others. It was time to get Julie. They brought the fire pit and they went searching. Steve Pierre took the lead,
Bro, she's dead.
searching for any
There's no way she's
indication
alive.
of what direction the bear went. It was
She's
difficult
Cactus.
to search in the dark, and tensions were high. Every noise in the forest, a potential
At this point, they're
grizzly
just trying to
in the
get her
shadows.
remains, right?
Eventually, Steve found some blood droplets and led the men in the right direction. They continued to search through the dark for a while longer, calling out her name and hoping they weren't attracting more grizzlies. A faint whimper came from the darkness. It hurts. They found Julie. She lay with her clothes ripped off on her stomach, barely moving. Severe wounds marked her body, with puncture wounds in her upper back and lungs, all from the bear that had carried her here. Steve took off his jacket and beckoned the other men to join him, and together they wrapped their coats over Julie.
The fuck
Father
is she still
Connolly
alive?
retraced his steps alone in the dark to get another bed spring from the cabin. Using the bed frame, they transported Julie back up the hill. During the ascent, Julie regained consciousness and, gripped by fear, implored someone to hold her hand. Father Connolly held her hand. In hushed tones, he tried to reassure her, emphasizing the assistance of the doctors and the protective gaze of God. As they reached the chalet, doctors awaited, and Joan had hastily converted
God
the
has
dining
protective
room
gaze?
into an impromptu emergency room for Julie's care. Julie, on the brink of death, had lost a substantial amount of blood and was barely breathing. The team of 3 doctors, led by John Lipinski, along with his wife Anne, a nurse, and their daughter Teresa, worked to save her. Despite their efforts, it became evident that too much time and blood had been lost. Dr. Lipinski
Yeah, as I said,
exchanged
she's
glances
Cactus.
with Father Connolly. He shook his head. Father Connolly administered last rites after baptizing Julie with water. As they prayed the Lord's Prayer together, Julie's weakening grip signaled the inevitable. At 1:13 a.m. on Sunday, August 13th, 1967, Julie became the first fatality caused by a bear attack in Glacier National Park's 57-year history.
You see how he says first? That implies there was more. So no one learned from their lessons. No one learned from this. Someone else died.
In the late 1960s, a statistician attempted to crunch the numbers to determine what were the odds of a grizzly killing someone in the park in one night, and determined that it was 1 million to 1. He then tried to determine what were the odds of 2 kills taking place at the same night, and the odds of 2 happening in the same night in the park were 1 trillion to 1. The day before, 5 young park employees decided to go camping for the weekend. There was Paul Dunn, brothers Ray and Ron Nozick, and their girlfriends.
The day before. Wait, did someone else die the same night? That was just in a completely different part of the park? What?
Denise Huckle and Michelle Coons. They hiked up to Trout Lake, a spot that had been frequented by hundreds of people.
Wait,
and
is this the crazy one? The crazy bear that was from the other park? I want to know if it has rabies or something.
Trash was scattered all around. Campers would often leave behind garbage and food that they didn't want to have to carry out. The area around Trout Lake was already a popular destination for bears due to the lake and all the berry bushes, but all the extra food made it even more appealing, in particular to a certain female grizzly who had bothered people before at Kelly's camp earlier in the summer. When the 5 arrived...
Wait, do we now know... So we know now it's a female? This is the one from the other one, right? The one that was like banging on doors and shit? That's that one? Has it got rabies? I wonder if it has rabies.
They were warned by 2 hikers that there was a lot of bear activity, but they didn't worry about it too much at the time. A few went over to fish, while others cooked some hot dogs. The sun began to set, and Michelle Coon sat on a stump and watched the others by the lake. Then, she saw something lumber out of the woods. She yelled, "Here comes a bear." It was around 8 p.m. A big grizzly invaded their campsite, as they had prepared hot dogs and fresh fish. The campers fled, and from a distance they watched the bear devour their dinner and make off with a backpack. They relocated closer to the beach. They built a big fire and tried to make a barrier with logs. They wondered if they should leave, but it was getting close to dark, and they would have to go back through all the berry patch, a thick area of brush that could be concealing multiple grizzlies. They decided...
Okay. I mean, I think they maybe made the right decision to stay, right? Because it probably would have been more dangerous to leave. Unless you, like, decide to... Could they have gone a different way to leave? Because, like, if that was the only way out, then yeah, they made the better decision. But if they could have went out a different way, then they're fucking idiots. They should have just left. But the other thing too is maybe you shouldn't have decided to camp in bear country. Like, I think that's the best decision.
Their best bet was to stay. Around 4:30 a.m., the grizzly returned to the camp. It sniffed around, damaging a sleeping bag and tearing a sweatshirt. The campers, one by one, scrambled up the trees, except for Michelle, who was trying to play dead, as the bear was right beside her. The others urged Michelle Coons to join them in the trees, and she might have. Unfortunately, the bear attacked her. She screamed, "He's got my arm," and she started yelling, "I'm dead, I'm dead." The bear picked her up in the sleeping bag and dragged her away into the dark. After an hour and a half in the trees, the group...
Is that normal for bears? Is that normal for bears to just, like, pick up their kills and leave? I thought they normally just eat it where it is. But that's now 2 bears that have done the same thing. They've made a kill or gotten prey and then they've just picked it up and left.
Group ran to the nearest ranger station. Seasonal rangers Landa and Gildart were there. At first, they thought the campers were talking about the Granite Park chalet mauling, but they soon realized the impossible had happened. A completely different attack had occurred on the same night. The group anxiously recounted the last sighting of Michelle Coons, witnessing her being dragged up the mountain by a grizzly bear in her sleeping bag. Rangers, along with some of the boys from the group, followed a disturbing trail marked by a dark slope. The ranger, Leonard Landa, standing about 15 or 20 feet away from the others, exclaimed, "Here she is." Discovering her, he was hit with shock, realizing the extent of her mutilation by the bear. Ranger Gildart, particularly recalling the look on Ron Nozick's face, noted his evident state of shock, knowing the two were good friends and understanding the gravity of the situation. The victims had been found, but the killer grizzlies were still out there. Following the attacks, Ron Gildart and Leonard Landa set out to find the responsible bear at Trout Lake. It took some time, and after a day of searching, they stayed in a nearby cabin. Gildart, stepping out of the patrol cabin at 4 a.m., spotted the bear and...
It wasn't the same bear at both places though, right? Like it was a different bear, right? Like it was the crazy bear at the lake, and then the one at the cabin was a different one, right? Am I wrong? It was two bears, right? Wasn't one? Sounds like they're only hunting for one bear though.
urgently called for Landa with a gun. The bear had no fear of Gildart and continued towards him. A few minutes later, the bear charged at both of them, prompting them to open fire and successfully kill it. A forensic investigator arrived to examine the bear, using a large knife to cut its stomach open. A significant amount of blonde hair emerged from the bear's stomach during the examination. There was also dry blood on the bear's paws. They were fairly certain this was the bear that was responsible for killing Michelle Coons. The bear had glass in its molars, suggesting it was in constant pain and probably pretty angry about it. How did a bear in the middle of a national park have glass in its mouth? The garbage issue extended beyond Granite Park, affecting campsites throughout Glacier due to visitors neglecting proper waste disposal. Trout Lake in particular suffered from this problem, prompting Ranger Gildart to clean up 17 bags of garbage after the tragic events. And what about the bear at the chalet? The day after the attacks, 4 men hiked up to the chalet, 1 wildlife naturalist and 3 rangers with high-powered rifles. Robert Wassman was basically in charge of the bear killing group. The 4 men arrived at the chalet around noon and had a quick lunch. Many of the staff had red eyes from a sleepless night, much of which was filled with crying. Tom Walton met the men and spoke to Robert Wassman about the bear situation. Walton explained that there were 2 bears that frequented the chalet and told him about number 1 and number 2. By 8 p.m., all 5 of them were outside, the rangers aiming their rifles towards the dump area where they had left bait with extra food. Tom and the naturalist had torches ready to shine. It wasn't until a little after 10 that the first bear showed up. It was number 1, the bigger silvertip. Tom and the naturalist shone their lights. Wassam whispered to the others, 1, 2, 3. The 3 men fired at the bear, and the bear fell to the ground, and then it was hit by another volley of bullets. The bear twitched and thrashed in agony for a moment, but then stopped moving. Number 1 was dead. 15 minutes later, they heard snorting approaching. Number 2, Walton whispered. They waited until the bear got closer, and again the lights came on and shone down on the bear. Then the 3 count, and the bear was slammed with bullets. Number 2 was dead. That's it? Wassam asked. That's it, Walton replied. They went over to examine the bears. It turned out both were female. Number 1 was 350 pounds, and number 2 was about 100 pounds lighter.
It wasn't those 2 bears, was it? It was like a third bear that they didn't know about? Is that what's going to happen?
The biologist opened the stomachs to look for any strips of cloth or skin or human hair, but all he found were leaves and berries, and there was no blood on the bear's claws. It began to dawn on the men that maybe...
Wrong bear.
A tall red-haired man named Dave Shea had arrived the next day. He was considered to be Wassum's assistant. The rangers showed him how the bear bait was gone, and Dave Shea, who had visited the chalet a week before, said it was probably the sow and her cubs. The rangers didn't understand. Walton had assured them it was only number 1 and number 2, but Dave explained to them that late at night, after number 1 and number 2 had their showdowns, after everyone went to bed, another bear and her cubs came to the dump to feast. The firing squad waited outside again on the second night. For a long time, no bears showed up, and everyone apart from Dave went to bed. A little after 1 a.m., he heard something coming. He woke up the others and they went outside and waited. A large shadow lumbered into the dump. Flashlights went on, and a shocked bear turned and roared at her cubs. Then she was shot and killed. Upon examining this bear, they found blood on her claws, and a pad hung loose from one of her hind paws. The naturalists realized the injury probably left the bear in constant pain. The cubs seemed to have gotten away, but the next day, the rangers saw them and fired. The cubs ran off, but a trail of blood indicated at least one of them had been injured. Let's talk a bit about the journalist George Ostrom, the man...
Wait. So was that mama bear also not the bear? They didn't say anything about... Did they cut his stomach open? They didn't say anything about that, right? They just said that her paw pad was, like, cut off or whatever.
...in constant pain. The cubs seemed to natural bear. They found blood on her claws, and a pad hung loose from one of her hind paws.
Wait, so was this the wrong bear as well?
Naturalists realized the injury probably left the bear in constant pain. The cubs seemed to have gotten away, but the next day, the rangers saw them and fired. The cubs ran off, but a trail of blood indicated at least one of them had been injured. Let's talk a bit about the journalist.
So they
George
shot one of the
Ostrom,
cubs?
the man who questioned and grilled the rangers before about feeding at Granite Park. He woke up on August 13th and heard the news, and when he did, he said to his wife, "My God, it happened, just the way we thought it would." He called the Park Service and asked for news, but they weren't ready to talk about it.
Of
He
course.
asked if he could come up and examine things for himself, but was told the trails were closed, even to the press. As the news spread through the town, theories were beginning to emerge, with some saying lightning strikes drove the bears mad. Ostrom called the Park Service for days and days, but kept getting the same non-answers. Finally, enraged, he called the Park Service and said he was going up to Granite Park with or without permission. And when the park told him that the trails were closed, he responded that he was going to open them. When he got to the chalet, a ranger met him and told him he could take photographs of the one bear at the dump, but the other bears, so number 1 and number 2, who had been dragged down the hill, weren't to be photographed. Ostrom asked, "Why not?" They replied, "We don't want any publicity on it." This annoyed Ostrom, and he
What?
said, "It's none of your business what you get publicity on, and what you don't. This is my park as much as it is yours, and I'm taking the pictures." As he went down to photograph the bears, he bumped into more rangers with rifles, and asked them what they were doing. They told him they were trying to hunt down the cubs. Ostrom asked why, and they told him that the cubs wouldn't survive the winter, to which Ostrom replied that he'd read everything he could on grizzly bears, and that a lot of people think a cub has a chance to make it, and that 2 cubs together had an even better chance. Then one ranger said there was another reason. Those cubs were trained to eat at the dump. If they are not killed, they'll keep coming back to the garbage. Now this really infuriated Ostrom, so much so that he pulled out a knife and threw it into the ground, yelling, "The cubs won't come back to the garbage if there isn't garbage to come back to. It's that goddamn simple."
These are little cubs, little guys. And it almost came to blows a couple of times. I was mad enough to punch somebody.
Yeah, this guy's got the right idea. But like, they injured one of the cubs. So one of the cubs is probably just going to die from that injury, right? Like, even if they don't hunt him down and kill him, one might just die from that. But was it the right bear? Oh, I thought it changed. Whoops. Yeah, was the mother bear the right bear, Benny? Because they didn't say anything about cutting her stomach open. Like the other ones. Just wait.
Body.
In the end, though, the cubs were killed. About a year later, a report came out about what
What the
happened,
fuck?
and more importantly, why it happened. The report did briefly mention the feeding of the bears, but it was brief, and it also said that lightning strikes, atmospheric pressure, the girls' cosmetics, among other things, may have caused the bears to attack.
We do not have any theory.
Did they just say the girls' cosmetics because they were both women? But the dude got attacked first. They're just throwing things at the wall to see what sticks.
At the present time as to what prompted these two killings so close together.
But thankfully, over time, the rules about feeding bears became more strict. You can still stay at Granite Park Chalet today, but on their website it says they have a pack-in, pack-out policy with food, so you're not allowed to leave any garbage at the chalet at all. In fact, that seems to be the park's policy overall, with all the dumps in the park eliminated. Rangers have issued many tickets for visitors trying to feed bears, and have even kicked people out if they have campsites that are too untidy.
Maybe because the smell of the cosmetics. Well, bro, you could also say that their pussies smell like fish, right? I think they were just... there's no way it was the cosmetics. They're just throwing things at the wall to see what sticks. They were just like throwing anything. Because, like, you know, next thing they might say is that fucking both women were on their periods. Because we all know that periods attracts bears, okay? We all know that's a thing.
Trails are closed whenever a grizzly are close by. Bear safety warnings were displayed all around the park, and new stricter rules were established for food storage. A permit system was also introduced, restricting campers' numbers and mandating designated campsites located at a distance from cooking areas. While it's commendable that these changes have been implemented, it's regrettable sometimes that it takes a tragic event to spur necessary action. These incidents could have been avoided. As Jack Olson said in the book The Night of the Grizzlies, it is pure coincidence indeed that two grizzlies chose a few hours of a single night to take two victims who had much in common. But it is no coincidence at all that the year in which this happened was 1967, and the place Glacier Park. In reflecting on stories like this one, it underscores the delicate balance between respecting and fearing nature. This example suggests
a cool
that while
looking.
people may not inherently fear grizzlies, which is fine, a lack of respect for these creatures can ultimately instill a justified sense of fear. While I haven't encountered any of the North American grizzlies personally, I've explored parks with brown bears, and it seems that as long as you follow the guidelines, you should be perfectly fine. I kind of think of it like this: fearing nature is like wanting really badly to visit a national park, but refraining from doing so just because you're scared of encountering a bear, which in my view doesn't really make that much sense. On the other hand, however, respecting nature involves acknowledging that while wild animals typically steer clear, adopting precautions and following the guidelines to minimize potential encounters is probably a good choice. You don't have to fear nature, but you do have to respect it. Because if you don't, there could be dire consequences. If not for you, then for someone else.
Are they two women?
Thank you to all my patrons. Thank you for watching. I hope you have a great day.
Shouldn't have worn makeup. So the park rangers say. Fools. I agree with the guy who told him to get rid of the rubbish. But they didn't say anything about the mother bear. Was it the mother bear that killed the first girl? Technically, it didn't eat any of her, right? So they couldn't really cut its stomach open to look. But then, wait, didn't they cut the stomach open to the other two? Or more like this in the future. Yeah, I like stories like this. This is good. That's why I was trying to find that guy that I was talking about. I'll figure out who it is off stream, and I'll send you a message on Discord about it. Because he has stories about like serial killers, and he has stories about like just people that accidentally kill people, and he also has ones on like animals like this. It was probably the mother bear. Are they just assuming because of its back paw pad or something was cut? But like they were saying before, that other bear had glass in its mouth. So for all we know, maybe it just stepped on glass and cut itself. Because like it said that they cut the other two's stomach open, right? The other two they killed to see if that was the one they were looking for. But then it didn't say anything about cutting the mother bear's stomach open. I think because of the dry blood on the front paws of the mother bear. I mean, I guess, but at the same time, like, it's a mother bear, so it could have just fought something to defend its babies, right? Because like what I don't understand, right, is that they cut the other two stomachs open. So why would you not just do that with the third bear as well? You know what I mean? Why did they just do it with the first two? I don't know, people in the 60s were weird. People now are weird. Did they respawn? Yeah. Okay, boom. How long have we been streaming for? Oh, nearly 6 hours. Ugh. What is this guy's YouTube channel like? Is it just a bunch of this stuff? Truth about venomous spiders? What? What does he mean? Yeti sightings? Oh, I like this guy's channel. I'd watch a bunch of these. The Yeti? I want to know about the Yeti. Killer elephant? Is that the one that the chick shot it or something? Or killed its baby? And then she killed her? Like the elephant went out of its way to kill the woman? And then they were having like a funeral or something for the lady? And the elephant came to town to just stomple on her dead body again? Is that one? If my brain fuse broke? Yeah, happened a lot. Join the club. Okay. I mean, we're getting there slowly. Slowly but surely. We're still head deep in the death of the two chicks. And then came your... Did they respawn? They might have, you don't know. Yeah, we might watch Killer Puma. What? We might watch a bunch of stuff on this guy's channel. Yeah, I like this. What is that? Plesiosaur found by Japanese trawler.
In April of 1977, the
no way
Japanese
this is
fishing
real.
trawler named
I
the
put my headphones
Madu
down.
pulled a strange
Wait, hold
sea
on.
creature
Ah,
up
it's
from
all
the depths
caught up
while
on things
sailing
now.
off the coast of New Zealand.
Wait.
The carcass of this animal was
Stop.
measured at nearly 30 feet long. The captain, Akira Tanaka, decided
Wait.
to throw the carcass
Go back.
In
Shut up.
April of 1977, the Japanese fishing trawler named the Madu pulled a strange sea creature up from the depths.
It could have been a whale though, right? Because isn't a plesiosaur's like neck way longer than that?
While sailing off the coast of New Zealand. The carcass of this animal was measured at nearly 30 feet long. The captain, Akira Tanaka, decided to throw the carcass back overboard after they had taken some pictures and some samples, as it had a pretty bad odor. Many thought this strange creature was a modern-day plesiosaur, including scientists from Yokohama and Tokyo University. Looking at the photo, it does seem to roughly be the right shape.
I don't think
However,
it is though.
after some of the samples went under amino acid analysis, it was revealed
Basking-
the creature was a decomposing basking
Yeah,
shark.
basking
not
shark.
a plesiosaur.
Interesting. You know what's crazy? Like over here, you don't even have like it's not only the rivers that you have to watch out for crocodiles in, it's also the beach. Like our crocs cruise on the beach as well. Mm. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get going. Oh, what is this? Oh, these are the streams where he like watches all the. What is happening? What? Okay, I don't know what the fuck just happened. Anyway, are those the streams where he like watches all the clips? I think it is. Stored of the most cursed creature, Florida man, an Australian hybrid. There's no way that exists. They'd be truly unhinged. I think there's an Aussie guy. I think my brother showed me. There's an Aussie guy, I think, who's in Florida and cruises through the Everglades catching things. Like alligators and snakes and everything. The Yoing dude? I don't know who he is, but yeah, I think my brother told me. Winking? Maybe. I just know that he goes through the Everglades catching things. And then there's, I don't know if it's the same guy or a different guy, but there's a guy who like catches snakes that are not native to get rid of them out of the Everglades. Dude hunting the 12-foot snake, maybe. I know, I know I don't know if it's the same guy, but there is a guy going around and he's trying to get rid of as many non-native things in the Everglades as possible by yoinking them and taking them away. But I don't know if it's the same guy, but I do know there is an Aussie guy that's in the Everglades doing things, catching things and stuff. Then there's an Aussie guy that cruises around Australia over here, does a similar thing, just looking for creatures. But yeah, I'll try and figure out who that guy is. I'll send it to you. Yeah, it comes from yawning. I'm probably gonna go to sleep. Isn't that the dude who calls gators swamp puppies? It could be. I don't watch him. My brother does. I just seen a clip. I've just seen a clip, and him talking about it, and he was telling me what he does. But yeah, it sounds like the same guy. It was a great show. It used to be like awesome when I'd watch it. Turtle Man. Do you know Turtle Man? Turtle Man used to be awesome. Eee. What is this? Highest rated game of the year. What is it? Expedition 33? What is that? I never heard note of it. I don't know. Anyway. I don't know what we're gonna play tomorrow. Maybe something, maybe not. Maybe we just react. I don't know. Maybe I play just a game. I don't know. I'll think about it tomorrow morning when I wake up. About what? I am having fun playing Pokemon though. I'm not gonna lie. Committing a crime towards your brother with Brazilian waxing. I'm not going nowhere near him with wax. What are you talking about? I'm not helping him with that crap. I don't know. I kind of want to play a PS2 game. So maybe we might play that. Or maybe we test the GameCube out, because we haven't done that. And play that Yu-Gi-Oh game. Wherever the fuck it is. Wherever I put it. Somewhere around here. I don't know where it is. We can play GameCube. Maybe. I'll figure it out. Anyway, I'm going to lay down. I'm tired. It's not even hot. Why am I so hot? Bro, I can't even I can't win. I don't even go outside and I still get sick. This is horrible. What is all this? Okay, go away. Okay, anyway. If you guys enjoyed today's stream, leave a like. If you want to see more, subscribe. But till next time.